Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're back. Oh, Lord. It's gonna be an interesting one tonight. A little bit different. Let me go ahead and do the all my stream stuff real quick, get everything set up. Are live. How are y'all doing? Everybody on the East Coast right now. Hope y'all are prepared and safe and everything, because there's supposed to be this big old ice storm, snowstorm coming through this weekend. Some places I think are already getting hit, but I think a lot of it starts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. But let me go ahead and get this stuff started. Oh, there you are. There she is. There she blows. What's going on, Cece? Go ahead and get all this set up. I think this will be an interesting one. Instead of the normal, checking out the White House, seeing what Trump, JD Vance, and, all the politicians say, I wanted to do something a little different. Yesterday, we were falling down the rabbit hole, and we were talking about Project Looking Glass. We were going down Dan Burrish's story, and I happened across Candace Owens talking about this. She has this video that came out about a week ago, about 9 days ago, titled Project Looking Glass. How did Charlie Kirk know he was going to die? And it just felt, I don't know, it just connected so much to what we were talking about yesterday. I really wanted to check this out. So we're going to check this out. We're going to see where things go. And we might end off with some gaming. I might just do this one and then whatever you guys send me. And then I think I'm going to do some, probably some Apex Legends, to be honest. We haven't done any gaming here in a minute. Dan the man. No, we actually haven't got to Don Lemon either. I don't know why. I just have yet to fit that into anything. Caitlin. Ew. Ew. So this will be an interesting one. Maybe we could fit Don Lemon in here too. Have there been? I heard there's been arrests of some of the people that went to the church, or that have went to churches and essentially protested, or what have you. I think they were trying to charge him with some sort of, with something. I forget exactly what it was. I do think, because I watched some of the stuff, I thought it was unhinged to go into a church like that and interrupt the service to yell about immigration. It just didn't seem like the right time and place, really, but that's just me. All right. I think we got everything set up on the back end here, I think. Cool. Sometimes I forget to put a thumbnail. You thought it was 100 priests. Wait, 100 priests? Was it? I don't think so. Was it? That would be a new piece of info for me. I'm not familiar with that one. Some charges are getting dropped and Donnie is safe now. Yeah, I figured he wasn't gonna. I mean, he could basically just say he was there to do journalism. I think he said he committed to journalism. So there's not really much you could get at him for. We should probably check out some of that stuff. I had it pulled up. It's somewhere in my tabs here. I just have yet to make it over to it. Let me go ahead and see what we got going on here. Pull up my video. Where are we at? Huh? There we go. Oh shit, where's chat? All right, there we go. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, 10,000 euro, 5-year-olds. Wait, what are you talking about, Seeker? What are you talking about? Yeah, I used to take like 100 priests and like rabbis and stuff. Wait, I used to take, what are you talking about, Caitlin? I'm so confused. I was gonna say who wins. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But then I feel like you just end up with a bunch of, yeah, a bunch of bad stuff. and nobody wins. I used to take. You're doing speech to text, aren't you? It's brutal. It's brutal sometimes. All right. So yeah, we're gonna fall down this one. Let me go ahead and drop the link to the Discord. If you guys want to link stuff or jump on stream to chit chat, bam, there's the link to Discord. I've got my rice. Oh, well, damn, I don't got my tea, but it's okay. I think we'll get started regardless. I'll just have to make it work. Actually, you know what? Screw that. I am gonna go grab my damn tea. All right. All right. Sue me. I'm gonna be sitting here talking. My mouth is gonna go dry. It's gonna be horrible. Is it iced tea? No, this is some hot tea. I am gonna make some iced tea soon though. But I see what you did there. Very clever. Iced tea tan, sorry. Yeah, gotcha. You find... What does this sound like? Welcome to the black hole, guys. It's the blackest hole on YouTube, maybe in the universe. Look at it in all of its majestic glory. But remember, if you get too close, you will be sucked in. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my damn tea, my cup of tea. Hibiscus cherry. I don't think it is. We're about to see. It's really good. Nope, it was actually blackberry citrus. Okay, blackberry citrus. It's very good, I have to say. I'm more of a coffee guy myself. But, yeah. All right, enough of that. You said no, it wasn't. Give yourself some props, man. All right. Without further ado, let's hop in here. I think this is gonna be fascinating. I haven't seen too much of her stuff. I've just sort of like seen the clips, so.
Guys, happy Wednesday. I'd like to begin today's...
Oh, guys, on the East Coast, be careful out there. We got this big old snowstorm coming in. We're supposed to get ice all weekend. So be careful out there. Hopefully you've stocked up on your eggs and your milk and all the good stuff.
Today's episode with a little bit of feedback for the deep state, the deep globalized state. All you guys had to do was to keep the cornucopia. We may have even let you rule over us forever. We have never woken up to anything. That's my theory, okay? It was all well and good until you guys tried to convince us that Fruit of the Loom never had a cornucopia. There was one. We all know that.
Okay, we're going to be getting into the Mandela effect. I swear there was a cornucopia. What else is there? There's Berenstein Bears or Bernstein Bears. The Pikachu with... the black stripe or the black part of the tail, which, look, I do swear at some point Pikachu had, like, his tail was like the tip of it was black, if I'm not mistaken. I swear at some point that was the case.
By the way, if you're watching this and you don't know that, I want nothing to do with you. You're in the wrong timeline. We are not in the same timeline. Today's going to be a very interesting episode, definitely philosophical, meta, because I don't think I will ever get over the fact that Charlie Kirk knew that he was going to die young. And I am starting to believe that so did the agents that surrounded him throughout his entire life. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
Now, I've kind of always thought I was going to die young too. So if I die anytime soon, guys, I don't necessarily think it was the deep state. All right. It might just be a coincidence. Okay, shit.
Everyone in the chat right now saying, yup, it had a cornucopia. I knew you guys were my people. I want to start by saying that the way that I feel, the way that I think a lot of you feel, the vibes that are surrounding us right now is that the deep state is in some sort of a panic, right? We've acknowledged that over and over again on the show. Something doesn't feel quite right. It feels almost like we are at the beginning of the end of a long satanic run. That's why, just so you guys know, despite the obviously sobering reality that the world is run by these people.
Oh, yes. To be clear, Dan Demand, and to everybody, do not want to end myself. Not like you were like right now. So if I am found with 3 bullet holes to the back of my head hanging from a noose, that probably was somebody. That might have actually been the deep state.
I'm pretty optimistic every day. I can't explain it. I don't know why. Things are obviously coming apart, but like things have to come apart before they can be put back together. And they're just getting sloppy. And if I could put it into a sentence, I would say that it's almost as if our awareness is the threat, right? Awareness, just our being conscious of what they are doing, somehow spells their doom, which is bringing me to wanting to discuss today, as I promised you, the CIA's Looking Glass Project. Now, we briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode. Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know.
I mean, she's hitting what I'm into right now, okay? That conspiracy stuff, this lines up exactly with what we were talking about yesterday. You said she's whack. What's going on, pink and purple? Yo, what's going on, Mirage? I'm gonna call you Mirage. Can we talk about how elites have hijacked metaphysical and pagan terms like Meta, Gemini, and now Prometheus? Okay, we're gonna have to look into that. You're talking about, so Meta would be like Facebook, right? Gemini is Google. What's Prometheus? Who hijacked Prometheus? Laugh my ass off. It only took me 1 second stream of scrolling to find your channel. Guys, hit the like button. The YouTube algorithm is slowly getting the message, okay?
The first thing that I want to remind you guys is exactly what I said at the top of the show. It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto. It is ghetto here, right? Well, another bizarre fact is that back when Charlie and I were running around, we met in 2017, top of 2018. So I would say, obviously, Turning Point was an organization, but it wasn't the organization. It wasn't this behemoth of an organization that it became. No, he had no real degree of fame. I think that's fair. But he was required to have security on him at all times. That was orchestrated. His security, Schaefer Security, was orchestrated by Bill Montgomery. He has since passed, the late Bill Montgomery, and he was from the military. One of the
dropping a link to this video in chat for y'all. For those unacquainted, this is Candace Owens. She's rather large right now on YouTube, so if you haven't come across her, it's kind of surprising. But there's the link to her channel.
He founded Turning Point USA with Charlie. Charlie wanted to go to West Point and then instead started Turning Point USA when he was 18 years old. Thinking about that, the security, him texting saying, I'm not allowed to go anywhere, I feel so important, I think was the exact message. That to me is objectively weird in retrospect. Wasn't weird at the time, it's weird now. And it makes me think that Charlie may have been marked since he was a child. We've discussed these GATE programs that they have in school. And I just think on the basis of what he told me, that when he was really young, they wanted to drug him, but his mother said no, and he was really grateful for that. And instead, they decided that they could send him to this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it. I would certainly, by the way, for you internet sleuths, I'd like to find out which school Charlie had to attend. So he was pulled out of...
So I'm kind of coming in fresh on some of this stuff, guys, the lore. So if you guys know what the X-Men school is, please drop it in chat. You say you should try Once Human. Is that a game? I think I've heard of that. I think I've heard of that. We're going to be picking up some games when the next check drops, guys. We're going to be getting Arc Raiders. At least Arc Raiders. But Once Human, that sounds like a game. You said, yeah. My comments have been shadow hidden like 3 times now. Yeah, if your comments don't appear in the box at the top, that means that YouTube has deemed your comment to be, well, not okay. So you're going to have to rewrite that comment. I can't tell you what YouTube bans. I have no idea what YouTube bans, but that's one of the reasons we have the chat way up there is if your message doesn't appear there, none of us are seeing it, okay?
regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted, like he was an X-Man. And I am of the opinion, it's an opinion, I'm allowed to have it, it's obviously not a fact, but I am of the opinion, based on the discussions I had with him, that he's been monitored since. That his test scores, whatever the score, every test they probably did on him, he was off the charts, and they wanted to make sure that he was being watched. That's my theory in general on all kids that are in extraordinary and gate-type programs. Maybe we should be training our kids to get like an 85% on the test. At most, before the government agents are going to swoop in and go, who is this genius child, you know? And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So to slow this down for you, there are, just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life. And they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Like just even being philosophical and thinking about these things for a long time, they don't want that. Deja vu is probably chief among them.
How many of y'all have had deja vu? Or how many of y'all have had a dream and then it happens and it's unexplainable? You feel like you're living through something a second time.
We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, that we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu, the story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it.
What's going on, Esoterica? Appreciate the sub. You said I'm new here. You came across my algorithm. Yes, YouTube is getting the picture, guys. You subbed. Appreciate that. I just wanted to say, I have a hard time believing Candace knows all this about him, however. She does not know what the school is that he attended. Does anybody know what school it is? I haven't seen the text messages that she's referencing, so we might have to pull those up. It sounds fascinating. You can't tell if it's a spiritual psychosis or not.
Except maybe Charlie Kirk.
All the time.
For it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And there's other explicable events and things like Charlie.
To speak to something she just said about like knowing her husband when she looked at him. Now, I can't say I have the exact same experience, but there are some people that when I meet them, we click so well. We are on such the same wavelength. It's almost as if we knew each other before. It is odd. I know a little bit of what she talks about.
Telling me that he was going to die young. Anyway, today we are going to be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These were whistleblowers that came out, like with all of these projects. People.
You know what? Somebody said that Candace is a grifter. You know what? That's going to be our poll. I think that'll be our poll in chat today. Let's see. I want to see how chat feels about Candace. So we're going to do a poll in chat. I guess, do you think Candace is a grifter? I mean, I guess we should, okay, I could have up to 4 options for you guys to choose from. So I'm thinking, because it's either she's serious, she's grifting. Now, if she's serious, we could split that into a couple of things as well. Because you could be serious, you could believe what you're saying, but you could also be delusional. So I need to figure this out. She's either grifting, she's delusional, or this is 100% fact. That's like 3 possibilities. If you guys have a 4th possibility, let me know. I'm going to start a poll in chat.
Or in the military, scientists coming out and saying, hey, government has this technology and they can peer into the future. I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Anyways, the narrator of this channel, who I could not find his name to save my life because there's multiple people that work this channel, but he begins by taking us back to the Y2K scare. You guys remember that? Of course, you remember the Y2K scare. I was actually scared. I was young. I was like, oh my gosh, I just don't want to die like this. I don't want to die just because it's midnight and it's the year 2000 and they were just kind of pumping all this fear into us. Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
Credit cards and ATMs may cease to function.
power grids, airlines,
Airplanes and trains may come to a halt.
governments and corporations spent over $300 billion updating systems. It was one of the largest coordinated tech efforts in history. People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the worst. But when midnight came, almost nothing happened. The systems held, the world moved on. Still, that global moment left an imprint. Some view it as a psychological turning point, the end of the analog age and the quiet beginning of a fully digital world. From that point on, life accelerated. Culture, communication, and consciousness shifted onto screens, fast, constant, and increasingly disconnected from physical time. Some researchers believe Y2K wasn't about a bug at all, but a kind of global psychological reset, a ritual of fear, distraction, and silence. The code may not have crashed, but something else may have been triggered. Our perception of time and reality. After something strange started happening online, people began noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous, the Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Beren. The most started happening online. People began.
Okay. The Monopoly Man? What was that, Waldo? This Fruit of the Loom, I know that one. Pikachu, I swear, like, I've seen Pikachu with black on his tail before. That's the craziest part. Was anyone actually afraid of Y2K? That was a little bit before my time. Anybody in chat freak out about Y2K?
And noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E. But every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? You have many different possible paths.
You have glitches in the matrix.
Exactly. You're now on this timeline, but you remember, you have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Movie quotes, logos, product names, all different than we remember. Entire groups of people swearing something changed with no explanation. It became known as the Mandela effect, named after people who remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison years before he actually did. What could cause something like this?
Are you familiar with the Mandela effect? Yeah. Of course. Millions of people remember certain events that never happened. And so how do you explain that? As we go through our conscious progression, as we raise consciousness, the way we perceive the world, and therefore all that will exist in our world, will morph to that new resonance as a sympathetic resonance. So certain aspects of the old world will just no longer exist. And so we can still have a phantom memory of those experiences, whether it's like Jiffy peanut butter or...
Jiffy peanut butter. Because what is it, Jif? I swear it was Jiffy though, right?
Luke, I am your father, which he never said that, right? All these things like that literally just like fall out of your new frequency, because everything in your world around you, including time itself, is retrocausal. The world around you that is no longer fitting your frequency will disintegrate and dissolve.
Okay, so I'm not trying to start a world war in the comment section today, but Pikachu had black at the end of his tail. Obviously, I don't know when they hit delete on that button, but he definitely had black at the end of his tail. Some of these things just don't make any sense to me. And it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions. Just keep going on. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses.
Which, from what we gathered yesterday, apparently from Iraq, they went over there and plundered and got the SEALs, and that was supposedly the reasoning for going into Iraq. But the secret reason for going into Iraq. I think that's what Dan Burrish was essentially getting at when we were watching that yesterday.
Anyways, they have a knack for murder, they have a knack for theft, and this time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves. They hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology, and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have, and then also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have this power. Take a listen.
This is where things take a turn, because according to Bill Wood, a former Navy SEAL with high-level clearance, the US military once had access to a device called Project Looking Glass, a technology that could supposedly view potential future timelines.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge on that point in time. When you know how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works.
Yo, C. Carol, you could jump in the stream chat if you want on Discord. It's muted right now. We're going to listen to some of this, but you could hop in. And guys, if you want to share your opinions on stream, you could hop in the Discord and hop on the chat. Just read the rules. Basically, just don't be, don't start slurring. Don't break YouTube TOS. Don't do threats to people. Don't yell over people. Pretty reasonable stuff. I think we could all get around, okay? But go ahead and join the Discord. You can hop in and we could chit chat. It's muted right now, C. Carol. We're going to work a little bit more through the, or you know what? Here, I'll give you, I know you feel very passionate about this. What do you got for us? What do you got for us? This is CC Carol in chat. What's going on, bro?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. What's up?
Hold on a second. Let me mute the chat. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. So how many slurs am I allowed? Just like 3 or 4?
If we could keep it down to like 2, just 2.
And so like just a couple of N-words when I'm upset.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So Mandela effect is just such a dumb thing, man. Like you can't justify it. People's memories are so unreliable. And then it comes like when it comes to the specific details of things that people point to as, a result of the Mandela effect, Mr. Peanut with the monocle and the Berenstain Bears and this and that. So first of all, Berenstein. Steen is a much more common suffix when it comes to Jewish last names than Stain. Stain is it's not something you see. You know what I mean? So like when you glance down at the book title, like, when people read, a lot of things are just like, it's almost like your brain auto-filling it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I can see that.
So it's just like you make the assumption that it would be Stein rather than Stain.
What about the cornucopia for Fruit of the Loom?
Another big thing is like suggestibility when it comes to memories. When people, all right, so like I know you said cornucopia, but I'm just gonna jump over to the Star Wars thing. No, I am your father, as opposed to Luke, I am your father. You know what I mean? Once somebody, I think that this was a direct result of whoever referenced it in, popular culture, whether it was like a parody or I'm not sure where the first example of Luke, I am your father was, but once somebody references something incorrectly, it sticks with people. You know what I mean? So the cornucopia, we're talking about Fruit of the Loom. What's the exact Mandela effect with that?
Is I think nowadays it doesn't have a cornucopia, but people remember it having a cornucopia.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Again, I don't know specifically what it looks like off the top of my head or anything like that.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Again, yeah, that's fine. But what I was going to say is why that specifically, like the things that are supposed to have been affected by the Mandela effect, they're all just so small and insignificant. You know what I mean? Like you would think that if this alternate reality timeline was created and people are having memories of it, like something significant would go along with it. You know what I mean? Not just little details like a monocle or a cornucopia or the spelling of a name. Like it's just dumb. And again, people's memories are so unreliable. Like when it comes to testimonies in court or other things like that, eyewitness testimony is one of the least reliable sources of evidence because of the fact that people's memories are just insanely fallible.
Sure.
Not reliable in any way. You know what I mean? Like I said, suggestions can sway people's memories, and pre-existing notions and assumptions. Like I said, the way that our brains work, we're designed to like pick up on patterns and things and recognize what we already know. So there's a certain level of assumptions that we make prior to like looking at something. And
So maybe we saw a bunch of fruit sitting there on Fruit of the Loom, and we just kind of imagined the cornucopia because that's just sort of a natural thing you might see. With Jiffy peanut butter, I know you said Jiffy Lube. Jiffy peanut butter, that one messed me up because I do swear, I swear it was Jiffy at one point. When I was like a little kid, I swear it was Jiffy peanut butter.
here's the thing. Jiffy is a pre-existing thing. Oh, I'll do it in a Jiffy. Jiffy Lube, whatever other examples. Jif is not something that exists in our cultural zeitgeist aside from the name of the peanut butter. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So once again, it just comes down to people already having that name or term in their vocabulary. Some people just, they make that association and that's what they think it is or think that they remember it being.
Okay.
Again,
with the biggest one though, with Mandela itself. Now, I'm not super familiar with that. Yeah, that, like, how do you explain that one?
So let's just say that there was a rumor that started that he got killed. Maybe while he was in prison, he got hurt or something. I don't know specifically. However, all it takes is for one or two people to mention, oh my God, I think he died. And it spreads like wildfire, especially because at the time there was so much like hype and controversy over him being in prison. If somebody were to have said, "Oh, I think he died," that shit would spread and people would believe it. You know what I mean? Even
Yeah.
nowadays, when you look at like news coverage on things that just happened, they don't have the full story. Yet they report on it like they do, and they give misinformation. It spreads immediately.
True.
And people don't follow up on it, and then they believe the thing that they heard, regardless of whether or not it's true.
Yeah. It takes, what is it? A lie can travel halfway across the world by the time the truth wakes up and puts its shoes on, or something, is like the saying.
Yeah.
All right. Cool deal. Cool deal. Well, I appreciate that. You could chill here if you want, or do you have more?
Yeah. I ain't doing shit, dude. I got, like I said, Sunday we're getting 1.5 feet of snow, but tomorrow or today I'm just chilling. So yeah, I'll mute myself.
Oh yeah, sounds good, bro. Appreciate you.
And how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
Timelines.
Rubicon.
All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And after that, they shut it all down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed. So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project Camelot, every time they ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branching outcomes, just a wall.
So it's super interesting that they couldn't see beyond 2012, or rather they could see beyond 2012, but maybe things became inevitable. That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar, remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond? So you arrive at this point and you wonder, what is this, right? Suddenly these people who are evil are no longer allowed or able to control outcomes, essentially. Or perhaps, so maybe they did see something beyond 2012. But no matter what they did, they couldn't change the outcome of that thing that they saw beyond 2012. So it wasn't so much the future couldn't be predicted, but rather that they couldn't change it, like something was coming. That's how it kind of feels to me when I just examine everything that's going on. There is this panic, like evil is panicking right now, and they're making a lot of mistakes because they're no longer in control. And I would also add here that one of the things that I've noticed is that they're trying to turn us all, again, maybe this is their solution, where they're going, okay, what are we going to do? We can't change the outcome. Maybe we can just turn everybody into a computer program. Like they want us all to be the same. They seem to get really angry when we behave like humans. Like that's one of the things they're trying to triumph is our humanity. We talked about this a lot with the Charlie Kirk story, the reaction, how we...
I need her to give an example of that one. One thing I find interesting, I'm thinking the advertisers on YouTube might not like Candace because we haven't gotten a single ad on her video, which is really interesting. So I wonder if nobody wants to play an ad on a Candace Owens video. That's really interesting. I was thinking I was gonna have to click through a bunch of them. And I'm looking at chat here. Oh yeah, Mirror Mirror on the Wall. That one, I mean, I tend to remember Mirror Mirror on the Wall, but it's Magic Mirror on the Wall is what it is, right? She won't let you forget about her for long. Out of all things that were terrible, like calling timelines are the worst, 1 minute, 40, 10 seconds. Wait, only one thing remains consistent throughout. Oh, what are you talking about? CERN 2009. We haven't gone down the CERN rabbit hole. Some people say like they split the timelines, or we ended up in an alternate universe or something when they turned it on. Qatari money. Yeah, it's crazy we haven't gotten an ad, so I do not think YouTube likes what she's. Hey, this could be. Maybe the elites are trying to make it so she can't monetize as well, so she stops talking about this stuff, guys. You know, sometimes I gotta play devil's advocate here, okay?
We felt icky, but they were like, what's wrong with you? How dare you feel icky? How dare you not like this? Don't you know this is what he would want? It's like their inability to defeat our humanity is angering to them. Now, something that was crucial, which was revealed about Project Looking Glass, was that the people who were in the room while this device was being operated, their conscious thoughts impacted the device, okay? So just imagine this. What they were thinking in the moment was changing future outcomes. Thoughts influenced future outcomes. That piece is super relevant to what we're going to discuss. And obviously that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes of The Matrix. I just am going to assume everybody's seen that movie. If not, you should watch it because it was way ahead of its time. And he is going to connect that dot here. Take a listen.
So what exactly did Project Looking Glass reveal, and why was it quietly shut down? The people involved began noticing something strange. No matter what variables they used, the results kept showing the same future, a point where all possible timelines seemed to merge. That moment, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, everything became unclear, like the future couldn't be read anymore. This brings us back to 1999. A year that might have marked more than just the turn of a century. It's also when The Matrix was released. At the time, it was seen as just another sci-fi movie, but looking back, it feels like something more.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo.
The film introduced a powerful idea, that the world we experience might not be what it seems, that reality could be shaped or even simulated without us knowing. And once you start asking questions, things begin to change. That idea resonates deeply with what many have felt since the early 2000s. The time feels different, that the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves. The same cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like
Now that, you know, we probably just notice them more. So for example, I see 1234 a lot on the clock, 1, 2, 3, 4. I always notice it. It's very odd to me. I always notice 1234, 1, 2, 3, 4. It always pops up, but it's probably just my brain recognizing that is what I'm assuming, because it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's like, oh, that's weird, that's funny. And then the next time I see it, it just kind of, it's sort of like when you buy a car, you start noticing everybody else that has that car. You didn't notice the car before, but once you buy it, you start seeing it everywhere. Like you're primed to see it. What's going on, Damage?
little glitches or signals hidden in everyday life. And strangely enough, this idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was already written and that all paths...
Oh, actually, okay. Something really weird that happened. I was like waking up or like falling asleep after the last stream. And at 1:04 p.m., this was so odd. A few of you guys hit me up on Discord and sent me a direct message. And I got text messages from somebody I knew, or from like people I knew. And they all came in at the exact same time at 1:04 p.m. And it threw me off so much. I was like, okay, is it possible my notifications were being held? But I went into each app and they all showed the message was sent at 1:04 p.m. These are like, it was some of you guys and people I know in real life all sent me a message about just different things at 1:04. It was very odd. I don't know that it means anything, but it was very odd.
lead to the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, Some whistleblowers claim that a confidential briefing took place where certain agencies acknowledged the shift, a kind of convergence in human potential. This document, released by the CIA, explores consciousness as something that can move through time, even outside of the physical world. It discusses remote viewing, timelines, and the nature of reality itself. Now, connect that to the Matrix, and the overlap becomes hard to ignore. Maybe it wasn't just a movie, maybe it was the first time the system gave us a glimpse behind the curtain. And if that's the case, what else have we been shown without realizing it?
You said that was just a hang up at the local tower. Potentially. It threw me off, though. It really threw me off. I was falling asleep and my phone just started blowing up. And I'm like, what is going on?
Okay, a lot to unpack there. First, I'm going to say, just regarding the movie The Matrix, you should look into how even the script for The Matrix was stolen, allegedly. But to bring this back to my earlier point about all of these things that are happening or have happened that are seemingly inexplicable, it just lives inside of me that Charlie Kirk knew he was going.
But to be fair, it was on Discord and it was through my cell phone. So it's like different applications as well. So I don't know if the tower thing would necessarily explain that, because, you know, I have Discord on my PC, I have it on my phone, and, you know, all of that. So it's possible. I mean, right? And again, I'm not trying to say there was, you know, some deep message to it necessarily. We had just gotten done talking about Project Looking Glass. I was falling asleep, and then that happened, and I was like, man, that is so odd.
Have happened that are seemingly inexplicable. It just lives inside of me that Charlie Kirk knew he was going to die. How was he so certain that he was going to die young? How is that possible? How was he even able to describe it as this tragic event? How did he know? How was he certain, by the way, as he said in those messages, that from the moment he signed onto the dotted line to begin Turning Point USA, he knew he was going to die. He knew his death was going to be related to Turning Point USA. That's not a coincidence, okay? It is completely absurd to have people, I don't know, maybe just a coincidence. No, that's not a coincidence at all. Why did he know that I was going to defend him? Also, why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again, not anything that I would have. To
be fair, we get into some weird conversations sometimes. So, I mean, maybe it's something people say in text messages. What's going on, Caitlin? You must have missed it yesterday. You said, has your tarot reading come true yet? We talked about that yesterday because 2 days ago, we did the call-ins for the first time. And there was another streamer that called in. And it was just, and I brought it up to them because I was like, wow, this is so funny. We did this tarot card reading thing on live, and basically came to the conclusion or whatever, the hypothesis that, okay, somebody's going to come into my life. And I think the joke was, or what I was saying was, if you guys see me on streaming with other people and talking to other people, maybe there's something to this. But then CC Carroll, I think, pointed out, or somebody pointed out that it's like, I've been talking about this for a long time. So just a coincidence, I imagine. But it is funny that it happened a day after we did that stream with the tarot cards.
I've placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think, that they knew something about Charlie. And that's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed, I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable.
It is interesting to see, I mean, how Candace Owens has blown up, where she's ended up. Again, I haven't kept up with her over the years, like really closely, but I've been familiar with her for probably about a decade. You said, what the hell, what the fuck is this? You have been sucked in. Okay, listen, if you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in. You might want to get out of here while you still can, man. If Charlie was a time traveler, you think he might have had a bit of a clue that he was going to get blasted. Unless, I'm going to play devil's advocate, guys. Unless some things can't be changed. But to speak to what she's talking about with having handlers, I do imagine that as you get more and more and more exposure, as you have more influence over people, let's say somebody like a Joe Rogan or something, right? They have a huge reach. There are probably powers that be that try to direct you. Even if you don't know it, they try to maybe push you in certain ways or just kind of keep their finger on you because you have so much influence. I mean, some people say that Joe Rogan, because of his influence, can kind of sway elections. So if you have that much influence, there are going to be people that, want to manage that influence, whether or not they're super hands-on and very, in your face about it, or if they're kind of behind the scenes with it. I imagine that's going on. And not in like some big crazy woo-woo way, but just power games, really. Wait, bear stories? You're missing the elk, you're missing the DMT. What are you talking about? There's so much more, Huggy Bear. If you're getting sucked, leave a like. Yeah, if you're being sucked, hit the like button, all right? Let YouTube know. We're on a road to 1 million subscribers, guys. We only need 994,000 more. I could taste it. I'm a cup half full kind of guy.
But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him. Just kill him. We can't have this. This is not something that we are prepared to happen. That outcome of Charlie unleashed, so to speak. And ironically, that seems to be the very thing, his assassination, that catalyzed what they feared most, losing control of Charlie. That's exactly what happened, and they catalyzed that. So it seems to me that right now we're in the midst of this. They keep doing these things that only catalyze what they're trying to stop, what they're trying to prevent. For example, even unrelatedly, but the Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, they filed a lawsuit. We have so much power. What are we going to do to stop this thing? She's getting into the story.
Interestingly enough, we got this poll in chat. What is going on with Candace Owens? 43% of you say she's serious and this is real. 24% of you say she is serious and delusional. And only 33% of you say she's grifting. So it seems like a majority of people at least think she's serious. And then there's a bit of a split on whether she's, whether it's real or she's delusional. But it being real seems to be winning out. It's still a small sample size, but I find that fascinating. And if she is the grifter, guys, she's a good one. Let's be honest, man. She's running those numbers up.
Is getting to the heart of evil and how the world is run to figure out that Brigitte is born a man. What are we going to do? We're going to file a lawsuit. A lawsuit filing was a mistake, obviously. It was globally consequential, right? They wanted to stop it, and yet they spread it. Catastrophic to their aims. The more pressure they exert toward control, the more they spin out of it. Another example, lock them down at home. Make them wear a mask, right? Create COVID in a lab, make everybody sick, force them to get the jab. Evil is really fun that way until it accidentally awakens the entire world to how fraudulent Big Pharma is. Like, is this now everyone's going, is this just a factory of poison? Do these people hate? Are they so evil? Have we just been giving our bodies over to quote unquote science? Now, going back to the Looking Glass and them shutting down this project and not being able to edit whatever it was, we obviously cannot know for certain what it is that they saw when they peered through into this Looking Glass. But I do have a general sense that they're trying to edit its inevitability with ill-guided lawfare and warfare. And what I think is that our collective awareness is a threat. I think everybody peeking their heads up is making them increasingly more frantic. It's like they know we're barreling toward some foregone conclusion, and they have spent decades trying to stop that, trying to prevent that. And when I think about what it is, right, I just consider their general obsessions and their general
SCP.
triggers. They are positively obsessed with the Antichrist. I mean, like people like Peter Thiel, he's like going around giving interviews asking about the Antichrist. That's kind of the entire drift, by the way, of the AI world. When I say I look at these people, I don't like their eyes. Something disturbs me.
Yo, welcome back, Spelt. Spelt's another streamer. He had a great conversation with him the other night. It was fantastic. You said, I could prove she's a grifter really quickly. She sued her college for racism, and currently she pushes that racism isn't real to her audience. Interesting. Now, I gotta play devil's advocate. Sometimes people change their mind, okay? Sometimes people's opinions change, and some people are more strategic in the way that they move, which I know is, you know, to you immoral, I think, just from the conversation that we have. In fact, I have another video I kind of want to show you guys that I found really interesting, but it's kind of off topic. What are you guys saying? You said you were following her transition into crazy as it happened. She made an attempt to back off of that kind of nonsense, and her audience did not like. That's the thing is when you start feeding the wolves, you know, well, any animal, if you start feeding animals, they start coming back, right? And getting audience capture, that's a whole thing, right? Where you create a certain type of audience, and then when you stop giving that audience what they are coming for, then they revolt, right? You got to be careful with that, I think, with like building audiences and whatnot. Some people, I think, get completely audience captured and they're a slave to their audience. And some people, I mean, they'll purge their audiences or just kind of do what they want. You know what I mean?
Me, they mock that.
I can fix her.
Take me out of a clip. Oh my gosh, I don't care. I have spiritual discernment. Something about the entire AI movement feels wrong. And come on, what am I wrong? Am I wrong? Sam Altman, all of them. And
what annoys me is I'm into some of these conspiracies or I'm into some of this stuff. I've been open-minded and whatnot. I dislike, not saying that she's a grifter per se in this instance, but I hate when grifters come into the scene and they latch on to pre-existing ideas, conspiracies or what have you, because they muddy the waters, because conspiracies do exist, right? People do conspire with each other. And it sucks when people muddy the waters and you want to throw out the baby with the bathwater because some jackass comes in and is trying to sell a book. It's so frustrating to me.
They are, no, you can trust us. It's like they want us all to become automated so that we can be more easily controlled. What they're going to do, okay, we can't control the outcomes. Let's just control where we're at. Let's control every single person in the world and make everything AI so that if we want to, they won't discover history. We can just delete files entirely. Nobody will be reading books anymore. The kids will be stupid. We can just wipe history and entire civilizations with the push of a button. There'll be no more books. And maybe I could say this is 1A, but they also seem to be similarly obsessed with trying to make everyone turn against Christ. I mean, that push over the last couple of years, Christ is king, is hateful. You shouldn't even be saying that. Why? That's a weird triggering that no one expected. No one should say that. It's anti-Semitic, whatever. Producing reports about Christ is king. Is that not just a waste of money? Why did they do that? Can we just revisit that? Why did they do that? They produced a report and brought in doctors to assert why Christ is king is wrong. That's weird, guys. And that's a triggering, by the way, that has been going on for a long time. It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from the classroom, creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian.
What's Nick Fuentes' take on all this? Has Nick Fuentes mentioned Candace Owens stuff? Because I thought Nick Fuentes took a step back from the Charlie Kirk stuff, but I could be mistaken. I haven't really kept up with him like that. He said that's kind of what's going on with you, Astra. If you stop sucking all of us in the black hole, you're gonna lose a lot of the people that have gotten used to that good old black suction. Well, that's the beautiful thing about the black hole. Is the once you get past the event horizon, you're kind of fucked. All right, you're stuck. Okay, so don't get too close because you will be sucked in.
Culture training us to worship stars. They wanted to establish this neo-paganism. They also wanted to make it so that future generations would think atheism was cool. That was by and large successful.
That's crazy. Like back to back to back. Huggy's like Nick's a Nazi. Caitlin, Nick's a Fed. Where's the next one? Somebody said Nick's a PDF or something like that. Jeez. There's a lot of opinions on Nick. We actually haven't done a deep dive on Nick Fuentes. We should probably watch some of his stuff.
It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool, but why? Why this push? Well, I think the obvious answer is because they are certain, actually, that God is real. That's what they're fighting. They're fighting God at all times. They know he's real, and that should be refreshing to you. Like, God's obviously real, or would they be spending all this time trying to convince us that he wasn't? Right? Do you spend all of your time trying to convince people that this is something is fiction? No, they're terrified of that. Or they wouldn't, they're open Satanists, as we showed you guys yesterday. They're trying to foster a culture of demonic idolatry. Think about this. I lost a job in part for saying that pornography is a spiritual weapon against men and that we needed to look into the history of pornography. Huh? What that should signal to you is that their power relies on us being distracted, on us being focused on carnal desires, right? Entirely living of the flesh. Like Tim Dillon said, the amenities, the pool, the new restaurant. Oh, look, there's a new celebrity over here. Yeah, so the threat is us being aware that spiritual evil exists. That's what they're afraid of. It's why they insist on this constant stream of pornography, filthy music, all of it. Because if it is true, as it's been reported by various whistleblowers, that our thoughts could.
I do have to say, it is odd what gets pushed specifically in hip hop music. What rises to the top or gets promoted, it blows my mind because it does seem to go against a lot of tenets that people hold. It does seem as though we do glorify promiscuity, but in a way that is really bad. Violence, drug abuse. I don't know if you guys remember that song. The guy in the song said, I put Molly in her drink. She didn't even know it. I took her home and I enjoyed that. She didn't even know it. That was playing on the radio. This guy was talking about essentially date raping somebody. And that was playing on the radio.
Impact future events, then what would happen if we all started focusing on goodness, eternal goodness, God?
Oh yeah, corn as well, corn. The YouTube censors are crazy. But yeah, that's probably not great. You guys saw that SpongeBob movie, right? That's coming out, the advertisements for it. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I think that's the very reason that all of these demons seem to be thrashing right now.
You said country music talks about shooting their wife. Damn. I've heard some country music. I've never heard them talking about shooting their wife. I've always heard it's like, I'm in my Ford and I got a beer and, you know, we're on the road and it's the field and I don't know, and God and country. And that's generally what I've heard from country. Then again, I don't listen to a lot of country, so I can't really, say. You guys just put me on to Tool. I fell asleep listening to Tool yesterday. I'm going to be falling down their discography, okay? I've heard of them, but I'd actually never listened to them. And it was just fascinating.
And I just wanted to dive into that project because I think we're all sensing a panic. And it's real, but I also want you to know that it's good. Now, it seems crazy. You're like, no, everybody's out of control. It feels like things are getting dangerous. Yeah, but it feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon. And we're going to speak more about that, as well as CERN and what they discovered. We have to totally revisit that was happening at CERN, just after a brief message from our sponsors. All right, you guys, new research is revealing something absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead. I don't really want to listen to her ad. I'm going to go ahead and drop her link here. You guys can go show her support and all that good stuff. We always got to, show support to people we're watching. Agree or disagree, So it's a big thing in the song, This Body Electric by Harari for the riff raff. A women country singer won political folk song of the year in 2014 for that song. It's a response to. I'll have to check it out. It's a response to that attitude of other country songs being aggressive toward women. Interesting. This Body Electric. Obviously, we can't listen to it on stream. It's unfortunate, which we could. It's Body Electric. So what is Sarah saying here? Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. Oh yeah, bro. Listen, guys. Listen, we're all about freedom of speech here. No cost to violence. If you want to talk about going and shooting Trump, you go make yourself a community. You go find yourself a community. There's communities where you can circle jerk that shit if you want. All right. I find, people talking about killing each other. See, this is my issue. People that go online and are trying to convince other people to kill people. It just seems, and excuse my language, like pussy behavior. You're trying to get other people to do dirty work for you. I don't like that shit. All right. If you're so much about your ideals, I'm not saying go and do it, but it's like, don't try to get other people to do that shit. Okay. And don't be doing that shit in my chat.
Credit cards, personal loans, or yes. Okay, so modern science kind of being run by Satanists. So obvious. Again, just go back and watch our episode on the moon landing and the rituals that they were doing. It's always been this way, and they're creating it because they want you to worship science. And that their ultimate test to see if they had succeeded in that, I feel like it was COVID, right? They stay inside, like they tried to make this a ritual, save lives. I mean, there was actually a really good article in the Spectator UK regarding how they tried to establish COVID.
Yeah, it's actually illegal too. Yeah, so we're not radicalizing people in this chat. Sorry. There's communities for that, all right? There's X, I'm sure there's communities there. There's Blue Sky. There's it probably won't fly on Rumble, but good luck.
Religion, the ritual of it, even having something you can wear, a mask to identify with one another. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Point being is that once you see that, you can't unsee it, that modern science is intentionally being created to conflict with God. And there are some really bizarre things that have happened, particularly, I would say, regarding CERN. What do you actually know about CERN? I'm going to bring Mark on to mansplain this, what CERN is and what they were involved in. And you guys kind of remember, we're trying to find the God particle. That was another push. Mark.
Is the God particle the Higgs boson, or was that something else? Damn, a fever of 102. Look, you're almost through it. The immune system is building. You guys are gonna have the best year after this because you're just not gonna get sick anymore.
Jump on here and mansplain everything.
I'm happy to. And I just want to preface by saying I am not a particle physicist.
The real.
So I just use particle physics recreationally. I'm a high school dropout. This is all on my own. But CERN was basically established in 1954 to research particle physics. There's something called the standard model of particle physics to kind of explain how everything.
I don't know what the vril is. Where are you at? Quantum. You said, Astro, you got to check out what the vril was and how Candace is probably in it. Well, what's the vril? I'm trying to Google it. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, the Higgs boson. Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. Isn't the Higgs boson supposedly what gives everything mass, essentially? It's not so much a particle as it is a field. Or maybe it's both. I'm not sure. A little over my head. I'm into this stuff. I just, need to read a book. Third time in 3 months. Damn. You're catching all of it. The vril, the Nazis were trying to Recreate Delphi. Okay. Brill. Nazi. Delphi. Here we go. The Brill Society is a largely fictional, but then again, all this conspiracy stuff, the stuff they don't want us to know about, they call fictional, okay? The Brill Society is a largely fictional, conspiracy-driven concept, not a historically proven group. It is rumored to have been a German occult society in the 20s to 30s that sought to harness Vril, a mysterious energy from the 19th century novel, to develop advanced flying machines. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. And according to myths, was connected to esoteric Nazi, Black Sun, and subterranean civilization theories. That is cool. Because wasn't Hitler into the occult? From what I understand, he was into the occult, and he had a whole team of people for like researching the occult type stuff. Well, we all know Harry Potter's real. You're a wizard, Harry. You say you were Vril in your previous life. You might have to expand on that, guys. Boom. Oh, shit. I fucked up the link. Hold up. Damn it. Why can I not type today? If you want to continue the conversation or drop it in chat. Oh my God. I cannot spell. Discord. Join the Discord. We have a whole conspiracy hole. There's a lot of holes in the black hole, right? There's multiple holes. And there's a hole that you will like. We've got a politics hole. We have a religion hole. That's new. We have a conspiracy hole.
Thing exists and what it's made out of to back up the Big Bang theory of creation. And one of the missing pieces was, how do particles that don't have mass attain mass out of nothing? And so in 1964, a group of scientists theorized that there's something called a Higgs boson. One of the scientists was named Peter Higgs, I believe. And so the search was on to find this particle. And so that's why CERN created the Large Hadron Collider, which is based in Geneva, Switzerland, and is a 17-mile tunnel underground, up to 600 feet underground in some places, where they shoot particles at subatomic particles at each other at a very high speed to try and break them apart to see what they're composed of. And so in 2012,
a philosophy hole. Indeed, I will add a hole. We're going to add a philosophy hole.
A reaction that's consistent.
I'll make a note of that.
That was theorized back in 1964 that they were calling, some people were calling it the God particle, to explain how something can come from nothing and essentially try and erase God from the story of creation to create a scientific explanation of it.
So in short, exactly, they're trying to be God. This is like the next step for them. We're controlling humanity. We're controlling their minds. Like, what can we do? What's the next step? We need to become creators of things on Earth. That's all the way, by the way, you guys, part of my conspiracy, why I'm like, have 12 kids. It's because they want to even control birth. They want to control dying. Like, they're debating, oh, you should have, they always sell it as like, it's more freedom for you. No, it's more power for them. We're going to decide if you're allowed to be born. Everyone's going to eventually, in the future, need IVF, which puts them in a place of power. And then also, we're going to also tell you when you die, which is why they have now these pods, which is being debated. And where's the home of the pods, the death pods? Switzerland. Anyways, of course, the tunnel is underground. And it's interesting when you consider that they started searching for this particle when they realized, that's when the 70s is when they began this Looking Glass project, when they started, not the CIA's Looking Glass project, but when they first got this Sumerian technology hooked up with a computer. It's an interesting parallel, right? And I also wanted to tell you guys a little bit more about what happened with CERN, which I've always wondered about. It was a big WTF moment with these elites, and you might recall this happening in 2016, but maybe you weren't awake yet. They quite literally got caught, and I think it was some worker that was walking around doing this nighttime ritual satanic ceremony gathered around the statue of Shiva. Interesting for those of you that are following our Becoming Brigitte series. In season 2, I went into Dionysus, the god of Amiens, which was from that town where weird.
I say the conspiracy hole basically also takes in the paranormal. Maybe I will need a paranormal hole. I don't want too many holes too fast because we're still growing the Discord. So I don't want it to be, you know, you go into a hole and you're all by yourself, you know? It gets lonely in the holes unless there's other people, right? But we talk about paranormal quite a bit as well. We went on about paranormal yesterday for like hours, I think. Single particle. Sorry, I'm in chat here.
Weird things happen, and that's where both Brigitte and Emmanuel are from. Well, Shiva in the Hindu faith, if you look it up, it's this would be the nearest equivalent. Dionysus being like god of wine and revelry. Shiva would be the equivalent here. Anyway, they got caught literally in the middle of a satanic human sacrifice ritual. And I'm just going to read you this article verbatim because otherwise you won't believe me. Okay. This took place. CERN discovers satanic human sacrifice taking place at the Large Hadron Collider's ground.
What?
Okay. A satanic human sacrifice, it reads, has been staged on the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the home of the Large Hadron Collider. The footage.
Does she mean before they built it there? There was like human sacrifice in the past? Or is she trying to say that the people at CERN, after it's been built, practice it? A satanic human sacrifice has been staged in the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear for CERN, the home of the Large Hadron Collider.
Guys, a cloaked group wearing long flowing black robes. One of them has on hiking boots underneath. They're seen walking around before a woman moves onto the floor and then is stabbed. But the footage, then the person who's recording it, you're going to see the drop and they're like, what the heck happened? And they are obviously scared. So when they got caught with this, I want you to know they come out and they say, oh, that was a prank. I'm sorry. It's a massive statue, as you're about to see. You're telling us that the leading scientists in the world decided to meet by the cloak of night to do a prank, and someone at the facility gave a statement and said the PR guy said they were taking their sense of humor too far by staging a satanic ritual. I'm sorry, is this an acceptable excuse? This is like when a pastor finds $300K behind a toilet. We're going to need a little bit more here. Is the woman still alive?
Shit, if you guys could point me to that toilet, it'd be greatly appreciated.
If this was a fake stabbing in this video. The leading scientists of the world, and they admit, by the way, we're really concerned about security. We don't know how this video got out. It wasn't like this prank was intended for the world. Somebody who worked there recorded it, got it to a YouTuber who then published it. And their response was to say, that was a prank. Don't ask any more questions. Let's move on. And the media just backed him up. It was a prank. Yeah. So we're going to take a look at this ceremony, which again is taking place under a Hindu deity. And the spokesperson confirmed it's real. And this person had no permission to record it. And there was obviously, therefore, had no permission to have it published. Take a look at this, and I'm going to have to talk through it in case some people are listening on audio, but you really should try to tap in and watch this on video as well. Okay, so it's a massive, massive statue. That's just to start. Are we bringing this in as a part of the prank? I don't know. There is a woman, there's a bunch of people that are in black robes, and some of them have hoods up, and then there's a woman that's wearing all white in the center of it. And they are now encircling this woman, and she's like laying flat on the floor as somebody is circling around her. I think he might be holding some fire. And then it looks like she gets stabbed. I'd like to know where that woman is today, if this was a prank.
Okay, that looked a little crazy. One, I mean, it is a big statue, massive. Two, if you want to look all cool and freaky or whatever, and serious, if you have a robe, I feel like it has to cover your feet. Because you can't be wearing a black robe and then have sneakers on. That just looks ridiculous.
They are now encircling this woman, and she's like laying flat on the floor as somebody is circling around her. I think he might be holding some fire, and then it looks like she gets stabbed. I'd like to know where that woman is today. If this was a prank, you then hear heavy breathing and you hear a guy saying F, 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 F. Doesn't seem like it was a prank to him. He didn't think it was a prank, and we just moved on. We just absolutely moved on from that, which is incredible.
That reminds me of the footage. What was it? Alex Jones. Oh my gosh. The owl. Oh, what the hell? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. He saw something similar to this. Some sort of weird secret society meetup where they were worshiping like the owl god or something. Was it Alex Jones? I think it was Alex Jones. Oh man, what was that called? Grove? Something Grove. Moloch. Bohemian Grove. There you go. Appreciate you. Yes, Bohemian.
Consider that as a society, we have been so distracted that we were like, oh yeah, I guess that's fine. It was just a prank or whatever. Anyways, like I said, it feels like evil is becoming more radical, more obvious, and more noticeable.
I mean, it is weird. I mean, it's just weird. Why would you get together and do that? I mean, maybe it is some sort of religious thing. I don't know. Everybody's different. We do different things for fun. Maybe people do stuff like that for fun. Maybe it's like role playing or something. I don't know, man. If somebody was like, hey, you want to come and do this with me? And I got there and I saw that, I'd be like, dude, I don't want anything to do with this. Like, what? What are you guys doing? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Bohemian Grove. People that they ate. Apparently you're not supposed to eat people. We discovered that the other day. The pigeon lady from Home Alone 3 is God. I would have to watch that movie again. Theatrical, I mean, I suppose it could be, right? Russian River. Some of these pastors try too hard. I'm really put off by the church in general and the people in it. Somebody recently broke into that. What's the whole? What's the thing with Bohemian Grove? Let me see. The Bohemian Grove is a private campground covering 2,700 acres in Monterey, California. Founded in 1878, it is owned by a private gentleman's club called the Bohemian Club. Okay, well, what's the Bohemian Club about? The Bohemian Club is a private club with 2 locations, a city clubhouse in the Nob Hill district of San Francisco, California, and the Bohemian Grove, a retreat north of city. Okay. So how do they have a web? Oh, look at this. Bam. They got a website, guys. Okay, well, I tried accessing their website. This is what I was met with. Does anybody have a username and password for me? Anybody in the Bohemian Grove that will allow me to investigate? Sorry, the Bohemian Club. I'm just trying to do some investigative journalisms. All right? I'm trying to commit a journalism, if you will. Wait, weaving spiders come not here is what it says in the sigil or the symbol. Cost you $3.50? Yeah, how do you join? That's my question. I want to click over across the whole internet here when I'm live. I don't know what's going to pop up. Username and password. Yeah, anybody got a username and password for me? Invitation only. Well, I need an invitation just for journalisms. you're a member, but we're kind of exclusive. What are you trying to say? I think I would make well, I don't know what you guys get into. I think I'd make a great member, depending what you guys get into. Depending. There's some stuff that I'm not really into, so, I might have to pass. Username is username and password is password. It turns out I just try to fuck around and type in a username and password, and it dings on their side, and they're like, there's somebody trying to get into our club. There's somebody trying to hack into the system. I end up on their radar. You say Candace is hot. Some people said they could fix her.
To
Yeah, I don't know about breaking into the Bohemian Grove. It said 2,700 acres. That's how you go ahead and disappear. 2,700 acres, that's a place you sneak into and you don't sneak out, okay? If they find your ass. That's a lot of places to dig a hole.
who had never considered that any of this was possible. And a part of that is just recognizing how fake the media is, And this brings me to Daily Wire, Unhinged. I don't even know what to say. They have dropped another video that kind of, if I'm being honest, feels like a laced threat. They are mocking Egyptian planes, but they have put in a voiceover, again, dropped on my old socials. So using my face to attack me in a really strange way by suggesting that they are following my every move and my every personal decision that I make, that they will be watching me. So I'm going to let you watch the video that they dropped on my socials.
You should be obsessed with traveling, not just the destination, but the experience of getting there. When you travel with us, you'll feel warm, you'll feel welcomed, and you'll feel watched. Because every seat comes with the peace of mind of knowing someone is following you. Following you with 2 planes.
What the fuck?
This is what you can expect when you fly with At Egyptian Air, we definitely never mix up our time zones, flight numbers, or flight times. We know every journey is your personal business. After all, your personal business is our business. Is our motto, Egyptian Air, wherever you travel.
We will follow.
And so they've colored the letters there on the text for watched, followed, we will follow. I don't even know what to say to that. Like I told you, they're unhinged. It's been going on, by the way. It's like gang stalking. It's just been going on for 2 years consistently behind the scenes. Now they're just kind of gone mass down and people are seeing it in front of the scenes. Like I just am not allowed to be fired from that company. And I don't know what to really say or do about that other than just to keep publicizing that I find their behavior to be alarming. It's discomforting. And there's something about this that feels very dangerous to me. And that feels like a warning, as many people said, a threat, a laced threat, the weird devilish voice at the end, we will follow you, and then having a plane then burst into flames. It's not a joke. They don't mean it to be a joke at all. So yeah, there you go. We'll just put that out there. Lastly, before I get to some of your comments, I just wanted to also...
Okay, I might need to pull up the Charlie Kirk text messages where he says he's a time traveler, because I'm not really seeing the connection. I mean, I feel like we haven't really gotten too deep on the Project Looking Glass stuff.
Mike Pompeo, former U.S. Secretary of State, Tucker had exposed that during his time at the CIA, I believe it was Mike.
See, Carol, you said YouTube is making me mad, man. The comments are being hidden when they get too real. I mean, if you could just leave the slurs out of the comments, I'm telling you, man, they'll go through.
Correct, you guys, just in my ear, that he tried to have what's his face murdered, Julian Assange. It was Pompeo, right? Okay, you fact checked that before. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Tucker had exposed that. I think it was Mike Pompeo. I will correct that momentarily if I'm wrong. But anyways, they are just openly discussing how they need to edit history books. I was correct? yeah, he discussed options to take out Assange just to make sure we're above bar there. Anyways, he is sitting down and discussing how in the future they're just going to have to edit out of textbooks for kids that are in school the part about how they murdered tens and thousands of Palestinian women and children and innocent men because it's just not good for their aims. Here's him in his own words. Take a listen.
The next generation of young people won't remember October 7th in the same way. That's true in Israel and in America and broadly in the world. And we need to make sure two things. One, it's not that we don't forget. We need to make sure that the story is told properly so that when the history books write this, they don't write about the victims of Gaza, right? They can't. The history. What? And it's. I should be a little more precise. There were victims in Gaza, right? It's true. There are civilian casualties in every war that's ever been fought, but the victims were the people of the nation state of Israel. The aggressor was the Iranian regime in the proxy of Hamas, and we need to make sure that the history books reflect that, and that requires each of us every day to talk about it in real time with our children, with our grandchildren, about it in a way that is serious and thoughtful and complete and moral.
I just love it. They start.
I mean, what he said did come off a little crazy. I'm not going to lie. Yo, Esoteric, I see you dropped in the Discord. I see you're in Gaming Voice. If you are trying to hop on stream, just click on Stream Chat. It's the voice chat channel right underneath Gaming Lounge or Gaming Voice.
They were just like, yep, got to keep that part out of the textbooks about the innocent Palestinians. He's like, oh, I mean, we're on camera. We just need to make sure it's the focus is just on the Israelis, like, because like that matters more to us and the CIA. Yeah.
Yeah, I see he's talking about framing. It did come off a little rough there, though. We need to make sure we tell the history right, which, you know, depending who says that line, it could mean different things, right?
Everyone's just gone mask down, I think, is what I'd like to say about that. In conclusion, we will throw it to some of our sponsors, then I'm going to get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, there are a lot of brands.
Again, don't really feel like listening to ads. Although I have to say, guys, we might have to check out more Candace Owens content just for the simple fact that she does not have ads. YouTube does not play ads on her channel, which is interesting. But here's a link to her channel. Huh. That is a long one. Oh, then she just goes into comments. Okay. Well, I think we kind of got, you know, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more meat in this one. With the Project Looking Glass stuff, I was kind of excited about just seeing what like she had to say about it. It felt a bit surface level, really. I mean, stuff we basically already covered yesterday for the most part. So, meh. I mean, it was all right. It was an all right listen. Astro, not sponsored. Yeah, no. We're not sponsored yet, guys. Oh, the Illuminati has not reached out yet. They said I need more subscribers. They said I need more likes. You know, once we get more, maybe they'll actually give me a username and password to the Bohemian Club. I'm trying to see what they're doing over there. Some of you guys said male nudism. Not really into that. If I want to see naked dudes, I could just go to like the YMCA or something. Yeah, I'm not really into that. It's not my cup of tea, per se, but to each their own. Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. Anytime you go to like a gym like the Y or something and you're in the locker room, there's always an old naked dude just walking around with no towel. Okay? I don't know if this is just my experience, but it's just like every fucking time. That's also what she said. Yeah, guys, we do want a little bit more meat. You're dropping F-bombs and N-bombs left and right. But that's not what they're trying to cover up. Yeah, exactly. They're just using that as an excuse. Oh my gosh. Owens, you know, give her a little applause there. There we go. Frey, you said, can I see? I don't know what you're, considering all the things I just said, I you know what? Forget it. I don't even want to know what you're talking about. Actually, speaking of the time travel shit, I want to see if I can pull up the text messages that she's talking about. Let me try to pull those up. Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, time travel text messages. Kind of a mouthful. Come on, give me a short here, guys. Give me a short. Wait, what is this? Nope.
Charlie was done with it.
All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Present you proof of what I am saying. This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. There were 9 people in total on this chat.
Wait, no, I think this is the Israel stuff. Hold up.
Why did Charlie think he was
Here we
a
go.
time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality?
Okay, where are the messages, though? I need the messages. Well, we know we're off of her channel now because there's advertisements. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Anyway, I'm not sure if I will live to see the end of this revolution. I believe you are the peace God meant me to meet that will finish the fight. Since the beginning of Turning Point USA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Anyway, that's depressing conversation for another night. Laugh my ass off, or another time. That is so weird, blah, blah, blah. I can't read because this shit's covering it up. That's so weird. A fear manifestation that's an actualization. And then Charlie says, not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true. Was that it? I dream of death. Wait, where are these messages? Oh my God, guys, can we please? Okay.
All right, we end today.
I'm sure this is a great dude. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really just here for the text messages, bro. Okay. I'm an alien. Sad face. And then Charlie responds, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Okay. Was that it? Come on, this can't be it. All right, Philip DeFranco, he might have something. He might have something. Man, he's gotten skinny. Here we go. Okay. Just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. Think of inviting Candace. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Please don't invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term, in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times. Okay, sure. But where's the time travel stuff? We should chat soon. Catholicism is looking better and better. Okay, well, if that was seriously all of the text messages, and of course they wouldn't actually show anything because God forbid you do that on a news channel. God forbid you actually show something. I can't see shit. Okay. Okay, give me a second here. This is so frustrating. Oh, there we go. She got an ad. She got an ad on her channel. Okay. It really shouldn't be this hard. Let me Google it.
All right, you guys, happy Wednesday. I'd like to begin today's episode with a little bit of feedback for the deep state, the deep globalized.
Yeah, it's just the same video we watched. Guys, I'm starting to think there's nothing here. Candace is sponsored. Oh, shit. She's making shit up, dude. Bro. How could you say such a thing? Well, what else can we learn about the Looking Glass program? Oh, we still got to go down the rabbit hole with it. Listen to Dan Burish's interview, at least one of them, his kind of testimony, and it's pretty out there, right? What can we ever really know is the question. Did they shadow ban my chat with the phone number to the White House? Wait, are you posting the phone number to the White House? What do you mean the phone number to the White House? I mean, I'm sure we could just Google the phone number to the White House, right? Or do you have like somebody's phone number in the White House? Don't know that if you do know somebody in the White House and you have their phone number, I would not post that in chat. I don't think they'd be happy. They probably won the knock boots. I'm not trying to like speculate and all that on that kind of stuff, but I mean, the text message, I think it said something like he's a time traveler and she traveled with him or something. I mean, again, I don't know what to make of this. I need more context. It's like he could have just hit a blunt and been like shooting the shit, you know, just kicking it in chat. You know what I mean? Just in text messages. Are we doxing the government now? A direct line to the White House. I got it off an old Alex Jones video a few weeks ago. And if you Google the phone number, nothing shows up, but it works. I mean, what do you mean? Have you called the number? I'm trying to think of what I could do with this information. If you were to send me the number, I don't know if I want to be calling the White House. It would be an interesting little thing for stream, though. But I don't know if I want that kind of smoke or that kind of attention right now. I feel like I'm too easy to disappear. Don't call that number. I mean, yeah, for you guys, for the stream, for chat, for journalism, I feel like a journalist right now. Yeah, I think I could call the number. I don't think I should, though. They said, hello, White House. I hung up. I was scared. You said you'll call it. If you call it, you have to do it on Discord, bro. Like, we have to hear it. I'm not even fucking playing. I don't know what I would say. Like, okay, let's say I call the number and they're like, hey, this is the White House. What's going on? What the hell? Hey, this is Astra with the Black Hole Radio broadcast. We were just calling to do some investigative journalism. Yo! Oh shit! Let me unmute. Hold up. Ayo! Ayo!
There she is.
You there? There she is. There she blows. Yo, Esoterica, you can hop in the stream chat if you want.
No, my stream chat.
Bro, why are you posting this number? I'm so confused.
All right, hold on.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Quiet. So
are you gonna call it?
Yeah, absolutely call it.
How do you do what?
Like,
what are we calling the White House for?
I need you guys to be able to hear it. I'm gonna call the White House and I'm gonna make threats to the president's life. Have the fucking secret.
Motherfucker, not on my stream. Not on my fucking stream, you're not.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's brainstorm in the chat here. What am I gonna call about? Maybe make that a poll. Get some can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you guys. What would we ask the White House? What is it? What's worth it?
I opened the channel again and it was like giving me feedback from like 30 seconds ago and it was confusing the shit out of me. But yeah, I don't know, get some suggestions going in the chat and I'll absolutely call.
All right. One thing I'm interested in is how do you get in the press seat? And during the White House press briefings, they always have like an independent person, like from YouTube.
They don't let people that go to.
I'm sure they're not going to phrase it like that.
Or like specifically people that fucking pander to Trump. They don't let real journalists in there.
Well, I mean, well, listen, guys. I mean, I feel like it's a good question to ask. Like, what are the qualifications that somebody needs to hold in order to be able to ask a question or to sit in the press seat?
How about asking about his nasty...
It's not too far of a drive for me. I would definitely try to get over there. I want to do that. I don't think they're going to like that.
Well,
listen,
it's about doing it for the people, Astra.
It is about doing it for the people. However, if they are petty, I can make it a little bit more complicated. My life is already complicated enough.
I mean, this entire administration is being run off being petty, so...
What kind of... We do commentary on politics, I already know what question I would ask the White House press secretary. I'm asking you about UAPs and UFOs. I already know. That's my question. You get one question I ask, that's my question. Must suck off Trump. If it's figuratively, again, I don't have to. I'm not going to do the sucking, but I'll ask a question that That's
how it goes.
Well, you do get sucked in the black hole. This is how it goes. What do you guys think? Have someone specifically to be transferred to? Yeah, can I speak to Pete Hegseth at the Department of War?
All right, so here's the deal. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and I'm gonna leave my phone in here. You discuss this with chat, and when I come back, we're calling the White House.
All right, man. All right, go have your smoke, bro.
You
fuck me.
Very important call. You need to figure out what we're gonna do and how it's gonna be handled.
Yeah. Obviously, this is very important. All right, guys. Oh, fuck me. You said that one is too deep. I'm going to change the title of this stream to Calling the White House. I mean, look, my question is, what do I have to do, or what do we have to do to be able to get a seat at one of the press conferences? Unironically, if they would actually offer one, I would definitely go. I would actually go. That'd be super fucking cool. Ask AI. No, man, we need to figure it out here, guys. We need to figure it out here. I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking. Dude, that would be sick. That would be so sick. I'm sure they'd have to scrape my channel and see what I say and everything and see who I am. But, like, I'm pretty in the middle. Like, I'm, like, bipartisan, so I'm not going to go in there and act a fool. You know what I mean? I'll probably have to do something with my hair, maybe a little bit, but it's not that the White House is open, but they allow for independent media to come in, and they have a seat for them. So Tim Pool has been there. Riley Gaines, I think, has been there. Like basically YouTubers, essentially, and they're allowed to ask one question. My reading might come true. Holy shit, yeah. You said perhaps your disagreement with ICE. Yeah, if we're trying to actually get in there, that's not a good strategy. I don't think they're gonna want me in there. If I ask about that in particular. I'd be careful with Caroline Levitt. Anything right now. She's been meaner than a striped steak lately. Really? She's sharp. She's quick. Tony Stone. Don't call that. You said I warned you. Oh my lord. You like Kaylee better. Which one's Kaylee? I mean, this could go very well, or it could go very badly, or it could be a nothing burger, which nothing would probably be, that's still good. If it's nothing, that's actually still good. You see, this is why I don't need people in the chat doing calls to violence and shit. You can't be having that and then be calling the White House. You know what I mean? You know what? Yeah, I think that would be a good question, actually. I'm still here, guys. I'm still here.
Sure. All right, ladies. What's the consensus here?
I don't know. I don't really feel like we've gotten anywhere on this one. Oh. Again, my interest is going to would pretty much center around the UAP task force. Like, hey.
You're not going to get a single answer on fucking UFOs, dude. Like, you look at Caroline.
Well, no, of course not. But
she won't even acknowledge, like, fucking her go-to answer to almost anything is, I can't comment on that. I know nothing about this. I know nothing about that. Like, if we're gonna do this, I want to get like some kind of a legitimate response on something. Like, I know I'm not saying.
Oh, we're not getting
Carolyn Levitt. I know that. I'm just. But
I was gonna say we're not getting her. We're getting somebody sitting at a desk.
I didn't mean to say that. Like, that's what I was gonna give it. Like, I was just using that as an example of like how this administration handles questions on almost anything. I mean, I'll probably get some weird fucking secretary that hangs out at the phone at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Or an answering machine.
More than likely.
And I kind of suck at leaving messages. Yeah.
I'm fantastic at it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty little head. We'll get this going. What's the number two? 202-456. That's it. 202.
Apparently.
1414. Let me save that real quick just so I have it. No, my concern is that I mean, I don't have a computer on me at the moment. So like I'm using Discord on my phone. So if I make a phone call, it's probably gonna not play through the chat. And then it'll just defeat the whole purpose.
Okay.
We'll get to hear it. So we got to figure out a way around that too.
Okay. Let's put our brains together here. Give me a sec.
Let me fucking. Who can I call right now? I'm gonna call my boy. 3 a.m, wake his ass up and see if you guys can do that. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Yo.
Tony had a good one.
As soon as I made the phone call, everything went silent on your end.
I mean, I was a bit quiet too, but yeah.
Well,
You said call the White House and say, hi, I'm a prominent conservative YouTuber calling to share some very effective strategies Trump can utilize to ensure a red wave during the midterms. I would also have to have some fucking good old strategies. You better press *69.
I think it's 6-7. 6.
That'll work. What? I feel like they both work, but yeah, I don't know if that'll. Yeah, no, that'll definitely work. No, that'll absolutely work.
*69 is like the most recent number that called you.
I might have been doing it wrong this whole time then. But *67, yeah. I really want to think this one out, though. I really want to think this one out.
No, I'm right there with you. Like I said, if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it and like have it be something good. Let me look.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me look this number up online and see what it's actually supposed to connect me to.
Right. It ends up just being Caitlin's phone number.
Who's Caitlin? Is she hot? I'll call Caitlin.
Well, I think she's the one. I think she's the one that posted the number. Yeah, Caitlin's the one in chat that posted the number.
Well,
if she's hot, I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Ask her. Unbiased response.
Let's see. Oh, I can see her chat. I'm gonna go to her channel.
I'm pretty sure all of my. I think all of my chatters are good looking, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody that's a part of the community is pretty. Yeah, exactly. To subscribe, you kind of have to be attractive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anybody that wants.
So, guys, if you're not subscribed, I'm sorry.
3917-0705. Give me a shout. Get sucked in the black.
Bro, stop. Dude, dox yourself. Oh my god, this is the internet, man. You gotta be more careful.
My number, dude.
No, you can do it. Do you, bro? Do you? Oh Lord, this is not supposed to be a dating a dating stream.
It's not dating. I'm just trying to. And it's not like I put my number online like that. I just threw it out to a close group of friends. So I think that's what we are.
Yeah. You need to do that when during a peak stream.
This is. I mean, you're gonna throw your VOD up on there, and somehow somebody's gonna get a hold of it, and it's gonna lead to some unintended consequences.
True.
Like when your channel blows up one of these days, down the line, people are going to be sifting through your old content. They're going to find my phone number and it's just going to turn into a fucking nightmare. Or it could be.
Yeah, you're going to have to change your number.
Maybe, nah, dude, I've had the same number for years. But no, maybe something good will come of it. Maybe Joe Biden will find it because he definitely watches your streams and then, I can get involved with the Biden administration. Biden 2028.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, he drops in here from time to time. 2028, Jesus.
Who's... Oh, that's Spelt. Spelt's talking about he's a Greek god. Sir, the only Greek god in here is me. Well, actually, I'm Jesus Christ, so I wouldn't say Greek, but...
Oh, wow. You're just really trying to set people off. Tamara, we're trying to figure out... Basically, we're contemplating calling the White House and trying to get some information. However, we haven't decided on what information we're even trying to get. So, that's where we're at right now.
Mike Tyson likes pigeons.
Does the president like pigeons? True.
I would vote for Mike Tyson to be president. I think he could do a better job than this current administration.
Mike Tyson? I mean, probably he seems like a nice guy.
Dude, he's he used to be, like a psychopathic animal, but he calmed down a lot, and he's actually pretty deep on an emotional level. Because, his daughter died, and then he went through a whole bunch of stuff, and then he started doing mushrooms, and he went through a whole enlightenment phase. And if you listen to the things that he's got to say, and just stuff that he's going on now, he is a genuinely good person.
Yeah, he seems like it.
I don't know, Mr. Astra. What are we, any thoughts on this White House call or what?
Well, for one, it doesn't seem like you're gonna be able to make the call for us to hear it, for one. So that's already out there.
I have a tablet floating around here somewhere, so I can grab that, hop on Discord, that, and then, just call on my phone on speaker, and you guys can listen that way. I'll make it happen. Listen, if we come up with a legitimately good idea, I'm fully committed to it.
Shit, I'd be willing to call if we had a good idea. I'm just not trying to be But yeah, I mean, Caitlin, that's the only thing I can really think of is the independent media seat. It's just calling to ask about the qualifications for that. They're just going to send me to a website, though, if I do that. So,
Caitlin, you make so many good points. God, you are fucking awesome. You know that?
why are you stop trying to butter up Caitlin, bro? Like, get out. It's not going to happen.
Hey, don't shoot me shooting my shot down. This is the fucking ask.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
This is the Ask Your Dating Hour.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's what it is.
Is that
welcome
the White
to the Black Hole.
Black Hole press conference.
Are you looking for a soulmate? Join the Discord now. Ask why Trump declared Antifa terrorist but not the KKK. That might be coming off a bit too strong, though. They're just going to say, I don't know, they're just going to direct me to some bullshit.
Trump called that lady a terrorist, or Christy Nome did, called Nicole Good a terrorist 20 minutes after she got shot.
That is kind of wild. I mean, he says the wild stuff. He says some wild stuff. We could call and ask about Epstein, but I'm not. Yeah, he's probably not going to work.
Grapist. I hate that.
You're not helping me get in that media seat, bro.
That's why I said grapist.
I got to push back on you if I want to make it into the media seat.
Hey, it's all right, buddy. I love you. We'll get you in that media seat. Don't you worry.
Ask what.
You know what you got to do? Get a haircut. It's a big step forward in getting that.
No, no. I could pull the hair back. We could do stuff with the hair. Don't you worry. I'm not cutting my hair for a soul. So that's out of the question.
I'm a big fan, but.
No, I appreciate you, but if they told me, oh yeah, you could come up in here and interview Trump, you could get an interview with Trump, you just have to cut your hair, I'd be like, yeah, go fuck yourself.
You know, really all you need to do to get into Trump's inner circle is just ride his meat. Just praise him on every level that you can and hype him up to everybody that you know and make it known, like make it very public. And his ego is so fragile that like he eats that shit up and it'll get you right in. Essentially, that's like, look at some of the people that he's brought into the White House. Like, I can't think of names off the top of my head, but I'm gonna pull it up real quick. It's wild, some of the people that he's brought in there just because they fucking kissed his ass a little bit.
All right, well, I just looked it up. So to get in the seat in the White House press briefing room, journalists, independent creators, and influencers must apply for credentials via whitehouse.gov/blah, blah, blah, and pass a U.S. Secret Service background check. I could do that. I can do that. The administration is expanding access to non-traditional media, including a new designated media seat for underrepresented. I would say that's us. News-related. That's us. Digital content creators. Guys, I think we fit the bill. Let me go to the website. I want to see.
Say so.
What? 404 page cannot be found.
Real quick, I feel like I'm taking too much of your stream. I'm going to mute myself again, but if we find a relevant reason for me to come back in, do you just let me know? But before I do go, I just want to say...
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Caitlin, just remember, 203-917-0705.
All right. Caitlin, if you do end up calling that number, you're going to have to fill us in on how that conversation goes. I am very interested. Yo, Spelt, what's going on? Welcome back. Actually, yo, that's a good point, Caitlin. I could call them and ask about that. I could say, hey, I was looking to apply
if we're looking for
the media seat. Yes. So join the Discord, guys. I'm gonna drop the link to the Discord.
This is my thing. I'm just hosting this specifically to find me love.
Spell, are you looking for a soulmate too?
Gotcha. Okay, sorry.
I could connect everybody, okay? Like, we could help out...
Polly.
No, we could help out CC.
I wouldn't really, settle down.
Oh. I mean, there might be some polys in chat. I don't know, some polygons or something. But that would actually be a good thing to ask them is why is there a 404 page not found when I try to apply to become or to get into the White House? That is odd to me. Damn, candidates must pass through a U.S. Secret Service screening, a process that could take several months. The White House press office reviews applications to ensure the content produced is news related. I mean, sure.
Yo, Asher, you know what you could do? Go on the Discord and throw that in the stream, and have the girls look at my 6-pack, currently laying here shirtless. Maybe that'll get me some fucking hits.
Bro, let me see. What are you talking about? Oh my god!
Yeah, get that on stream.
Yo, stop it. This is supposed to be news related.
Come on now.
I mean, you are, but let me see. Am I allowed? Okay.
I mean, it's not nudity. Wait. I need to.
No, I was gonna Google. I'm like, can guys be shirtless on YouTube?
I need to know. I need to know before
a
it comes up,
multitude
though.
of shorts with no shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%. They've not taken my lives down yet.
Hold on. Let me. You want to get some real fucking shots? We'll go out in the snow with no shirt on and get the nipples nice and hard.
Okay. Got some of the chest hair going on. This is the exact reason why they vet people so hard before letting them into the press room.
Look at this fucking snow pile.
Anybody on the East Coast? Has the snow hit you guys yet?
I might flip my camera around and stuff.
Yo, Esoterica, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I see you've been hanging out in the gaming lounge for a while.
Yeah, it's about the same here. We're about to get 1.5 feet of snow.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna jump over here. Yo, Esoterica. I don't know if you wanted to hop on and chat. I don't know if you were trying to or not, but if you were, you could jump into the stream chat, right? It's right below the gaming voice. I'm not sure if you're still... Oh, wait, there you are. Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, so you are in the chat. Okay, never mind. I'm hopping back over. Okay. Wait, where'd Spelt go? What's going on in the Truth in the Shadows? Oh yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. You can hang out in there and stuff. I just wanted to let you know. I didn't know if you were trying to hop on stream and chat, so I just didn't want you sitting there like, why can't they hear me or something like that. So you said he's turning you on. Let me see this guy. I want to see this shirtless man. It looks, hey, CC, it looks like you got some takers in chat.
Oh, dude, I got takers, bro. I'm fucking. Oh, let's go. What does she look like, though?
What does she look like? Yeah. What do you mean? It doesn't matter.
I mean, no, not really.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't know why. I don't even know why I'm throwing these questions out.
You know, everybody here is.
Okay.
Everybody here is beautiful. You already know that.
Yeah, let me hit the light. Hold on. Get some fucking brightness.
All right, you guys are gonna see CC Carol. Dude, at this point, you might as well just fucking make your channel, bro, because you're already basically streaming, my guy. All right, hold on. I'm pulling up Discord. Give me a second.
Oh, I wasn't even like on chat.
Well, not on the screen, because you want to be on the screen, right?
Oh, I don't care. Let me see. Let me see what I look like. Hold on. I gotta get the angles.
I'm saying if you don't want to be, just let me know. I thought that was what you wanted.
Oh no, I'm all about it. Listen.
What it used to be. All right, guys. What? I'm pulling it up right now. Just give me one sec.
Let me see if I can get my samples.
Ladies,
see better what I look like. There we go.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, you do you. Or do me. Get some.
All right, guys. With All right, guys. For your viewing pleasure, we got CC here.
I'm scared.
Ah!
Come on, ladies.
Boom. That's CC there, guys. His phone number, he's already put it out there. You're on right now.
Oh no.
So Tony Stone said they're interested.
Is that a chick? Tony
could be a girl. Tony could be a girl name.
could be.
But you got like a 28% chance for it to be a chick.
Oh, dude, that's a high number. I don't know, 28.
Yeah, I mean that's that right now. What do you think, Tony?
Like this anymore. I'm too self-conscious and shy. I
understand that. That's how I feel as well.
All the time. I'm just shook.
Look, most people are afraid to get on voice. Okay, you just got on like video. So I mean, you're backing up the big game.
No, I gotta get my actual channel going. I got a lot to say about a lot of things. I just don't know how to go about it.
So, somebody asked if you like pigeons, and bro, I'll help you out, bro. Like I said, we could get it started, bro.
Yeah,
I'll walk you through it. But more importantly, somebody asked, do you like pigeons?
Oh, I love pigeons. Yo, I used to have chickens.
He loves pigeons. And he used to have chickens. Do you still have chickens?
I don't have chickens. They all got eaten. Fucking no.
Okay. Next time you tell that story, he still has chickens, guys. The weasel.
You are.
He still has chickens, guys.
Yo, you know what they do, dude? They're fucking sick animals. They don't just eat them. They rip their fucking necks open and drink the blood and then just leave them there. It was a brutal scene.
Fuck, like a big yikes.
Big time.
That sounds like it.
Yeah.
Evie, what do you think? Well, you're married. No. Evie, you're married, so you're out of this. You don't get a say. It's really up to Tony at this point.
Yeah,
Tony said they'd smash.
No, I feel like I'm gonna get my feelings hurt. There's gonna be people that just mean.
No, he said he'd smash, or they said they'd smash, and they said show that. No. I said they, and they'd smash, and
And second of all, I'm not looking for a man.
I did. It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Okay, well, who's Tony? Tell Tony to call me.
Tony, get in the Discord.
Christopher is absolutely available at the moment.
He said show the cakes. We can't do that on YouTube, guys. Join the OF. No, I'm just playing. Nothing. They said the cakes, but we can't do that. We can't do that on YouTube, guys.
I mean, we could if we just
all right.
Quick.
Sorry, only women on YouTube get away with that kind of shit.
Here's the thing. We're a real tight-knit community in here. I don't think we have any snitches that'll go report into the TOS.
Considering my stream got hit for watching movie trailers, I beg to differ.
Terms of service does not apply in the black hole.
Oh man, I wish that were true. Once I build my own website for streaming, we could do that.
Rumble?
Yeah, Rumble. Oh, I could go live on Rumble.
Paragraph long.
What is
6
Rumble,
bullet
dude?
points.
I've never heard of it before, and now all of a sudden everybody's talking about it.
It's like Twitch. It's a streaming platform.
It's YouTube. Wait, I thought it was like YouTube.
I'd equate it a little more to like Twitch, honestly, because YouTube does more like formatted videos where
Oh, Caitlin! Oh my
you don't
God,
have
hold
to be
on.
live. I don't know
I
if they
brought
do
up
that
the
as much on Rumble.
first off. He brought up the chicken. Hold on, shush, 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 because Caitlin's talking to me. I didn't expect that to happen. So he brought up the chickens, and then it just kind of made me a little bit emotional because I love those.
He's emotional. He's in touch.
They were part of my family, and they were brutalized by a
He has empathy.
rat demon. So I'm sorry if I mentioned something a little bit morbid when Astrid was trying to wingman me, but I don't know. I'm an emotional man, and I got a little in my feelings. So I'm sorry. Sorry, Caitlin.
Yeah, men aren't supposed to have feelings, man. Have you not? We got to be administrative compliant here. Women are looking for a man that bottles up their feelings, never feels anything at all, never cries, especially not in public. That's for sure.
I thought women just wanted a man that'll be
and
they talk out of line.
I mean, the Republican ones do.
Hear me out, real quick, guys. A little public service announcement. Nobody in this chat participating in this chat. Everybody has to be 18 and older. Okay, just to be clear. Okay, just to be clear. If you are not 18 or older, please exit the premises. 21. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. 21 and older. Fuck it. You need to be 30 years old or older to partake in this conversation.
You ever seen the episode
18
of
plus
Futurama
21
where
in
they
some
like
areas.
they get de-aged and then the professor's like, he's like, oh no, I can't rent ultra porn anymore because I'm not 60.
Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of.
All right.
You need to.
Caitlin's 25, so we're good.
Oh God, awesome, dude. Caitlin, you need to call me. I am a sweetheart.
Stop.
I absolutely am a sweetheart.
Get on the Discord call. I mean, get in here, yeah.
Okay.
Playing matchmaker.
Frasia Harris, Miss Harris, or Harris, I don't know. Read their message.
Evie, it's both. Your phone volume will affect the volume in the Discord, but then also Discord has its own volume option as well. In multiple places, you can change individual people talking volume, and you could change the overall volume from the settings. And your phone volume will also still affect that. A lot of volume knobs to deal with when you open Discord.
Lots of knobs in the black hole. I think I'm gonna change the title to "Finding CC Carroll a Soulmate." I think that should be the title of our stream.
Yeah. We got you, CC Carroll.
You guys are the best. This is why this is the only stream that I fuck with. The only stream that matters on YouTube.
Your stream is really dope. I'm
kind of
glad I found it. Just was scrolling through. Like that's the most annoying part is like flipping through all the fucking shit where I'm just like, God, like every 1000th video is something I'm actually like fucking looking for. Dazed. Just useless content.
But this, we're actually solving problems. So the title of this stream now is helping people find true love.
Astra, if you just got consistent with your streaming and posting, this channel's gonna take off, dude.
I know.
No, fuck schedules. Fucking.
Well, we're doing good so far.
Don't be beholden to the chat. They'll get your information when you deem it as worthy as being so.
Bro,
them on their knees, begging for it.
Oh, that's what I want out of this chat.
True.
For somebody to be begging for it.
Yeah, you gotta learn to be submissive first before you could be a leader.
Listen, I'll be whatever. Well, yeah. Let
There you go.
me stop that
Good.
right there. Good.
Well, consent can be withdrawn at any time. Don't feel too nervous about saying that. If somebody suggests
I'm not
that after
nervous
you
about
said that
nothing. I
they have
just
to hold
didn't
you
want to
to
out
it, that's
myself
wrong.
on some shit. I didn't want to fucking put myself on blast with what I was about to say.
Yeah, Astral, you asked me the other day what I do on stream. I kind of forgot. With the politics, sex education and like kink lifestyle is actually something I talk about pretty often because it's part of the political sphere.
Interesting. Huh.
Certified as a sexologist
Well, this is
and contribute to the field. So yeah, I'm studying
a sexologist. Interesting.
I was gonna
women
say,
out there.
what are the
I need data.
qualifications of a sexologist?
Apparently just going to school and paying $5,000, much like anything else with any sort of qualification
Oh.
I've learned.
Nice.
So
we have experts here, guys. We have experts apparently.
Right. Yeah, I'm a student. Yeah, expert in training, a student in sexology. Yep, studying orgasm. I mean, both men and women. I'm studying both orgasms. So if there's anybody out there that wants to learn what an orgasm is, I got you. I got you.
Well,
I need the
just to be
data
clear
too.
here, the female orgasm is a myth.
No comment. No comment.
I'm just gonna say I've done some research on this topic. I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit,
dude. It's just acting, Astro. It's method acting. The things
Research,
that you think
I know what that means.
The things that you think that you've seen were all an act. It's just to benefit your ego. I'm telling you, I was there.
I really have to. They must have been. Listen,
you didn't.
I'm gonna have to push back.
Yeah, I feel like you might not have got them off, and that's why you think they don't have orgasms. But I don't know.
Dude, I am huge. When I tell you I'm 7 centimeters.
That's not.
Stop.
For anal, so that's more what I'm into. We wouldn't necessarily have anything in common, but I got you.
Yeah,
Some people are size queens.
You ever have a girl stick her finger in your butt?
Yeah, men need to get their prostates
don't knock it.
Stimulated more. Yeah, you'll never come harder in your life. Stop being such prudes,
Whoa,
men. Okay, play dress up.
Whoa. Easy with the vulgarity there, my guy. We're talking about fingers and butts, not whatever you were going on about.
Well, what would be the point of having it?
Yeah, we're talking platonic.
Stimulate you for
platonically.
I see. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. This is what consent's all about, and the conversations about sex education. So glad we're having. Glad we got to an understanding there. I misinterpreted the finger up the butt, and now I understand.
Chat about, hold on. Let's just rewind for a second. This is supposed to be a wholesome Christian chat about finding Christopher Love. And now you're on about fucking fingering buttholes and coming all over the place, dude.
That's what love is.
This is a family.
You gotta get down and dirty, man. There's a lot of weird noises, a lot of bad smells. It's gonna happen. That's what the love is.
This is a family channel, my guy.
Bad smells. Wait, what are we talking about?
Dude, apparently, fucking spelt over here stinks.
I was saying, well, I mean, with the finger, that's what your partner wants. And you're willing to participate in it, Yeah, finger might smell.
It shouldn't smell bad though. But regardless, it shouldn't smell bad. It shouldn't smell bad, regardless. But Caitlin was asking, Cece, were you here when we watched the?
Hold on, hold on. I'm not present in the chat, so I'm missing things. Does she like me? Are we a thing now?
Well, I mean, she's trying to figure out more information about you. She's asking if you were here when we covered that Thailand video by chance.
I did not, or I was not present for that. And my name is Chris, Caitlin, by the way.
Caitlin, why are you asking that? Yeah, his name's Chris. Why are you asking him that?
Is she asking about lady boys?
Why do you want to know? Right. Yeah, I think that's what we're getting to. Yeah, we're.
Yeah, I don't know them very well at all in any way, shape, or form. But I'd be willing to bet. I'm a gambling man. That is probably not where they were going with that.
Bro, I'm a gambling man too. You wanna fucking play poker?
Oh, I think that's exactly.
Legitimately, I'm trying to get people on my poker website.
Stream and stuff too. Yeah, fuck yeah. Seems like a good way to get people to like come hang.
I didn't know how YouTube was about gambling, so.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do it for money, for real money. I wasn't sure too either if they'd like still get me on it. I was like, we could just sit around and play like a game of cards online where it's not real money that we're playing with. It's just like some internet table just for fun, just hang out. But yeah, there are weird rules about the gambling, like almost more than the fucking sex talk. Like the it's just
Yeah,
doesn't even make sense.
we could do it on Kick and Rumble. Like, I think a lot of people gamble on Kick and stuff. I'm gonna start gambling with CC. He's been trying to get me into it.
Aiden Ross streams because he streams himself fucking big time. Let's circle back to Thailand. What was the deal with that?
Well, because he's talking about.
You're cock blocking me, bro. Look what happened. You fucking.
I'm actually. You're the one talking about gambling and dead chickens. Okay, I'm actually trying to keep this thing the trails.
He's been a great
No,
wingman so
Caitlin
far.
literally just said she wants
You're
you.
moving a little
and not
fast. You're asking if you guys are a thing now. You're trying to get to know each other.
Bro, I'm trying to get that like 4th grade playground relationship where it's like I walk up and just go, "Can we be boyfriend girlfriend?" And then
Dude, you got to go to the bar then.
Listen, I need you to rephrase that. I know what you meant, but I need you to rephrase that.
All right, yes.
I don't know if there's any good phrasing now. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
You understood.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, Chris. Chris, we're going to need you to have...
Yeah, Chris Hansen.
Why don't you have a
Chris,
seat?
meet Chris.
Why don't you have a seat right here?
What's in the bag? Candy and condom.
Oh my god. Dead chickens. Holy shit. Yeah, everybody's saying, even Caitlin is saying, reframe that. Holy shit.
Stand as is.
Jesus.
You all know what I mean.
Wait, you said you wish we could play poker with you. What's WhatsApp? What's WSOP?
I forget what it stands for, but it's like...
Is that a game? Because we might be able to.
I think it's on Steam.
No, World Series of Poker. It's the biggest tournament. Yeah, it's the biggest
duh.
in the world. Yeah.
I was curious too what other games you play. They asked. I'm a Omaha, which is I like Texas Hold'em.
Oh,
the best.
I say
Omaha's
Texas
a version
Hold'em, dude.
of Texas Hold'em.
I hate Omaha.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's not my favorite, but other people I played with liked it, and it's just similar enough to Texas Hold'em where I was like, all right, I'll play
but the
it.
problem
like
is when I have when I have 4 hole cards and I can only use 2 and I get dealt like fucking quads in the pocket.
It's
very
frustrating. Very frustrating experience. I'm like, why do people like this? This is more triggery than regular any other game of poker I've ever played. Like, why would I want to? In Omaha, you get 4 cards, but you can only play 2 of them. So if you're dealt 4 aces, you actually, and it's interesting because that means nobody else can have 2 aces, but
but it's also a shit hand because you're locked into a pair of aces with nothing else and no potential to catch anything else.
Which is pretty rare to get just 4 fucking aces, but like it is just I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the why can I only play 2 of these cards? This is so frustrating.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna put in the Discord the link to the site that I play on. And if you sign up with my referral code, they give you a pretty large bonus for your first deposit. And then if you want, what we could do, we can get into games together and be on the chat and make some money, dude.
I mean,
I told Esther about this, dude. I've had some pretty big, I've been gambling since I was a kid. I've had some pretty big come ups both at the casino and online. So yeah, let me go ahead and stick that link in Discord.
Yeah,
I'll be playing with him in the next couple of weeks. I prefer blackjack in at a casino, but I'll play some poker with you probably like next week or the week after.
Did I play?
I did.
Yeah, I played a little bit of that. Like video games or just like gambling?
No, yeah, with the poker. I like blackjack as well. Sorry, I was Evie asked, and I was curious as to what everybody else liked to play.
Oh, mainly just blackjack, but I mean, I want to learn. I mean, I've played a little bit of poker, but I'd like to really learn it and play. So I haven't actually played it like for real.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll learn you.
Blackjack is my go-to. Please learn me, please.
Yeah, because you're playing the house and not really other people in that instance. It could be, especially when friendly games, people can't get upset about stuff.
Exactly. And it seems like a game you could beat, even though it's like unlikely, but with the card counting and stuff, I find that very interesting, personally.
I agree.
The house is so on top of it that they, as soon as they have an inkling of an idea that that's what you're doing, they cut you off. You're not allowed to play.
Yeah, it's technically not illegal to count.
Yeah, if you get caught, I mean,
out of the casino. Yeah, they'll kick you out.
Yeah.
They used to beat you up. I don't know how true that is, but I heard they used to take you in the back room and beat you up.
Mafia, Mafia run casinos back in the day.
Yeah, that's yeah, like 70s, 60s.
Oof, my stash is.
He said Hold'em is more skill unless the site is rigged. Evie, you used to be a dealer, right? I know your husband's a dealer right now. What should we watch next? I used to be a dealer. Not that kind of dealer.
Let's watch "Don't Be a Sucker" by the U.S. military. It was a propaganda video after World War II talking about how the rhetoric that individuals are pushing, that's being spread by a lot of the Republicans today, is actually like fascist talk and Nazi propaganda, and we should avoid it here in America because we're free and we don't do things like that. Don't be a sucker.
Let's watch
1968.
Requiem of a Dream.
I haven't seen that.
Human Centipede?
Oh god, my back hurts. Fuck.
Dealer since 2010, nice. Well, there was this one little thing I found earlier that I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, we've gone everywhere. This is not really on topic at all with what we're talking about, but I thought it was a very good use of AI. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I came in late. I missed. I came in like halfway through the Candace Owen, or pretty much at the end of the Candace Owen stuff. I don't know how long you were talking about that.
The only good use of AI is for your anime AI girlfriend. Other than that, it's just nonsense.
In all seriousness, I'm.
How's your girl doing?
Oh, me as well. If we're being real for a minute, yeah, dude. No, AI is just it's very detrimental to society in a lot of ways. But the good thing is, if you look, all these AI companies like OpenAI that runs ChatGPT and all the other ones, they are hemorrhaging money, like ridiculously losing money on a large scale. So they're thinking that they might all go bankrupt. Fingers crossed.
Where all our taxes are going. Yeah, and that's why the cost of power is rising, so that like that money is going to AI data centers. It's pretty ridiculous. It's useless too. And all this shit, it's wild to think because it's like, look, I'm fine with subsidizing it with tax dollars if it's free for us as citizens to use, because this shit's trained off of our data. This is everything that they've created. Elon Musk and fucking Sam Altman with their AI. That's ours. That's us as the people. It's trained off our fucking data. And so again, I'm fine with a little bit of taxes going for it if we're regulating it and allowing citizens to use this, especially handicapped individuals. The other part I was going to say is like I don't really like AI. I have issues with the art aspect and a lot of other things going on, but it's very helpful for people who are handicapped.
Dude, we don't want cripples on the AI. Come on now. They need to stay in the basement where they belong.
Yeah, I push very hard against ableism. It's a big I do home healthcare for my uncle, so it's
if I can listen, if I can do something that they can't, then that's just God saying that he didn't want them to be able to walk.
You're 0 for 3. You got the dead chickens. You got the 4th grade talk. Now you're ableist. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
All the N words you drop. I mean,
to wingman you. He changed the entire title.
There was no takers. I got no girls in this chat. Anyone that were pretending.
Freja is still interested. I think Caitlin's really on the fence, playing hard to get. Evie's married, so they're out of the picture.
I don't know, dude. I haven't had anybody interact with me, but I also haven't been active in chat, so I didn't know. And also, you know.
Yeah, Frey says they liked us sucking, so.
Any and all.
No, I know you're hateful. I know.
That were may have been seen as offensive were entirely for comedic effect.
True. Yeah. Sure.
I'm actually
That's what I say when I'm caught.
Nice sweetheart of a person.
If you're able to share your screen too, Ashel, when we watch the video, that'd be a little helpful for my audio situation on my end versus having the stream and
which
through Discord.
Which share it for which one?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's up with Apex?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna be doing some gaming tonight as well, guys. Do you play you said you played games or no?
I don't play Apex Legends. If you play Rocket League, I definitely play with you. That's pretty much all I play.
Yeah, we don't
play
Rocket League.
I don't play Rocket League. I played it in the past, but
Project Zomboid?
Yeah.
I've
Oh shit! Yes.
Okay, cool.
Sorry.
Is that
I just haven't had anybody to play that with.
I think that it is, yeah. Project Zomboid. Yeah, pretty sure it's exclusive to PC.
What's going on here?
Evie, if I said they, sometimes I just say they to refer to people, but I know your pronouns. Don't worry, I know your pronouns, okay? I got you.
Ooh.
Sometimes I just say they.
Go away.
Well, they can refer to anyone.
Exactly.
And you know what pisses me off is when people try to say that they is a strictly like plural pronoun, but it's not.
Yeah, like if somebody asks,
Obviously, I mean, just in just regular speech.
you're gonna be like, if one of your friends walks away from the group, you're gonna be like, oh, they went to the store, they went to the.
Yes, exactly. It's a Republican talking point when they try to when people like are non-binary and that's what they want to be identified as is they, and they'll turn around and be like, oh, they is a plural pronoun. It doesn't even make sense. But like you said, it's literally not, and you just gave a perfect example of how people use that even when not referring to non-binary people.
Yeah, if you ended up popping into that stream that I mentioned after the last time, Universal Discourse, they're First Nations Cree, and they talk about how their language didn't use pronouns at all. And so she does very interesting debates styles where she tries to bring in Westerners and have a debate and conversation without using pronouns, even like I, me, or you, things like that. It's quite a good. I love talking about language, and again, the ableism thing is a big part of that. Like, I see our language, English, being like rather. This is what we talked about when I first came into Astro, like rather aggressive, and like I realized that that's what was happening. Like I was coming off like so aggressive to people, and I was like, it's not just me. It's like our language, the way that we talk and like look at each other. It's like it's aggressive. It's like these phrases that we use are like I avoid using words.
I think you called me brain dead as well.
Me?
I think so. I thought about this because I was wondering about it after we got off stream.
He shot first. Bro, he fucking shot first.
I might have said unintelligent.
Oh, he's talking about.
There's a chance that I said that. I
Get
typically
him, dude. He's
don't
a
say brain dead.
scumbag. Please get him.
If I did insult you, it would.
Okay, it might have been that. I mean,
maybe I did. Damn. Since you brought it up, I'm gonna know.
Oh no. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's.
Well, because I do try to. It's like sometimes
That's not a big deal.
I'm upset about this, but I should say I disagree instead of, especially because that was what I asked too. I was like, why am I coming off so aggressive? That's probably the reason. If you're remembering me having said that, maybe next time I should probably say I disagree versus whatever the fuck it is I said.
Yeah. Yo.
Again, it's fine. I've been called much worse.
I gotta use the bathroom and then I'm gonna pop outside for a minute, so I'll be back in a few.
Cool.
Yep. He said, I can't get down with the racial slurs. Wait, who's slurring, Caitlin? You said, I don't like AI, but it literally helped me figure out what was making my husband sick and recommended a medication for him that is working. Oh, yeah, there's great use cases for it, right? You said, I know you're just busting my balls. You said men give birth, huh? Oh, Lord, we fell down that one. Sterilizing children is great, huh? I think you're just trying to set off spell. You said it's pronounced Freya, like the goddess of love.
There's intersex people that have that are born both male and female, and their DNA can be both male and female as well, and they could give birth. And so biologically, technically, yes, a man can give birth. End of statement. I'll leave it at that.
Death Gator. Death Gator, if you're down to have a conversation about it, like on stream, I know it's a bit weird for people. I know it's a bit weird, but if you want to hop in the Discord and do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Look, I'm not going to say Republicans. Let me take that back.
No.
The American government sterilized Native American societies. We're physically doing forced sterilizations. And I feel like there were a few things I saw of the current administration talking about bringing shit like that back. And so if you want to talk about sterilizing children, we should talk about history and the American government actively doing that to Native American children. And I'd be curious if you had any examples of whatever it was you were talking about on your end.
Oh yeah, Caitlin, don't worry about it. Dude, I'm telling you, CC's great people. He only calls me the hard R in video games. It's really not a big deal. So Freya, gotcha. Okay, goddess of love. What's that name? Goddess of love. But what's the sort of like where does that name come from? I guess is my question. Hell yeah, I was saying that you were saying it the other day. Wait, what? Who said that was good? Damn it, Death Gator. I wish you would drop in here. So it's okay now giving children hormone blockers?
Why wouldn't it be? Why do you get to control their lives? If they talk to their parents, if they talk to a medical professional and they decide that that's an appropriate thing for them to do, then yes, that's perfectly fine. And you have no right on some other person's life to tell them that they can't do that because of whatever beliefs that you have.
About intersex people is what. Gotcha. Is what you were saying, not the N-word. Gotcha.
Yeah, Caitlin. Yeah, like
before we get into
logically. Good. Sorry.
I was just gonna say before we get into a whole gender debate, which is very interesting. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna have to get a smoke real quick. Okay. What I was gonna show you guys, which is gonna take us a little bit off of this topic a bit, but I thought it was a good use of AI. Where's my chat? I'm gonna drop a link to it. This is Machiavelli debates Marcus I can't say his name. Aurelius Stoicism, and they used AI to basically have these two debate, and it was actually very, very just interesting to hear and listen to. But I dropped the link. I might pull it up on stream here in a second, but I am going to disappear very briefly, and I'll be back. But you can sit here and chat if you'd like, Spell.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Okay. Great. Hello, everyone.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are good as long as you don't, obviously break YouTube TOS while I'm gone. The norm.
Days when you're gone.
If anybody else,
I was trying to explain to Caitlin that you
be rude. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was telling Caitlin, CC, that you only use the hard R on me in video games, so you're like a nice dude.
I mean, you're only half black, so it's not that offensive.
I'm not sure.
True, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
If guests come on, as long as I actively am discrediting like hate speech and things like that, they won't hold me accountable. They hold the guest accountable.
Is that how?
Oh, very good, very good.
I don't know if it's a hard maybe too, but
I thought it was the case that like regardless of who's saying it, that if they come into your stream and start saying things, your channel's going to take the hit.
It could be different for YouTube, but I have read the Twitch TOS, and it does specifically say as long as you are actively discrediting hate speech slurs and things that go against the TOS, you it didn't say you could keep the guest on. You might have to kick them off at that point, but it did say you will not be held accountable for those sorts of, like, you might end up getting a temp ban for a second, but then you would just have to contact them and be like, no, look, if you watch the video, I was actively telling this person that this is not an appropriate thing to be saying.
Right. Well, that's that's how it should be, but
yeah, big supporter of because like trans rights are women's rights. I mean, they're men's rights too. Like I like to talk about both. I think it's really important because that's where a lot of other individuals, young men in particular, they like get scared and nervous and then like begin to like
right.
queer feminism, and I'm like, yeah, look, nobody's trying to take away men's rights. That's not what's happening. All right.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that honestly, we just keep it all encompassing and just focus on human rights, regardless of what you identify as or who you are as an individual. You know what I mean? I mean, I
That's
understand that there are victimized classes that need to be
yeah.
focused on
Okay,
more
that's what I was supposed to. Yeah,
specifically.
yeah.
Yes, no, of course. And I'm not discrediting that, but I'm just saying that I like to keep it an all encompassing term of human rights because at the end of the day, we're all people, regardless of who you are, what you are. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's almost, I don't want to say it's detrimental to focus in on certain groups of people, but like it's I don't want to say it's demeaning either to say that. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this correctly because I don't want to come off the wrong way. But my point essentially is that like we're all people at the end of the day, and everybody should have equal rights on all terms. You know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah.
I understand that certain groups are already not necessarily valued higher, but have an easier time and don't have to worry so much about discrimination and this and that. You know what I mean? So they're less needed of protection. But you get where I'm going.
Yeah, so I think a good example would be with what's happened recently with the resurgence of the Black Panthers. So people where we talk about this sort of only these spaces only for certain types of people, they are healthy and good, and there's issues to talk about what happens when nationalists of other specific groups just start to form their own but I'll get into that in a minute. The point is there's a White Panther party that started because they didn't
It,
want to, it was white individuals that
it
wanted
they didn't
to
want to
help the
encroach.
Black
They don't
Panthers,
actually
but
don't exist
exactly.
anymore. That's where the Rainbow People's Party came from. It was a
Oh
derivative
really?
of the White Panthers. Yes.
Oh nice.
But yeah, no,
I'll
I
look that
like
up.
that because the founders, yeah, the founders of the White Panthers approached the Black Panthers and asked what they could do to support them, in their cause without, being able to directly join. And they said create a similar organization. And like you said, they created the White Panthers, and then, like I said, they disbanded because the original founders were arrested, and I don't remember what the exact charges were, but I know it went all the way up to the Supreme Court and eventually ended up getting dismissed. But as a result of that, the group disbanded, and then they became the Rainbow People's Party or whatever it is. And then I don't think that lasted very long either. I'm pretty sure that like all the connected groups from that dissolved in like the 70s.
Yeah, okay, Evie, I was just about to address your comment there. I was gonna say, yeah, we could talk you through this. So I was gonna say Astral might have I was just typing something. They might have extra permissions before people, if you just jumped in the Discord before they can join the voice chat. I do not see you in here yet. No.
Okay. You go to the Discord. What are we in specifically? Hangout, right? Or am I wrong here? What are we in? Oh, we're in
No.
gaming voice.
Green.
Esoterica is in the wrong voice chat.
Astral went over and asked them what if they wanted to. They popped over there for a second and asked them if they wanted to move over here. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
About the permaculture, Caitlin. Yes, yeah, I talk about that stuff all the time on my stream. Yeah, I was talking about native chagra practices in the Amazon and how it's like they'll specifically burn plants in areas if they're diseased or for other reasons too, because that helps enrich the soil. And California has essentially planted a bunch of matchsticks that they call pine trees, and that's why we're having not good there. It's just a forest of matchsticks, row after row after row, and you got to have better practices than that. And so yeah, the permaculture. Yeah, look up the chagra practices. I'll type it in a chat here. It's from the Amazon. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. It's a really good read. It's a native Amazonian practice. That's why I'm big on the native societies, the native culture. So I was trying to look up from other parts of the world. But I am from America, so I do focus on Native American history. End of statement. Go ahead.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Or, sorry. Yo, Evie, you said, do you guys see me in the voice chat? I click tap and nothing happens. I do not see you in the voice chat. Did you click on where it says... No, that's Esoterica. They're sitting in gaming voice. If you click on where it says stream chat voice, if you just click on like those words, I think it should bring you into the chat. I think, right?
Yeah, Caitlin, most...
Anyway, sorry.
Like the whole of... No, you're totally good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt either. I was going to let you try to... I was trying to help Evie find their way into the Discord as well. I was waiting for you to get back. I wasn't sure if there was extra permissions or something like that. Real quick to answer... I don't
think so.
Comment. Yeah, a lot of all of North America was essentially a giant food garden. Like the buffalo were essentially considered a tribe of their own, a community of their own, and societies understood. And when the harvesting practices where you could travel around and you just pick fruit off the trees and like kill of course there were disputes and disagreements and things like that. It was an economic political structure, but yeah, it's really interesting stuff. I do love it. You should get in the Discord, Caitlin, and come talk about it. You're still waiting on Death Gator. I don't Death Gator's gonna come in and talk about women's rights with us.
Oh, hey, yes, good to hear.
Actually, sorry, I was being sarcastic. They didn't say they were coming in. I've been waiting for them.
Oh, damn it!
Oh god, dude, you got our hopes up for another fucking
yeah, sorry.
guest on the live.
I was trying to gaslight them into coming onto the. I was trying to be playful and gaslight them into wanting to come on and talk about it.
What is I haven't been present in the chat for a minute. What is his like stance and what is he saying that made you say that specifically?
I guess his chat when he said that I believe, and it was directed at me. He said, "You don't care about women's rights," and I was like, "Get out of here with that! Come get on the mic and come talk to me about women's rights,
Right.
and we'll see who cares more."
If you're gonna make statements like that, calling people out on their beliefs and this and that, you really should be willing to jump on and debate it.
Exactly. We need a group of strong, bigly strong boys like us, men, to stand up for the women and talk about women's rights and mansplain femininity to everybody.
But if women get out of line and try to talk when they're not addressed,
that part.
Listen, women should not speak unless
the Bible
spoken to.
says only a church do we have to do that. But okay.
The Bible also says you can beat your slave within an inch of death as long as he gets up within a few days. If you do kill him, you have to lines of 10 silver coins, and then all is forgiven. The Bible's a good.
All right, Evie, I'm looking. I'm gonna try to figure out what the hell is going on here. Evie, can you wait, Freya, you just joined. Awesome. So you guys are in gaming voice right now. If you look on that, let me just pull up the Discord on the screen so I could show.
Going back on Discord.
What's going on here?
Discord. Hold on. Wait. There we go. Hey.
He's turning on his video. Oh my god. Let me go ahead and we'll show off CC here in a second, but let me blow this up and show y'all how to get in here. Oh, my mouse sucks.
Dude, I
okay.
Slept. I'm turning this back off. Yeah.
Now you just gotta be confident, bro.
I know, but I'm getting like the bags under my eyes, and I'm starting to look like fucking real shit. So I only slept like a couple hours last night. You know the fucking cat, dude. She wakes my ass up at 2 a.m, and then
I know.
Yeah, no, Christopher is fucking awfully tired. So he's starting to not look so good. I need my beauty sleep. Oh God.
Okay, so in the Discord, like you guys over here, y'all are in this one right here. You're in the gaming lounge, which I generally just hang out in off stream or when I'm gaming or something. If you come down here and you click on this right here, you click on stream chat, you should be able to like look. I'm gonna click on gaming chat. I'm gonna jump into the one with you guys here. See, I click this, boom. Now I'm in here with you guys. Hey, Esoterica. Hey, Freya. How you doing? How you doing? And then if you just come over here and click on this one, bam, you jump into the stream chat that we're in. And then in terms of Evie, I'm going to try to just, I don't know. I'm going to see if there's some reason that it's not working for you. When I click, it does nothing. Okay, that's weird.
I did it right.
Can you post, Evie, can you say a message in the, hey, what's going on? My God. Evie, can you just post a message in Hangout so I can click on your profile and just check your permissions or something? Just say like, hey, or something in the Hangout chat. If you can. Okay, there you go.
You know what, Astra? You know what we should do?
What should we do?
Streams.
Yeah, yeah.
Themselves sleep. Do you think your chat wants to watch me sleep?
Yes.
Just admire my beauty.
I'll fall asleep on call-in.
We could do a poll.
Camera on usually, but it's usually other people's shows. But it's funny, like I don't follow
so
sleep
boring
streams, but so the streamers I follow will stream.
I'll watch you sleep. Don't worry.
They'll just fall asleep on stream. Yeah, we'll make sure you.
I used to. I've gotten better at it.
Oh yeah, no, you need.
I think that's what it's all about. People should stream until they just fucking pass out. I'm like, yeah, that's they had a lot of things to say, man. And things
you need to
going on in
make
their
sure
mind.
that the shadow people don't get me while I sleep.
Oh, I got you. I'm on a good basis with them. But welcome, Freya. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to get Evie in here.
You guys want to watch me in the shower?
If I'm being totally honest, not necessarily. No.
Watch. Oh, yeah, okay. This comes down.
Bro! No! We gotta keep it safe for work.
That's not what I thought you meant when you said you chose a pet snake.
Good times, good times.
I was like, you had me stressed. I was like, thought it was on stream, and I'm like, oh, you're trying to close the window.
Never, dude. I would, you know, I would do nothing to jeopardize your shit.
I know. I appreciate you. What the hell, Evie? Oh my gosh, why is it not working for you? Okay, let me see. Can I send you an invite? I might be able to invite you actually. Invite to voice. All right, I'm gonna send you an invite.
You guys got enough of this.
Oh, you're on Chrome. You don't have the application.
No, I'm using Firefox.
I don't know.
You might have to you might want to if you didn't try restarting your Chrome browser, that might help the situation. But I'm using it through Firefox right now.
Yeah, hit refresh, and then I sent you an invite to. You should have gotten an invite in your DMs, I think. And try clicking on that.
Yeah, Chrome's usually better about it too. Chrome actually sometimes I'll have to go to Chrome because whatever I'm trying to do on Firefox is like it just won't fucking do it. Pretty cute.
I love this scarf. I love this scarf.
I thought so. I thought it was a nice touch.
No shirt and a scarf. Beautiful. It just barely covers the nipples. I love it.
Right. Well, that's why we want a little peak, right? So like, just a little. Get the tassels.
Little side boob action. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like a little nip slip.
Indeed.
What's
That's how we're gonna get the viewers in here.
Yeah.
I have no idea what mewing is.
Of your profile picture, Freja. I also don't know what mewing is. I was about to look it up.
It's like a face you make when you're trying to be seductive, but I really don't know. It's like, I don't know. I gotta do it.
It's working for you.
It's it sounds crazy, but I had a vision about it, and they told me this is my name, so I just went
Wow.
with it.
You drew it?
No, I didn't draw it. I found it somewhere.
It's like
Interesting.
The runes.
okay, like the Celtic runes.
Yes.
They're really old. First mother.
That's what it means?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what kind of represents? I love
Yeah.
symbolism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to draw stuff like that. Because you can map it out. I'm not the best artist, like just drawing, but I can use I'll use like a compass and just what's the other things?
Dude,
Protractor.
it
So
just
you can make
ripped my
stuff like that by measuring it. And then a
it just
ruler.
ripped my shorts. I bent over and they ripped.
You have a sewing kit?
No, I'm fat though. I ripped my fucking shit.
Me too. I'm so fat.
Who's the girl in the chat? What's her name? Is this the one that's
I believe, if I recall correctly, it's the Raven Queen. So,
I'm the only girl here, aren't I?
Yeah.
And you forgot their name, yeah.
Don't worry. We're trying to get Evie in here too, okay?
I forgot it. I didn't know it.
It's Freya.
It's Rhea. It's a beautiful name.
No,
Freya.
that's old. That's Greek mythology. This is Norse mythology. Why does everyone always think it's Rhea? It's Freya.
Some people can't read, to be fair.
Greek mythology is more taught in schools.
I guess, but isn't that what all religion is? Just mythology?
Yeah, most Christians don't know that though, and think that when they're taught mythology from other areas, that it's some sort of ancient history that they shouldn't really care about or dive too deep into. With no understanding that, yeah, a lot of it comes from that sort of all like what is like would you say Norse mythology, correct? Like Greek and Roman, it's all like, yeah, super duper similar, like based in like stars and like these sorts of things, and so like natural things and phenomenons around the universe and the world and stuff, and so it's just like there's no need to necessarily define any sort of mysticism to like things like tarot cards or whatever those the word will come to me in a minute, but like it's just but it is useful to like have some sort of spirituality, and I'll leave it at that. End of statement. I digress on that point. Horoscopes, like, I use tarot cards and I do believe in magic, and yeah, I was talking about practicing it the last time I was on here, but yeah, it's just like I do get stressed out about it, because it's just like Christians and other people will, because I look at Christianity and I get frustrated and upset, and then they look at me and they're like, "What? You're a witch?" And they just roll their eyes, and I'm like, I don't.
Can you talk to
Sorry, what?
Can you talk to dead people?
No, I'm not a
Oh.
median. I know,
Oh,
super
okay.
boring. Yeah, sorry.
I can talk to dead people.
That's interesting. I'd be curious to know more.
Yeah, tell us more about that.
About talking to dead people? I mean,
Indeed.
it just depends upon how long we've been walking the earth.
If you don't mind.
I mean, sometimes it's like there's this one customer that comes into my work. He's an old man now, but he used to murder children, and their spirit. They're dead people. They die, and usually the ones that I talk to are the ones that died a horrific death. It happens. But he used to murder.
I'm sorry. I missed the introduction to this. So you're a medium?
No, I mean, I can see them, but I don't make money off of it. I'm not going to prey on people.
I didn't say anything about I didn't say anything about being exploitative or anything. Just I was like, isn't a medium somebody that's able to interact with spirits and such?
I suppose, yeah.
That's very interesting. I'm actually genuinely curious about this. Is it something that you've had for your entire life?
Yeah. And not just this life. I've had past lives where I could see them too.
You can remember past lives?
Yeah.
That's awesome. What is that? God, I have a lot of questions to follow that up. I got to think for a minute. But continue on. So that this old man that was a murderer.
Oh, right. He has like really bad dementia now, but so all the children he killed, um, it's not like they're not individual people anymore. They kind of like what's the word? They like conglomerated. Yeah, they're like one entity now, if that makes any sense.
I mean, I'm having a tough time understanding, but I get what you're throwing down.
So like if say one person dies, their spirit stays whole. But in this instance, it's the spirit of many children. So they kind of like conglomerated together to create one entity, I suppose, because they're not really a singular spirit anymore. And
Right,
I don't know how else.
Their joint trauma and
Yeah,
shared experience of going through that.
So I don't know how else to describe it. So that's just one example. Oh, and then there's other ones that are like, they refuse to pass on, and then they become, I think some people call them demons. And they walk the earth for a really long time.
Sad.
Those ones are harder to put down.
Ooh, so I know you said you see them. Are you able to interact with them in any way?
Yes.
I know that I've heard, and it's just not something I'm well versed on, but I know that I've heard in the past that people say that spirits or whatever you might want to call them are more of like remnants of what once was, and the way that they exist, it's not like in a way that you can interact with them. It's like they're on a different plane, and the people that can perceive them, they're able to witness it, but not really excuse me, I've got the hiccups. Not really able to interact or anything like that. But again, it's not something I'm versed on. This is just something I've heard. So can you like carry on a conversation with them, and are they aware that they aren't, or they're no longer living?
Sometimes they're not. But I do this thing where I force them to cross over. I don't really.
It's like almost like an exorcism.
Kinda.
How did that play out? I'm really honestly super curious about this. So when you say you do a thing to force them to cross over, like what does that entail?
I escort them to the flower field.
You got to elaborate.
I
And
think
I'm sorry, hold on. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to say that anything that I ask you, if it's not something you're comfortable talking about or anything like that, just feel free to let me know and just cut me off, because I don't want to ask anything that I guess that makes you uncomfortable. But go ahead.
I think different religions have different names for it. So I also remember there's different realms you can go to in between life and death. And the flower field is, I think some people call it heaven, but I think different religions have different names for it.
Right.
Like there's purgatory, and then there's Tartarus, and then there's hell. And then there's also a place you can go if you die in the ocean. And that place is a little different. But usually I bring them to the flower field. If that makes sense.
I'm trying to grasp it. I mean, it makes sense to a degree, but it's just because it's something that I haven't experienced. It's a lot to wrap my mind around, because at least my own personal views on things, I really don't know what exists after death for a long time. Like, I've been an atheist for most of my life. I was raised Catholic, but by the time that I was like a preteen, I started to reject all that. And then I was like a hardcore atheist where I was like, oh, there's nothing. And then I had some experiences where I was like, well, I don't think there's nothing. I think that, the soul or whatever it may be is a thing. And then once your physical body's gone, like the energy that makes you up, it's got to go somewhere. I don't know if your consciousness is retained, but either way, I'm at a point where, like, agnostic would be a perfect way to describe myself, because I genuinely have no idea what comes after this life. And I don't claim to. I just like to say that, I don't know. But so
You
this
know
is
what?
really cool
What's really
to hear.
strange for me is so I remember my past lives. There used to be a time when people used to not forget. Like people used to not forget that there were realms in between life and death.
Right.
I think something happened to humanity and people forget now. It's strange.
I agree.
What do you think that thing was that made that transition from being able to be aware of your past lives to whatever created that mental block?
I don't know. I don't
Creation of
remember.
God being a man.
Oh, I'm God, so obviously God is a man.
I mean, there's another theory that we're all God.
I think that too. I think that the universe in its entirety is a single living organism, and we all make up part of it in the same way that, our body is comprised of single-celled organisms. And I think it's like 90% of what's in your body is actually foreign cells. But like, so, we've got our body made up of trillions and trillions of individual cells, and then the earth, I think, is a living organism that's made up of, us and plants and animals, and it just extends on beyond that. And like, I think honestly, if you look at the universe as a whole, I think it's very comparable to just a single cell, and it's outwardly expansive like that. So yeah, I think that I'm God, you're God, everything created itself, and we're all just a part of one big singularity.
Yeah, native societies in North America specifically, but in other parts of the world also believe the idea that like essentially every single thing had a part of the Great Spirit in it because it was created by whoever or whatever the creator was. Like rocks, water, single grains of sand, all were part of the Great Spirit and had the ability to in a sense be God. Freya, people were asking some questions in the chat that I thought might be interesting to run by you if you don't mind me asking. I had similar questions as well. That's also why I wanted to bring them up there.
Yeah.
So we moved a little far away from it, but I kind of wanted to circle back to the past lives thing because I was very very interested in that, and I believe the question was like Caitlin asks, yeah, I wrote my own down too. I was curious if you could explain to us if there's a technique for individuals to try to look into their past lives, and then we were also curious if you felt like talking about any of the past lives you lived. And I'll leave it at that. There are other questions though that I will get to in a minute after you answer this one.
It was easier before people like there was a time when people used to remember the realms between life and death. It was easier to remember them back then, but something happened and now people aren't remembering them anymore. Um, so I guess the only thing what made me remember? Honestly, it was just I had a reminder. There was just something that felt familiar to me, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why it felt familiar.
It's like a sense of deja vu almost.
Yeah, and then I was just like it just clicked. I don't know how else to describe it. It just clicked in my brain, and I'm like, I had this other life thousands of years ago. Well, not even thousands of years ago. Um, There's been multiple lives. And when I get like, I've had incarnations where I don't always look the same. Like I remember being a tree at one point. I remember being a fish in the ocean. Like, I remember being in Pompeii when the volcano erupted.
Oh, Jesus.
So it's just more like little things that help me remember.
Oh, motherfucker.
Quantum, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm not saying you have to look at chat. It's just chat is asking a couple questions, and I did want to kind of bring them up because
Oh, I'm not even
it
looking at
seems
that. Wait, what's up? Yep.
They were curious how you measured time, which I was just was that something you were looking at or curious about? Were you measuring time in this state? Because I don't know. That's very interesting to me as well.
No, time didn't exist. Yeah, time didn't exist there. When I was remembering things, it was a place where time didn't exist. There's realms where time does not exist. And I don't know how else to describe it because whatever calendar we're going off of now in this modern life we live is not the original calendar.
Yeah. Yeah, time is relative. That was literally proven. It's literally relative. Like literally where you are and your position in the universe is determined how you are perceiving whatever we're defining as time in our understanding of it at this moment. Like, and if anybody saw the movie Interstellar, that's what they talk about when they go to the other planets, and they're down on that one planet that's where the giant waves full of water, and it's 30 years for the guy up on the spaceship out in space, but it was only 5 minutes for them down on the planet. That's true.
Yes,
That's
time dilation.
that's actually how the universe works. Yep. Caitlin asked if you know about the karmic wheel.
Isn't that the Star of Ishtar?
I'm unfamiliar. Caitlin had a few questions for you as well. Sorry, go ahead.
So Ishtar is a very old Mesopotamian goddess. And her star is usually an 8-pointed star. And so when I think of the wheel of karma, it's an 8-pointed wheel, right? Or am I misremembering that? I don't know. I think karma is something you assign yourself after you die.
And you said the Star of Ishtar? I'll look into that.
Yeah.
I'll look
Some
into
people
both of
call
these things. The karmic
some
wheel
people
as
call
well.
her some people call her Easter, I think. I think that's the modern name.
Noted. Thank you. Actually noted. I do have notes that I'm taking.
I could be remembering wrong though. Like, I'm only human.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Frey, I don't mean to be rude, but if you had the ability to look at chat, it would definitely, like, people are definitely asking you specifically questions about the things you're saying.
I'm so sorry.
Evie, you said I have the stream turned down. If I'm not wearing headphones, does it echo when I'm unmuted or talking? I haven't heard you talking yet. You could try unmuting and we could see. I don't think it'll echo.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just we'll find out when you talk. Hello, welcome in.
Glad you could finally make it in.
All right, what's up?
Ew.
Does it echo?
No, you're good.
Sounded fine.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have to talk about this. It's just someone started asking me questions, and
Yeah, I'll just go.
it's nice.
Let me. Kate. The other question was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. You're more than welcome.
Caitlin asked, "What does death and mortality look like from your perspective?" They were curious, which I think I would like to answer that question as well. But please go ahead first, because they were asking you, I believe, specifically when they asked that earlier.
Death and mortality? I mean, we don't really die. Not really. We just go somewhere different.
So I've got a
So
follow-up question to that. So I understand what you're saying. Like, our physical body may cease to be alive and decay, but you're saying like the energy, the soul, whatever it may be, continues on. So, I mean, from our modern understanding of biology and the like, our what makes us us, you know what I mean, is derived from the brain. So, with that being said, when the brain dies and decays, how does the information stored within that creates us? I don't expect like an exact answer, but do you believe that everything that we've learned and experienced and this and that continues on without being connected to the physical body and the brain as a part of it?
there's actually a place that holds all the memories of everything that's ever lived on Earth.
Okay.
Um, so when you die, you don't really lose your memories, but your spirit or your energy can chooses to go somewhere else, if that makes any sense.
It does. I mean, this is a little bit beyond my own, wheelhouse of I don't want to say expertise, but like, my own understanding. I kind of get what you're saying, though. Now, when you say that there's like a central point, or not necessarily central, but like a point of like everything that's information wise is retained. Is that like a physical thing within the universe, or?
It looks like a grid. It's like a lattice-like structure that encompasses everything. I don't know how else to describe it.
Right,
Yeah, your
and
symbol, I
it's
think, of your
obviously
profile picture would. That's how. Go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, obviously, it's a very abstract concept. It's tough to, really put into words, and so, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down, but continue. I'm sorry.
Um. So I was going to talk a little. Yeah, if you had more to say there, Frey, I was going to talk just a bit about like the way I perceive things and what you're saying about uh the grid essentially. Like, yeah, the way that I see things functioning, and it is a difficult concept to describe essentially, but your symbol, and that's why I like symbolism a lot as well. Like, it's two-dimensional on the screen that we're looking at, but you could perceive that as a three-dimensional sphere. And then the same with the star structure that is created there. You can see it as a three-dimensional structure as well. And so it's sort of like this idea that the universe is like a three-dimensional sphere that can be also like there's possibly like or like it's encased with it inside of a cube as well, which is then possibly the higher plane of existence that you could go to. Um, end of statement.
So kind of like the Tesseract.
Yes,
That's
exactly
a
like a
hypercube,
tesseract. Yes.
right? And
Yeah, I think a hypercube is the same thing as a tesseract.
it is, yes. I'm just trying to understand, like, how that applies to what you just said. This
You
this
know what's
this
kind of
whole like
funny?
conversation is a little above my brain. But what's funny? What's up? Sorry.
Okay, so wasn't there like a Marvel movie where Loki was obsessed with the Tesseract?
And he goes the TVI or whatever, and it's like,
Yeah.
and I think that's from the series. No, oh,
Loki is my dog's name, and
is
I did
it?
not name him.
Built it
Yeah,
in
I
the
did not.
Avengers movie first before the show.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Loki steals the Tesseract in the Avengers movie, in one of the last ones before the show happens. That's where they started the show at.
Yeah, and wasn't his mother named Freya?
Yeah, I think so.
And he was really upset when his
These
mother
enemies
died.
are tougher than they look. How are you planning to
Understandably.
tackle this challenge?
You're looking at me so guiltily, Loki. What did you do?
What kind of dog you have?
He's a black lab.
Thanks.
They heard you say their name.
Yeah, you're talking about him.
Yeah, they got jealous. They were like, "What? Don't talk about me behind my back."
I love you too, buddy.
Caitlin had another question for you. They said, "Do you see visuals or of internal parts when meditating?" Oh, maybe they meant or internal parts.
Like wheels within wheels?
I don't know
Like a
exactly what you meant there, Caitlin. If you felt like expanding on that question. And I wanted to address what Quantum said here, because I had answered them. So, well, because the question, and if I'd throw this to you as well, Freya, like, because I said, well, does they said something earlier about the separation of what we were talking about, sort of with souls, and a metaphysical plane versus the physical plane, and I said, well, does the metaphysical plane become physical to you once your energy and soul enter it, in whatever form or shape that you are? Then they say no here, and so I'm gonna. If anybody wants to touch on that, please go ahead as I read their comment.
Hold on, let me go. What does it say?
You want me to read it, or I'm not 100% if your mic cut out there. If you answered that question, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I was reading the question.
Okay.
So to me, matter is just an expression of energy.
Well, it's interchangeable. It's the whole conservation of energy. It can be
Yes, and like I constantly have vivid dreams that become reality. And there's even been instances where I was a child and I've spoke something into existence that exists now. Does that make sense?
I believe, yes, I believe in oh Christ, what is that called? Manifestation of things. If you will something enough, I do believe you can manipulate the universe in a way that can influence things to happen by doing what you said.
Yeah. Which seems really dangerous.
It definitely could be. Yeah, friendly buddy. You're good.
Hi, Loki.
Yeah, no, it absolutely could be. It all depends on your intentions and how you treat it.
You know, it's funny because the only thing I want is peace and love for people.
Damn. It's unfortunate that most of the world, oh, I don't know about most of the world, but a good portion of the world doesn't feel that way.
It would help if they could remember.
Right? I think that we touched on this last night, that if most people in the world were just to like get a little bit of experience with hallucinogenics, that you know, that their mind and like empathy would really be expanded.
You shouldn't be a world leader unless you've taken hallucinogenics, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm.
Caitlin asked if you had any thoughts on the law of attraction being talked about on the internet being
What's up, buddy?
pathologized. which I don't know what that word means. I'm gonna have to look it up.
The law of attraction being pathologized.
So I guess that means regard or treat as psychologically usually or unhealthy. So Caitlin, you're saying like, are they talking about it like in an unhealthy way? I also don't really know what the law of attraction is. And
It has to do with physics. I also think of it too. There's a lot of electromagnetism involved. But I also think that if we are energy beings in a body, then your energy has to be right in order to attract the thing you want. Does that make sense?
can you say it one more time?
Yeah, I had a tough time following that as well.
I'm probably explaining it terribly. Okay, so if we are energy, right, we have to, our energy has to be at a certain level or a certain hue in order to attract the things that we want. Does that make sense? I don't know how else to describe it. Because we're essentially, women in particular, we are magnets, and we are very good at attracting things to us. Men, not so much, but women in particular have this law of attraction in them. But we have to get our energy a certain way in order to attract what we want to come to us. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, it's tough trying to convey concepts like that.
Would you describe it like our vibrations need to be higher?
Almost, yeah. Yeah, I'd say
Okay.
something like that, yeah.
Did you say level of hue earlier? We have to be at a level of hue to get what we want.
Well, different colors attract different things. Like
Coming with me, buddy? Let's go.
your energy has different colors to it.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're getting at now. I get what you're getting at now. So here, let me then, if I'm misunderstanding, you can correct me then. Because color, essentially, my understanding is, to a certain extent, like everything's sort of like made out of light, and so the vibration, like of is, you can look at the wavelengths that color and light create, and so when you were talking about like being on the same hue, the way that I saw it is like being on the same sort of vibrational level. This is the things that like Tesla talked about. Like people used to say, "Oh, you can't lightning in a bottle," as like an impossible task, something never possibly that you could achieve in a lifetime ever, and nobody could ever do it. And now a Tesla coil, lightning in a bottle, is literally a kid's toy that people don't even care about. It's a kid's toy that goes for $5 on Amazon. Literally lightning in a bottle, Tesla was able to achieve. And so he talked about just vibrations and the ability to like every. Oh wait, sorry, Chris, did you have a point?
What? No, I'm sorry. I was just
Talking
clearing my
like
throat.
you're okay. I thought okay. Yeah, if anybody wanted to jump in, go ahead. But yeah, that so if correct me if I'm wrong, then Freya, like in the sense of like with the being on the same hue, I see it as like sort of being on the same like vibrational wavelength, because that's what you can measure light and the wavelengths of the color you're looking at. And I perceive the world in the sense of like sort of numbers and like that idea of wavelengths. That's why I like the sphere, the three-dimensional sphere of like I see the whole world as like riding on a wave. End of statement. Thoughts? Anybody?
It's almost like we live in a simulation.
Yeah. Yeah, the Discord call's open. Also, people in the chat, just a heads up. I can't read I'm not going to read every chat out loud. I'm sorry. There's again, everybody in the Discord too. People are asking questions in the chat. If people felt like looking at the chat and
Yeah,
answering
I'm
them during
sorry.
our
I
some good
left the
questions.
chat a long time ago. It's just too much for me
Yeah,
to
I'm
be
gonna go make
reading,
a
and then there's like
sandwich,
an echo. And
so I can't see chat
so,
anymore.
real quick, Astra, are you still here?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm just listening. But basically, you need the right key for the right lock is kind of the way I understand it. Not to dumb it down too much, but
No, that's good. That was a good. I think that simplification of it is like super helpful because I saw a YouTube short that actually said something similar to that sort of. It was like sort of like motivational advice, and then people in the comment sections were like dogging on it, like, "Oh, this is so general." Like, obviously people would know this, but I was like, "No, it's like good to get reminded of those sorts of things where it's like because the dude was talking, he was like, "Oh, this door is so big and this like lock is so large, but the key is so tiny." And yet it's still capable of unlocking and opening up what's behind this door. And I was like, yeah, that's like a general sense of life advice, but it is good to get reminded that like these small sorts of things can have large impacts.
grains of sand make a heap.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was just listening. I didn't want to interject too much here, just kind of letting it all wash over me, so to speak.
Yeah, the wave, everything's a wave. Yep. See, yep. That's my proof that I'm right, clearly, obviously, from that one statement you just made.
Freya, are you familiar with astral projection or remote viewing?
Yes.
What do you think about it?
There's certain places that have barriers up, so I can't get in them.
I've heard of that. Interesting. So you could do it, essentially.
Yeah, but I don't like doing it
Why?
because sometimes I astral project to the other realms.
And I take it you don't like it there?
There's consequences.
Can you speak on that or no? If not, it's cool. I mean, I'm just curious.
I have a question. Do you have a silver cord when you project?
No.
Okay, because my dad said he had one when he used to do it when he was a kid.
I had a friend named Matthew. He had a silver cord on his back. We never talked about it, but I'm pretty sure he could astral project. No, I have, it's gonna sound weird. I have feathers on my back, and that's what I use as currency when I'm going in between the realms.
So it's probably more free will than being stuck to the cord.
Or sovereign. Sovereign will.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Well, could I ask how you're defining sovereign will versus free will?
I'm very stubborn. I don't know how else to describe.
Oh, stubborn, not sovereign. Gotcha.
Oh wait, you said stubborn?
Yeah.
Stubborn.
Oh, okay, okay.
Has anyone ever tried changing the weather?
Yeah, there's not me personally, but Beijing has a weather modification department in China. They shot sulfur bombs up into clouds to disperse them so it didn't rain during the Olympics. But I know that's not what you're asking.
Right.
Change the weather by myself.
I don't like the snow. I got really, really stubborn, and I think I changed the weather.
I wish I could make it snow where I am.
Yeah, send the snow somewhere else.
Send it to Las Vegas.
With all the fighting going on, I think they need to just calm down a little bit.
Did you guys ever do that in school, wishing for snow days? We used to wear our pajamas backwards. That was...
I was gonna say, yeah, that's what we did too.
Yeah.
We would get out of school pretty easy if they even called for a chance, because I'm from the mountains, so buses and things like that, if there was even a little ice or snow, sometimes even rain, if it rained bad enough, they would call school out.
I mean, that's kind of good, yeah. I mean, not the best for the kids and the parents, but definitely got to be safe about stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been muted. I don't know for how long. I've been saying, I was like, why is everybody ignoring me? What did I do?
You put your shirt on.
Oh no, the shirt is
Yeah.
absolutely off.
Yeah, we got bored.
No.
We're more curious than staring at a pretty face.
Better be. Goddamn, better be. How do I make myself?
Hey.
Keeping the smoldering look.
Yeah. Powerful.
I don't know. I look like poopy right now. I'm tired and my eyes are like myrrh. I was like exhausted.
Stop looking at me like that.
Yeah, you like these bedroom eyes. Yeah, no, like I was seeing these like my eyes are like Caster, you got to get on a better schedule. Make me
I know.
The schedule works for me. This is perfect. I just woke up at 2 a.m. like 3 hours ago.
I've been sleeping in increments to get on the
That's
stream.
the way to go. Yeah, fuck yeah. I like waking up and toking the fire. Like our ancient
God,
ancestors.
My kid doesn't have school tomorrow, otherwise I'd be so fucked.
School for you or your kids?
For me.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. What are you in school for?
No, I'm saying I would be screwed because I have to get him up and ready and.
No, I get that now, but I was asking if you were in school or if you had kids that were in school.
Oh, no, I'm not in school, no.
Oof. I want a kid. I actually want two. I want to have a boy and a girl, but I got to get me a decent girl. I was telling Astor this last night. My last ex, she stabbed me because she stabbed me after stabbing with a knife. So we had a house together, and I went and spent the night at my parents' house, and we had a roommate too. One of her friends was staying in our spare bedroom, and so I came home way earlier than I was supposed to. I came home like 6 a.m, and I walk in the door, and her friend Cheryl is sitting in the living room, and I walk in, and she's like, "Hey, come here, I gotta talk to you." I'm like, "What's up?" She's like, "Listen, so last night Steph had people over, and I thought everyone had left, so I went in your guys' room to talk to her, and she was in bed fucking some dude." And I was like, great. You know, like, I kind of had a feeling that she was cheating, but tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, this, and that. So I go in there, I wake her up, and she's trying to play all sweet. And it's, "Oh, hey, baby, how are you?" Da, da, da. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." And it was like, she tries to kiss me, and I push her away. I'm like, "So what'd you do last night?" "No, nothing. It was quiet. Just hang out." I was like, "Yeah, did you have people over?" She's like, "Yeah, my friend came here." And I was like, "Yeah, who's your friend?" And she gives me some girl's name. I was like, "That's it? That was the only person that was here?" And she's like, "Well, no, there was a couple other people, but we didn't really do anything." So like, I'm trying to like, I'm, not calling her out yet. So eventually I was like, "Listen, I know what happened. Cheryl told me that you cheated on me last night." She's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? She's a lying bitch and blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Dude, she said she walked in on you having sex with another dude." I was like, "She's your friend, not mine. So why would she lie about that?" She's like, "Well, she doesn't know what she saw. She walked in and we were just talking." And I was like, "Yeah, you guys were talking." She's like, "Well, he kissed me, but then I stopped him." And I was like, "Dude, Stop fucking playing stupid. Obviously, like you changed the story 6 times. Like I'm not done or dumb. And so I broke up with her right then. I was like, listen, I'm done. Because cheating is one thing I've never cheated on anybody. I never would. It's disgusting. If you're gonna be in a relationship with somebody, you be loyal. Or what's the fucking point? So yeah, I broke up with her. I was like, I'm getting my shit and I'm getting out of here. And she started freaking out. And there was like a stack of like they were like china, like it's like fine china plates in the bedroom. I don't remember why, but she starts smashing them. And then she takes one and she starts cutting herself with it. So I'm gonna kill myself. And I was like, dude, what are you, 12? I was like, fucking knock it off. I was like, you're gonna kill yourself. Wait till I get out of here, and then you can do it. And she takes one of these plates and she fucking stabs herself with it. And I fucking knocked it out of her hand and I held her down on the bed and I was like, yo, you need to fucking knock it off. I was like, you know what you did. You fucked up. I was like, now you're just trying to manipulate me by fucking make me feel bad for you by doing this, it's like, whatever. So I was like, I'm not going to let you go until you calm down and then I'm getting out of here. So she calmed down or whatever. I let her go. And then as soon as I do, the first thing she does, she grabs my phone, smashes it on the ground. And then there was a knife sitting on the fucking table. She grabs that. She starts swinging it at me. I put my hand up. She slices my hand open. And then she just grabs it and lunges and stabs me in the chest.
Jesus.
So after she did that, I could have easily beat the shit out of her, but I tried to restrain myself as much as possible because number one, I don't want to hurt her regardless of what she did. Number two, like if I did, then I'm gonna end up in shit. So I knocked it out of her hand and I picked her up and I threw her across the room, and she just smashed my phone. So I had seen hers there. I grabbed that, and the bathroom that we had at the time, it had 2 doors to it. When you left the bedroom, there was one door to the bathroom right there, and then if you went around down the hallway and around the house to the kitchen, there was another door that connected to the bathroom. So what I did was I went in the bathroom and locked the door from that side, and then I snuck out the other side and locked the door before I closed it to make it seem like I had locked myself in the bathroom. And I went outside and called the cops. And when they showed up, she was literally running around because she realized I wasn't in there. She was running around the yard with a knife in her hand. And they showed up and she got arrested. But long story short,
Quantum asked if you press charges.
Oh, I did. I absolutely did press charges, dude. I got a restraining order and shit. Why was I telling this story? What started it?
You want kids.
Yeah.
I want kids, but I need to find a good girl. Yeah, dude. And like
That's crazy.
for whatever reason, I tend to get myself in toxic relationships like that. Like the past couple have been really bad. And I try, dude. Like I'm a decent dude. At least I think I am. Like I treat people well. Like I might, throughout the stream, I've said some things that are like a little unhinged, but it's all in jest. I don't really mean that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I genuinely have the best intentions for anybody that I deal with, and especially when I'm in a relationship. Like I commit myself to it, but it's tough to find the same thing. And I'm getting old now. Like about to be
How old are
32.
you? Oh, that's not old. Come on.
But I want to have a kid and not like so. My dad, I'm 32. My dad's like, shit. He's gonna be 80 next year. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a situation like that where I have a kid when I'm like in my 40s. You know?
Well, I get it. My husband was 35 when we got together, and 37 when our son was born. So I get it. But honestly, I wasn't looking. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it just happened.
Right.
I feel like when I'm looking, it doesn't happen. And then when I'm not looking, it just, you stumble upon that person.
Right.
And
I mean, so for recently, I haven't been actively in a relationship. I've just kind of been doing my own thing, trying to focus on myself. Some stuff going on in my life that I got to deal with and improve. I mean, everybody does, but yeah, not actively pursuing a relationship. There have been no leads or anything that's come about since I got out of that last relationship. So I, I really do want to find a girl and just settle down and
do you go out? Or are
Not
you just looking
anymore,
online?
no.
Okay,
No,
it's harder to find people online.
yeah, I've done the online thing before, and I'm sure I could do it again. I don't know, like, I just, I'm kind of like, actually, I'm gonna say I'm kind of, but I'm like really depressed at the moment. Like, I'm dealing with a lot of shit, and again, I got my own things that I need to address before trying to find a relationship, because in the past I've tried to use being with somebody as a solution to my, my problems, and
Yeah, to make it
that
happy.
does not work out at all. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
recipe for
temporary,
disaster.
and then yeah.
So I don't know. I go out all the time, but I'm more of a homebody now. Like when I was a kid, I used to party a lot up until my like early 20s, and then I got kind of sick of it. At least the social scene. Like I was constantly out for days at a time doing whatever, and then that got old, and I got old. At least I feel old. But I seem you don't really meet like wifey material either. I mean, I suppose you could. You could anywhere.
Just keep it.
Party scene was not for. It was more for hooking up, which I was never really into the hookup culture. Like if I'm gonna, I really could care less about sex. Like it's great, whatever, but I'm not just looking for a good time. I'm looking for something serious, and that's the way I've been for a long time. So yeah, I probably get online and try to talk to some girls, but
That's what you're doing here. I mean, shit. I mean, we're gonna find you one man in the black hole.
is that what the stream is still?
Well, okay, since we kind of had fallen off of that subject, I changed it to falling down the rabbit hole. But don't worry, man. Anytime you come here, we can work on it. I got you.
You cut out a minute. What'd you say?
I said anytime you come here, we could work on it. Don't worry, I got you.
I know you're the man, buddy. I appreciate you. This is, dude. The fucking vibes in your stream are really cool.
Appreciate it.
Gotta say, after you cultivate a very nice environment.
Yes, it's the goal. It's like Art Bell meets Howard Stern. That's the idea. But anyway, appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, but I appreciate everybody that's in the live right now.
Yeah,
you guys like and subscribe.
Likewise.
What's going on, Gator? I think Caitlin's working their way over. The whole link situation in chat, I'm going to see if there's a way I can fix that, but YouTube does not like links. Gator, are you in the... Oh, yeah, you're in the Discord, bro. We're all in the voice chat right now if you wanted to hop in.
Hey, do you have a link tree in your bio?
I mean, I have like a link to a couple things, or is it like Linktree like a service or something?
Essentially just no. I mean, I think it actually is a service, but I think it's a term that refers to like a list of links that you can access all of your social media and Discord and all that shit. So what I was going to say is I was just asking essentially if you had a link to your Discord in your bio so you could direct people there to get here more easily. Because
oh, yeah.
Links in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's in my bio. It is actually. So if you go to my bio, you should be able to click it there, I think, or at least copy paste it.
Yeah. That's all I was getting at. Let's see if I can get more people in there a little more easily.
You went from politics to conspiracy to love connection. You covered all. Yes, exactly.
Yes. We do it all here on the black hole. You get sucked in and then you get sucked off.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a drink and then, yeah, be right back.
Sounds good. Oh, I see. You said your username is Earthling. Here, so you go to the left side. You see where it says like Hangout, Stream Chat, and all that stuff. Go down and it'll say Stream Chat Voice, and then you just click on that, and you should drop right in. I can pull it up on stream if you want.
I think I've had Discord since 2017, and I literally just figured out how to use it.
Nice.
It's a lot at first.
I downloaded it for this work thing. It was like you need Discord to apply to this job. Didn't get the job, but kept the Discord.
Interesting.
You guys want to see my chest scar?
Actually, yes.
It's not that bad, but I mean, for what it is fucking... Hang on.
I think I see it.
Right there.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yikes.
Yeah.
My husband had a crazy cheating thing happen to him before we were together. This girl that he was with cheated on him, got pregnant, and got an abortion.
Fuck.
And then he found out when he found the abortion papers.
It's kind of the worst. It's a pretty scarring event.
What was that?
I say it could be the worst. It's kind of like a scarring event to deal with. The break of the trust and all that.
Oh yeah, it took him a long time to be able to, rightfully so, because I'm the same way. So there was a lot of trust building.
Well, you know what? At least you guys worked through it. You know, you're married, so obviously it worked out.
Yeah, it's been, this year will be 12 years.
Oh, good for you.
Nice. Wow. Congrats. Here, applause.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you remember Astral, but I already told you how old I was and that whole story.
Yeah. Oh, you had a couple other stories too, apparently, that you were supposed to tell.
Stories, but I fast tracked my life, like in high school, the partying and everything, and he was my dealer, and then we got together when I was 18. I tried to seduce him when I was 17, but it didn't work.
You temptress.
Yeah, right. Well, that just shows you, I finally got him when I was 18, though.
That's good.
Playing the long game.
And we've been together since.
Nice. Oh, sorry, Gator. You said was that Carol on the Discord video chat? Oh yeah. That was CC Carol, bro. We're finding him a woman tonight, bro.
I gotta get back in the chat room so I can see what people are saying. I don't find it. There we go. Oh.
I have it in a little side box, but I don't have my glasses, so I can't really see.
You said you guys might be a bit young for TeamSpeak, but I haven't used TeamSpeak, but I've never heard of a job using Discord. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it was a gaming type job. So that would make sense. I didn't even know what Discord was. I was like, what the hell is Discord? I had to make sure it wasn't like a scam.
Gator in here? Oh, you got the fucking thing pulled up so people can see me on their shit.
Yes, by the way. Yes.
I wish I knew that, dude. I'm self-conscious and like shy and stuff, dude. I don't want my face put on blast.
Bro, you literally ripped your okay, I got you. Yeah. Sure.
On blast.
We got to advertise the goods.
Going
Sorry.
that way. I recall you pulling your shirt off and saying, everybody look at me.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
There's
dark.
smolder every time. You cannot be serious.
Pants off, right?
Get the no, you did. Oh my god. Yo,
Yeah, so you'll take them off the stream.
there's a lot of buttons sometimes.
Lander.
Yes, that's exactly
One of my favorite
movies.
movies. Fucking the blue steel. Fucking. I don't know how to do it, but
Oh, you're doing it just fine.
hey.
I'm dying in here. Oh my god, I'm trying to be quiet because I don't want to wake anyone up. My kid's sick. I do not want to wake him up.
The kids, yeah. It'd be a little tough to explain to the husband too why you got a shirtless dude fucking making fucking faces at you.
Yeah, that would not go well. I don't think. Well,
No, probably not. Well, I think
context
he'd
matters.
understand once he sees that there's like a group of people in here. And who's in? Who do we got this? Who's a little earthling?
Kate.
What's up, sis? Hey, baby. You want to see me take my shirt off again?
already got it for free once.
Right.
I know.
Well, Evie, if he does the CC Carol on this stream, at least you could show him the whole video, and show him the context of everything. So
there's gonna be a VOD of this. Asher, you don't get to post this one.
I can't control YouTube. No, I'm just playing. I can clip things out as needed.
I don't care. I'm joking. Honestly, genuinely don't care. Do it for the views,
I've
bro.
been streaming this whole time. I've been live, everybody.
Oh shit, bro. Hey, good shit. Let me. Oh damn it! I was gonna drop a link to your shit.
Yeah, I was absolutely fucking hop over in your shit.
Yo, you need to
I'm eating food. I was gonna let you all know before I go live, though. Yes.
How come you don't stream on YouTube, bro?
Connection issues with my internet. I don't understand. Like, it keeps telling me that my keyframes are not set to the right number, and I've adjusted settings in OBS, and it's not changed things. And so I stream off of from YouTube from my phone. So
baby.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe we can connect sometime, and I could ask about your OBS settings for YouTube. But yeah, we don't have to go through it right now.
Yeah. Later on, dude, I'd love to cut it up about some YouTube shit. And my shit used to drop frames a lot too. So if I can help out, for sure. But I think it'd get more exposure probably. I saw you have about 500 followers on Twitch. And I'm like, damn, that's pretty good. But Twitch is tough, bro, to get people watching.
Yeah, definitely. There's way more people on YouTube, and there's it's not the easiest to, and I'm in the political section too, so it's people are really down each other's throats about the things that they like and say, and so it's just even people who are your friends won't even come in, or not, they'll come into your channel, but they won't raid in and send their viewers there because they know that some of them are gonna set you off, or you're gonna set some of them off, and whatever differing of critiques you have on Marxist Leninist thought.
Kitty.
She only has half an ear. Look.
Oh my gosh. She looks so soft. I miss my cat.
Oh, I love this kitty cat so much. I have 3 of them. This one, I got her as a stray. She just kind of showed up one day. God, it took me forever to get her trust. I don't know if she was abused or what, but so yeah, I got her. I think when I got her and took her to the vet, they said she was probably about 2 years old at the time. So I think she's about 8 or 9 now. And then I got 2 other cats that are 19 or 20.
Damn.
And one of them is deaf. Astra knows about this. One of them is deaf, and starting at midnight and going until about 3 in the morning at the same time every night, she walks in my room and stands outside the door and fucking screams constantly. It's the loudest fucking cat scream you've ever heard, and she doesn't stop. She does it for hours. It fucking wakes me up every time. It's horrible. Like I said, she's deaf too, so it's I don't even think she realizes how loud she's being.
Yeah, when we're gaming, she goes off.
But dude, it's the worst.
You can hear her through the mic. Gator asked if you want to see his scar, Carol.
Sure. Is he in here? Tell him to get on.
Yo, Gator. Yeah, what kind of scar is it? Take care, Damage. Yo, appreciate you.
It's from
Was your cat's ear like that when you got it?
Yeah, I found her like that. I'm pretty sure what it is. So when there's organizations that catch stray cats and get them fixed, and typically what they do is they put a notch in the ear, right? They'll take I don't know if they have a special tool for it or not, but they'll take a thing and they cut a little tiny triangle out of the tip of the ear. What I think is that this vet is kind of like a butcher and just fucking straight up snipped off the tip of her ear.
Oh man.
Take care, Damage. Appreciate you, bro.
Nothing else, but I do know that she was already fixed when I got her. So I think that is what it was.
I had to leave my cat with my parents because we all were in love with him, and when I moved out, they wouldn't let me take him. I cried my eyes out, but I still love him.
That's so sad. I love this cat's coloration. She, you know how the ginger cats, the orange ones, they got those stripes and stuff. So if you look, see, she's got it right there. Parts of her body have the orange, and then the rest of her is this brown color, but she's just got these random orange spots.
Can she see herself?
Oh no.
She keeps looking right into the camera.
She's just looking at me. Isn't that right, baby? I love my kitty cat.
Oh, are you out of here?
Wait, so spell, what were you saying, like the Native American tribes?
About with the buffalo specifically, or which part?
Like the egalitarianism.
Oh, yeah. So the medicine wheel is a good example of this. That's what I like to. A lot of cultures around the world have used a circle to describe things, and we're talking about time too, kind of being sort of like a circle. And so, yeah, when it comes to like an economic and political structure, when I looked up the word egalitarian, and I got to look it up again. It's sitting up. If I was at I went down to get food. I'm not at my computer right now, but at a gist, I was like, okay, it means like sort of inclusion and diversity and lots of different sorts of things, and like in a sense like how I think a society should function. And my understanding of how native societies functioned was that things worked in a circle. Like they believed in anarchism, they believed in communism, they believed in capitalism, they had socialism, they had other words for these sorts of things, and deeper understandings of social structures, political economics, and regular economics as well, just like political structures for society. And so it's this circle of where it's not a list. It's not that list that I laid out of those ideologies where one's at the top and one takes the most importance, or everybody believes in this one thing more than the other. It's a shifting of everybody understanding what everybody else's beliefs are, and figuring out as a community how to work all of those ideas into the system, and function together. Yeah, the
If
great
you
law
So
want,
piece
how do
too.
you
Good.
I
how
was
do
gonna
you
say
feel
I agree.
about like the transition?
From
How do you feel about
Cool.
the transition from tribal communism, basically, right? Or egalitarianism to like modern society and like the very
oh
linear time frame and story that we have about that.
Oh, I think it's awful. Yeah, when we were talking, a lot of the stuff earlier when we were talking is that question specifically were things that I was going to kind of like say about the when we were talking about like the matriarchal societies and this sort of like shift away from natural things, and like lost the knowledge that we've lost when we were talking about like magic and like those other sorts of things. And so it was a huge shift. Like I believe the Western society to a certain extent, well, I mean Europe, coming out of Europe and these places, like forced this sort of rhetoric and knowledge of I would argue Christianity, but like religious aspects as well, this idea that you have to learn English too and all these sorts of things, and then suppressed so much of these other cultures. And so like a lot of what's been part of Native American society is lost entirely to time, and a lot of what was human knowledge is lost as well because of that sort of thing. Hopefully that answered the question. I'll talk forever on this. If that didn't answer, I'll keep going.
What do you think, like, what natural circumstances do you think happened to lead to the birth of like colonialism?
um, oh, that's a super interesting question. So the development of large ships to carry cargo, I would say, would be a huge factor. Like
Would you say
people
industrialization is a net positive or a net negative?
I actually argue it's a net negative. When we were talking about AI
Same.
earlier, I look at the industrial age. Yeah, like I look at the industrial age and I'm like, look, I don't, we could be in a much better place in society. People look at where we're at right now and it's like, I'm like, yeah, this is a beautiful, wonderful thing. I could come onto a random YouTube channel, talk with people from all around the world about all sorts of things from all walks of life, all corners of the world. And it's just like, we could still be here. Like I'm happy and I'm to be part of what is this system, but we could have gotten to where we're at without this sort of slave culture of the industrial age where you push people to their absolute limits and it's just all about money. Because right now we have a capitalist society, and that's what I talk about with the circle, where it's just like these other ideas are important. People who are socialist, people who are communists, people who are Democrats, people who are Republicans, their ideas need to be part of the system and functioning in a circle where one doesn't take priority and just cancels out everything the previous person that believed in another idea does, but adds to
Have
it and
you
builds upon it.
have you ever heard of spiral dynamics?
I've not. gonna look it up right now.
I bet you would really like that. There's a YouTube channel, it's called actualize.org. He's got a bunch of like very hefty, like metaphysical stuff, but he has a series on spiral dynamics and it's really cool. It's like how your consciousness evolves and what that looks like culturally and structurally as well, not just like on an individual level.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking up. Looking at their page right now. Thank you.
It's like it's a lot. It's like I think each one's like each stage in the spiral is like an hour to 3 hours long. But it's really cool.
Yeah, it'll be helpful like if I'm doing chores or something. I like to put on a video like that I can because then too it'll help me take a break, like whatever they're talking about. I'll be like, okay, good. I'm gonna go sit down and like think about this or research this and as an excuse to stop fucking doing chores.
I think
Gator,
it's
that is
like
not me asking the questions, by the way, in the chat. I'm just talking about cats. I'm not getting deep right now. Sorry.
I think it's like
Yeah, whoever.
stage orange is like very capitalist and very industrialist, but it's also like each stage is built on top of one another and everyone is a mix of everything in the spiral. So you need all of it to like combine together.
Gator was asking who was talking. That's Freya. You don't pronounce the J, right?
No, it's Kate, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm Caitlin. I'm
Caitlin.
little
Okay, sorry.
earthling on here.
I wasn't sure to call you
Ah,
Kate or
shit. Sorry.
Caitlin. I didn't want to mess up.
Yeah, I
No,
went
you're
down to
good.
eat food. I'm not looking at my computer.
Caitlin, are you Native American
No,
or Native?
unfortunately. Dude, Native
You,
American culture is so fucking cool. Or can I cuss on here?
yeah, I think so. I think it's cool.
Abso-fucking-lutely not, dude. Don't you dare fucking swear at my stream.
I don't I even remember in 3rd grade I had a teacher who was talking about Native American culture and how they like prioritized women because they gave birth, like they created life. And then that was like the last time we ever talked about it in school until like all the horrible stuff that we did and that we're still doing.
Yeah, it's an ongoing genocide.
Well,
By the
many
definition
people
of
that are
what
Native
genocide
are
is.
just like ingrained in just American culture. You know what I mean? They don't celebrate or have anything to do with, at least where I'm from in East Tennessee, like my dad's Cherokee. He's not full Cherokee, he's mixed with something else, but he doesn't know a lot about his history aside from just basic knowledge of what we know.
Yeah, because they tried to repress it. It's like an ongoing genocide. They're actively trying to get Native Americans to assemble into this quote unquote what I believe to be a made up American culture. And so, yeah, they end up getting and not being able to know. They don't share stories then with their family and talk about what it is, their heritage, because some of them weren't even taught it because their parents were actually physically being assaulted about trying to teach their younger generation to dance, and there were laws and regulations surrounding it. They were physically being restricted by law and physical manner to not be allowed to teach their culture to their younger generation.
That's so
Well, the
crazy.
other, sorry, I was going to say the other thing that's interesting is, at least again where I'm from, they at one point, if you were born at a certain time, would mark your birth certificate as white unless you were black. You were black or you were white. So Asians, Native Americans, everybody like that got marked as white.
Yeah, that's part of the assimilation culture of this like white nationalist American sort of culture aspect that the Republican Party is currently pushing.
But most of us are mutts, you know?
Exactly,
We're
we're
a
a
little
nation
bit of
of
everything.
immigrants. American culture is Native American culture, and it's all cultures from around the world because it's what is America is a nation of immigrants supposedly attempting to be free from oppression.
Yeah.
But the founding fathers were a bunch of drunken frat bros, and that's a
Well,
fact.
I don't.
They went to Yale or whatever college. It was founded before America. The Declaration was written, and a lot of the founding fathers went there.
Well, Benjamin Franklin was into some crazy stuff. I don't know if you know about the Hellfire Caves, but he used
I'm
to
not
go there.
unfamiliar.
You should look into it because he used to go there and practice occultism and have orgies and stuff. He was into some dark stuff.
Yeah, rich
Dude,
elites
they
do
all
some
do
pretty
that.
wild stuff. Yeah.
It's like they're all in Ivy League schools, and then they have like their clubs that just are secret societies, which is
Well,
just a
the
funny
hell,
way of saying like crazy belief system. And then they all become like politicians and billionaires,
and they
and
don't
then
practice what they
everybody else
preach.
has to live like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fetishization of the sorts of ways that native societies, not just in North America, but all around the world, sort of functioned with like ceremonial sorts of aspects and stuff. Western society kind of like removed those sorts of things, rites of passages, those kinds of things. And so as individuals get up and grow older, they feel disconnected from what is like a proper functioning ideology of like
Or culture.
yeah, yeah.
Like we don't have a
Um,
culture really.
yeah,
Not
yeah. There,
anything that's like integrated.
I think our culture is
I agree.
mixed culture. Like a little
Yeah,
bit
it's
of
like
this,
it's a
a little bit
mixed
of that.
culture, but it's like all disintegrated. It's not like
What's
unified.
Americanized? Everything's Americanized. It's not anything like the original. Not even Mexican food, you know? It's all different. But about the Hellfire Caves, if you guys do look into it, it's in the UK and it's literally built under a church. So they had like heaven above, hell below, and I think if I'm not mistaken, they found Ben's house in the UK too that had a bunch of bones in the basement, like buried.
That's
And they
something
tried
I've
to
been
say
thinking
it was
about.
for
Like,
science.
what is up with like human sacrifices and stuff like that?
Yeah, I know. They tried to say it was for science, but knowing his history with the Hellfire stuff, it's like, I don't know.
Like, cause you know how we like whitewash history. So if all the elite are doing like this is just a hypothetical, right? If they're all doing like these weird like rituals, and you go back and you look at like Mesoamerica, and they're like, oh, they were doing like human sacrifices of like
Sometimes you gotta
virgins and
sacrifice
stuff.
somebody to make it rain. You know,
I'm
against
wondering,
droughts picking up, dude, and you
Right?
gotta cut somebody's heart out.
I'm
Oh,
wondering
I've
if
heard
that's
some
actually true or
disturbing
not.
things,
Yeah, I
like
was
with
gonna
the
say,
farmers. Have you all heard
what
anything
was
about
it?
that? Like some disturbing stuff with the farmers back in the day, that some would like do demonic sacrifices and like not just kill animals, but have sex with them too and things like that. Not all of them, of
I
course,
think
but
that's Yeah, I feel like that's part of the whitewashing of like what is history and culture. Like
yeah.
they'll focus on places that sort of like did and individuals that did those sorts of things, but when you look into like what took place in ancient societies, they cared very deeply and had a good understanding of like caring for the elderly and handicapped individuals in particular. Like there are a few grave sites where handicapped individuals are found, and it's like back in the day, you kind of had to be a high person of honor to have people find a spot to dig up and put you to rest. Like it was difficult to like there weren't graveyards or anything like Native American societies would burn individuals to they would what's the word cremate
Yeah.
and so it's a lot that's really good for the environment. It's really good environmental practice. But yeah, this
Yeah,
sort of
they
like
send them out on the
whitewashing.
water, right? On like a raft of wood and burn them,
Oh, I think that was
depending on where they were.
I think that was Native Americans might have done that. I believe I've heard of Vikings doing that, and I believe that it's a like a more of a high honor sort of situation for that. I'm not sure if they were doing that for everybody.
My whole thing is like we interpret like the sacrifices they were doing for like the crops and stuff like that. Sacrificing like
Yeah, I don't think a lot
pure
of societies were
people.
doing that. Yeah, like
I
what
don't that it just
Aztecs
seems
did it, and
weird.
that's yeah, like there was a big focus on that. Like people, when I talk about native societies that try to like debate me on it and tell me that I'm wrong about what I'm talking about, will always bring up like Aztec society, and I'm like, that's like the only example of societies being like this brutal sort of and who was more brutal when the English and Spanish showed up, they deemed that society so valuable of being forced into getting educated about God and English that they just killed them all. So who are the real fucking savages? Like
Well, the Trail of Tears was so bad. That was like the worst. With the Cherokees, anybody on the east, they send them out on the west.
Yeah.
Just to die, basically. And Andrew Jackson, the history of him, he was incredibly racist, and he would skin Native Americans and order people under him to skin Native Americans.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln's teeth were slave teeth, not made of wood. The founding fathers
Oh,
were terrible. Yeah, they were drunken frat boy. Constitution's awful. I
so,
was talking about this yesterday. Yeah, it's I'm not a Western society frustrates me.
well, yeah, my teacher, I remember in the 5th grade, used to say, honest Abe, and she would put it in quotes. Like, yeah, not so honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do
It's
you think
crazy.
about
Oh,
like
sorry, go ahead.
doing permaculture food forests?
Oh, I think we have to do that. We can't like live a sustainable like that's what caused the Dust Bowl. They literally were so bad at planting. The colonizers in America were so horribly uneducated that they were incapable of like we grew up to be a society that farmed so poorly that it literally caused a natural disaster in America called the Dust Bowl, and it's because they weren't rotating crops. And so that was something ancient societies had known for hundreds of all of humanity had known that for hundreds of thousands of years, but somehow Americans were uninformed that you need to actually care about the land and the ground and the soil. And so yeah, our practices right now are terrible. They're absolutely awful. It's what's caused the wildfires in California. They literally planted pine trees are matchsticks. I was saying this earlier. The sap is flammable. The bark is flammable. The wood
And it's
itself
dry
is
out there.
yes, it's very dry out there. The wood itself is also like it's a lighter wood or whatever, softer wood, so it's also
Mhm.
slightly more flammable too itself. But the pine cones too get covered in sap, and they're basically little like fire starters that drop and
Like
then catch
gasoline.
on the ground. Yeah, it's pretty bad. They just plant row after row of pine trees because they grow fast, and it's just not. You need sustainable practices. You have to like burning is also a natural part of the process. Like I'm to my understanding, what would happen is if there were like natural wildfires, like or even natural disasters, like on the coast, like if it seemed like there was some sort of like hurricane or tornado or anything, native or ancient societies would just leave the area. They could tell, like elders of the group would be like, the last time the sky looked like that, some pretty bad things happened. We got to get it moving. And so then you come back to that area then later after things have settled down and it's renewed. It's a new like the hurricane would change the landscape and change the way that things would work on the coast. Lightning would strike the ground and burn down large areas. And then what societies would do is participate in making sure that those areas were capable of regrowing. The natural things would just grow back with time. That's how things work. And they would just care for and sustain those types of things. Like the structure, to my understanding of what was taking place, was the communities were all in contact with each other and had their own sets of rules and understanding, but there was a general law of the land that was there to inform individuals how they interact with each other group to group. They had separate landscapes where different tribal members lived and communities lived, and there were rules of engagement about how to go through them. And yeah, so the understanding was they would all communicate with each other. The buffalo could graze and go through all of the territories. And when individuals were they would be going around. It was care and concern for the land and the resources that existed in all of the areas, everybody's area. End of statement. Sorry, that was a lot there. Thoughts, gang.
Would they like? I know they would dig trenches, kind of like around to keep the fire contained. Also,
Yeah, like yeah, I was talking about native chagra practices of the Amazon earlier. Yeah, they would do they do a lot of controlled burns. The Amazon they theorized that it was and this is what I was suggesting as well. Like giant food forest where like basically everybody that lived there and was a part of it understood ecology and what's the word you keep using? Permaculture?
Permaculture, like permanent agriculture.
Yes, yes, yeah. And so it's like, yeah, like Native American society specifically would bend trees when they were young so they would grow sideways and they would point to uh like areas of interest and natural resources so that everybody who walked past it would know where to go no matter who they were, like what society they were from. They could understand that like the fish camp would be in that direction and they could go meet up with another group of individuals and resupply or explain that again they had rules of engagement. They would literally send people to go talk to other communities and be like, hey, we're gonna fight, like we're something happened and we're upset about this, and so this means war. And so they would tell each other about that. There were rules for how you went about engaging and things like that, laid out in the Great
I
Law of
think
Peace.
I think it's really interesting where like certain religions will depict heaven as like obviously a borderless, like moneyless society where you live in like, you know, and it's really probably just like that primal urge to go back to how things were, how we like co-evolved with nature. It was just
that's
like
funny you
everybody's
say
missing that
moneyless
point.
because the streets. Some would say the streets are paved with gold. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
But I feel like that just kind of means like abundance or like prosperity because then in heaven you're not
That,
like
yeah, that's what I was gonna
using
you
say.
don't need
money.
money. Yeah.
Yeah, the like to touch on what Quantum said, yeah, to a certain extent, the society itself functioned. They weren't just like sacrificing each other. The issue was they would go out and essentially kidnap people from other communities and sacrifice them. So it was still pretty brutal in that aspect. But I
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. That'd be crazy.
yeah, Apocalypto is a movie about that. That's what Apocalypto is about. It's pretty fucking good. One of the better movies out there for sure. Like
Oh, I just saw a trailer for that earlier. Like, just randomly came up on my YouTube. It's funny you brought that up.
it's amazing. I really do highly recommend it. It is super, super duper duper good. I don't believe they speak any English in it at all. It's all I think they're subtitles, but it's just like it's really like a really like it's something you got to sit down and watch too. It's not really something I would recommend putting on in the background. It is one of those movies that'll really encapsulate you. It's shot really well. Every scene is just so dramatic, and it's just this whole story again where like essentially you can't understand anything anybody's saying, but you're just so enthralled by like what's going on. It's about like the Aztec society or like not, I don't think it's specified. I'm not 100%. Maybe it is specifically about something, but this group, this community gets kidnapped by the other society, and it's like the story following them and what happens. Super super good. 11 out of 10 movie for sure.
Did it come out in 2006? Just to make sure I got the right movie.
Let me look.
Or around then, 2003, 2006, something like that.
Taking me a minute to find it. There we go. 2006. Yes.
Okay, that's the one. That's so funny. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Wild how the universe works like that, huh?
It is. It's so. I mean, a random movie from 2006. I just see a trailer for it today, and then you bring it up.
I really love that movie. Like I don't typically I people don't know me here, so I don't always like go recommending movies. Like my taste is like kind of specific, and it's just like this is definitely one that I like highly like to like talk up and say is definitely like worth a watch and checking out.
My taste is all over the
Interstellar
place.
too. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
Interstellar is
got
good.
um
I saw it in theaters.
oh, that must have been fucking awesome. Damn. Yeah, I watched it on my computer screen, and I watched it with like I was at college at the time. I was just there for a year. Me and my roommate watched it. And yeah, at the end of it, we literally like we looked at each other and we were like, "Son of a, we should have went to a fucking theater to go watch that shit." God damn, was that good?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I've seen it like 5 times since. It's one of those where you gotta rewatch it because then you'll notice things that you didn't notice before, like little hints and what's the word? I can't think of.
Uh, I don't want to say symbolism, but like foreshadowing or something.
Foreshadowing, yes. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, my understanding is the director planted all that corn too. It wasn't CGI, and they planted all that corn. There's a lot of preparation for the movie. All the corn you see at the very, it's not even that much display. It's just pretty much right at the beginning of the movie. There's like the fact that they live on the farm and there's corn there, and they're like driving through the corn
Driving
at
through
the
it.
one point to avoid
Yeah.
the drone. It's such a small part of the movie. It's how it opens, but they planted an entire field of corn to shoot that scene. They used it. They didn't just it didn't just go to waste. They used it to help fund the movie. They sold it and they funded some parts of some of the movie with it. That one's a good one too. Interstellar's pretty good
That's
as well.
awesome.
Everybody. Road also pretty good. Yeah, yeah. The Road's pretty good too. If you like if we're talking apocalyptic movies, yeah.
So, what do you think is up with like all the dystopian stuff now?
You say
Like,
now,
do you
but
think
like
if they
I feel like it's been part of the culture. Sorry, go ahead.
do you think if they did like what's the opposite? Like more utopian movies, people would like there would be like a major gap. People would be more grounded politically.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, like I feel like that it does display a lot of what culture is and like how like our culture right now currently and how we're perceiving things with this sort of like u dystopian era future versus like a utopian solar punk society that functions on, agriculture and concern for the environment and these sorts of things. But yeah, like I mean, people have seemed to always be into this sort of thing. Like science fiction writing and all these sorts of things. When I joined Twitch specifically, running into some older individuals, I come to find a lot of the sci-fi and things that I was interested in really came from older stories that of books I'd never even heard of, and writers from like the 20s and the 30s even. And then two on top of that, it's interesting to see like where and what they got their inspiration from and how this stemmed from, and come to find out it's sort of one of the things that it sort of did stem from is this idea of a dystopian future from the political structure of what's taking place with like essentially capitalism. A lot of the early sci-fi writers were definitely like, I don't want to say a lot of them. I want to speak out of place here, but the ones I've run into of people in the leftist spaces I talk about or I'm part of, which would probably explain why they had communist views. The sci-fi writers is because these were other leftists talking about them. So yeah, I don't want to generalize that there based off my personal life experiences. End of statement.
Do you think
Um,
that Karl Marx was too idealistic?
What do you mean exactly
Like,
by
like
idealistic?
from the perspective of like being an elite and how he described socialism almost just kind of flowing naturally as like a natural progression.
Yeah, like because oh my gosh, that's a really funny question. Because I get really frustrated with other leftists about Marxism for essentially that reason. I'm like, he himself was kind of an educated elite also, and it frustrates me to see him write about these sorts of things without pushing as hard or harder for progressive rights of like, they talk about him being like sort of a bit of a feminist, but like like a progressive in the sense of like caring about human rights in general. And I'm like, well, he was an elite at the time and didn't really push as well for native societies had already been complaining about these things for a very, very long time. Like, this is not something necessarily new. I'm glad Marx wrote some fucking ideas down about it, but we shouldn't treat it like a Bible or like he created this great. It's the same problem that we run into that people who believe in Marx ideology also complain about in the sense of like Western society and like this education. It's like he also ignored and believed that he came up with these sort. We credit communism to him when it's clear that ancient societies had a deep understanding of what these political structures were, and they were just using different words for it. And English actively chose to not care about those, and they've been lost to time. And so I have no proof. I have no physical proof to suggest that what I said is true. Because again, and it's tough for me to say, oh, it's been lost to time. It's an easy out, I guess, for you, Gator, Death Gator. There, I know that's what you're looking for. I'm sure you haven't been paying attention that much, but there you go. You win that hypothetical argument that we weren't having.
I know that there's a lot of like archaeological evidence to point to more like matriarchal egalitarian societies that existed for like 300,000 years before we started doing like, recorded history. It's really interesting though, like in matriarchal societies, like stuff is passed down by word instead of being written. Like that's really interesting.
Um, yeah, like the other, yes, I agree. Like song and like you used to have to like societies would physically have to remember these sorts of things. That's what was so important about like songs and music and the elders of the community, because they were the ones that passed the stories of history and education down to the younger generations.
Could I make another point to this? It was not only passed down through song, but there was also women that would make blankets for the tribe, and they would put their stories on the blankets, or like a tapestry of some sort. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I was about to say that. A
Is
lot
that
of
where we
ancient
get
societies.
like is that where we get like what are those three goddesses that weave fate? That's what that's from, right?
The
Like that's
Norns.
what it evolved into. Like what would you call that? Like mythology?
Yep. Which is just
That's
old
cool.
religion.
It also made me think about quilting. I wonder if, like, the mothers in the family making quilts for the family, I wonder if that's passed down from the tapestries from history.
Probably. Yeah, like yeah, it was really important and crucial for that sort of information. So you like had to teach and know like if you wove a specific pattern or had societies there's one society I was looking at that used knots. They would tie knots into string, and so yeah, it was like crucial and important. We've lost again, that's one of the things that's sort of lost to time. People nowadays don't necessarily know how to read them or know what's going on there or what it said exactly. Um
Spell. Frank Bruman was saying, he's making it sound like, do you think you're over romanticizing the past?
Oh, I get that a lot. I would ask what I said that you might think that would have implied that. I don't think so at all whatsoever.
Let me see what he said here.
Yeah, I could take. I'm hitting the bong. I'm back up on my computer.
I think somebody had mentioned something about natives being cannibalistic. What else? Frank Bruman. Any in particular? Well, let's see. This guy romanticizes everybody: the noble savage, the workers for Marxism? Question mark.
No, that's the whitewashing.
Did you cut out? Y'all still there or no? Oh, damn. Later, Esoterica. Are you guys still in chat or no? I don't know if my internet is just deciding to die right now. You guys, oh, okay. That was weird.
I don't know what just happened.
Okay, yeah, no, we're back. He got black holed, exactly.
What did you do, Astra?
Got too close to the hole, my guy. Sorry.
Yeah, it happens. You get fucking sucked in. Spaghettification. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of zoned out for like 20 minutes. I have no idea what you guys were talking about, and I came back and it was just dead quiet.
The silence woke you up.
No, actually, I was playing Arc Raiders, and then somebody killed me, and then I came back.
That sucked because I said something and then it went silent.
That's
I thought
what
it was
happened.
what I said. Yeah.
You just made
So
it
was my
awkward.
fault.
Everybody just got uncomfortable and stopped talking. Either way, how you guys doing? Everybody having a good night? Good morning?
Can't complain.
What?
Yeah, it's fine as long as my sick kid stays asleep and doesn't wake up. We're good.
I hear you. All right.
I'm gonna fill my cup back up. I'm gonna come back and I wanted to check this video out with you guys and see what you think, but I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Take your time. Ow. I'm hungry. What the fuck am I gonna eat? I think I have like bacon, egg, and cheese croissant things that are frozen. Fuck, throw one of those in the microwave.
I wonder where Caitlin went.
Dude, I can't find my fucking smokes and I'm about to freak out.
Y'all still there?
What's up, dog?
I wanted to see what you guys had to think about this. I fell asleep listening to this stuff, and it kind of. Oh, sorry, her.
No, it's my fault. I had my volume all the way down.
Gotcha. But this fits into kind of what we're talking about. So see what you guys think. And we can pause throughout it and stuff. Pull it up here. Oh, who'd we lose? Oh, Caitlin, later. Damn. All right, cool. So this was, like I said, I thought this would be an interesting use of AI. They got basically training AI on philosophies or philosophers and having them argue with each other. And I don't know, it really, I'll drop the link in chat, but I thought this was really interesting. And you guys, we can like pause as we go though.
Their debate starts with this question. How should you...
I feel like maybe you might not have been able to hear me when I asked. Are you able to share it through the Discord?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Nice, thank you.
Awesome.
We configured the most advanced AI models to create a debate between Niccolo Machiavelli and Marcus Aurelius. Their debate starts with this question. How should you live in a world where not everyone shares your values?
You must learn to see the world as it is. Most people are not vicious, but they are weak and changeable. They follow whoever appears stronger. Study what actually preserves your position and what destroys it. Sometimes generosity serves you. Sometimes it ruins you. Sometimes keeping your word builds your reputation. Sometimes it makes you prey. The successful know when to be the lion and when the fox. I'm not telling you to be cruel for pleasure. I'm saying that clinging to one approach, regardless of circumstances, is how good people fail, while clever ones thrive. Observe what works, then act accordingly.
You speak of success and failure as if they depend on others' actions. But what have you truly gained, if you thrive, by becoming like those you despise? When you adapt your principles to match each situation, you have no principles, only reactions. You become a slave to circumstances, controlled by everyone around you. I've dealt with flatterers, conspirators, incompetent generals. Yes, I see them clearly. But their corruption doesn't require my own. The only thing I truly control is my character. If I sacrifice that for temporary advantage, I've lost the only thing worth having. What you call flexibility, I call being tossed by every wind.
Marcus, your character remains pure in your own mind, but what about those who depend on you? When you face a conspiracy, do you meditate on your inner virtue while your family is murdered? You say I'm tossed by winds. I say I'm reading them. There's a difference between having no principles and knowing when circumstances demand setting one aside. You were emperor during plague and war. Did you never execute someone who might have been innocent? Never compromise an ideal to keep the frontier stable? If you did, then you already understand what I'm saying. If you didn't, I suspect your empire survived despite you, not because of you.
Yes, I ordered executions, Niccolo, but I executed guilty conspirators who earned their punishment. Not because it was expedient, but because it was just. If I'd faced a choice between committing an injustice and losing the empire, I would lose the empire. That's the difference between us. You say circumstances demand setting principles aside. I say if your principle can be set aside, It wasn't a principle. When you execute an innocent person because it's necessary, you've committed murder. No amount of strategic benefit changes that. You think I'm impractical, but I ruled for 19 years without becoming the thing I fought against.
You would lose the empire. Fine, but what about the thousands who depend on that empire? When Germanic tribes are at the border, your subjects don't care about your pure conscience. They care whether their children will be enslaved. You say you never executed an innocent, but I suspect you were fortunate in your enemies, not just virtuous in your choices. History is filled with leaders who held your position until they faced an impossible choice. Betray one person to save thousands, or keep your principles and watch everything burn. Maybe you never faced that moment, but if you did and chose your conscience over their lives, that's not virtue. That's vanity.
You call it vanity. I call it under...
video.
My bad. Yeah, my phone died. I just got back.
Oh, you're good. Can y'all hear it in the chat? Take care, Death Gator. Appreciate you. It's just funny because when I was listening to this, it just felt like sort of my internal, I don't want to say struggle, but just sort of just strife between like different ways that I think about things. And it's almost like I tend to hold or just consider contradictory opinions a lot. And I find myself agreeing with both sides of this for a lot of it. When they get to like, there's the next part is how to know that somebody's your friend. And what they were speaking to, at least Machiavelli especially, I was really connecting with, but I really understand both sides. And sometimes like, I think feel like I'm on both sides of it, which is really, really odd.
Understanding cause and effect. If I murder an innocent person, I am the cause of that evil. If an enemy harms people, they are the cause. I don't control what barbarians do. I control what I do. You present these impossible choices, but they're based on a false assumption that doing evil somehow prevents greater evil. It doesn't. It simply adds your own evil to the world's total. A state built on injustice breeds more injustice. Ask any tyrant watching his own guards. Your thousands aren't saved by my corruption. They're endangered by it, because I've shown that principles vanish when tested.
Marcus, you say injustice breeds injustice, but Rome lasted 8 centuries using methods you'd call corrupt. They killed the Gracchi brothers to preserve the Republic. They razed Carthage completely. Harsh? Yes. Did it breed collapse? No. It built an empire that gave you the throne you sat on. Your theory that evil only creates more evil is beautiful, but history shows otherwise. Sometimes ruthless action creates stability for generations. I'm not advocating cruelty for pleasure. I'm saying there are moments when the gentle choice leads to chaos and the harsh choice leads to peace. You had capable generals and weak enemies. Test your principles when you're Florence facing Cesare Borgia. Then tell me about cause and effect.
Rome endured because of its laws, its citizen virtue, its institutions, not because it murdered the Gracchi. Those killings planted seeds of civil war that eventually destroyed the republic you claim they saved. You confuse what came after with what was caused by. Perhaps Rome succeeded despite its crimes, not because of them. And yes, I had capable generals, which mattered during 17 years of frontier war. I chose them well and treated them justly, so they served loyally rather than plotting against me. You keep pointing to successful cruelty as if that makes it right. But a poisoner who lives long doesn't prove poison is medicine. Outcomes don't determine virtue. Justice is justice whether it leads to victory or defeat.
You say outcomes don't determine virtue, but for whom? Perhaps that's true when only your own life is at stake. You can sacrifice yourself for your principles, and that's admirable. But when you're responsible for others, this becomes a luxury. When your choices affect thousands of lives, consequences are everything. Look at Piero Soderini in Florence, an honest, good man who refused to act against his enemies because it would violate Republican principles. His virtue got him exiled and Florence conquered. His goodness destroyed what he was meant to protect. You sit on your throne and tell me you'd lose the empire rather than compromise. But Soderini thought the same about Florence. He lost it anyway, and a harsher ruler took his place. Your refusal doesn't stop the injustice. It just ensures someone else commits it.
You claim I'm selfish for refusing injustice, but you're assuming something I don't grant, that I can actually control whether disaster comes. I can't. Perhaps Soderini's virtue led to Florence's fall, or perhaps Florence was already doomed and would have fallen under any leader. I don't know, and neither do you. What I do know is this: when I commit murder, I have certainly created evil. You promise me it will prevent greater evil, but you can't guarantee that. You're asking me to do certain evil for uncertain good, and even if your calculations were correct, I would be living as something less than human, an animal reacting to threats rather than a rational being choosing what's right.
What is the hardest part of living the way you advise?
The timing. You must know exactly when to strike and when to wait, when to appear merciful and when to use force. Most people are too rigid. They learn one approach and stick to it. But circumstances change faster than people adapt. I've seen princes fail, not because they chose cruelty or mercy wrongly, but because they held to the right choice too long. Fortune turns constantly. The real difficulty is maintaining flexibility when your nature resists it. A cruel man struggles to show mercy when needed. A generous man cannot suddenly become harsh. Few people can shift between these modes effectively, and you cannot practice. Each decision has real consequences. One mistimed move, and you're finished.
The constant vigilance over my own reactions. Every day I wake up and tell myself, people will be ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, and still, when someone betrays me or a general fails through incompetence, my first reaction is anger. The philosophy doesn't remove those reactions. It requires me to catch them, examine them, and refuse to be controlled by them. When my children died, grief overwhelmed me. I had to work through it, not just be rational. The hardest part is that this work never ends. You never master it and coast. Each new difficulty requires the same effort. Pause. Remember what's in my control. Act rightly regardless of feeling. It's daily, repetitive, unglamorous work.
What's new with Google Ads?
Man, they just ruined the whole vibe with that ad, I swear. Damn it.
You have a true friend?
Yes, but rarely. A true friend is someone whose interests genuinely align with yours, or who has proven loyalty when it cost them something. I've had friends, people I could speak freely with, who warned me when I was wrong. But here's the test. Would they remain your friend if your fortunes collapsed? Most friendships are built on mutual advantage. When the advantage disappears, so does the friendship. This isn't cynicism, it's observation. The friend who stands by you in ruin, who gains nothing from the association, that's a true friend. They exist, but they're rare enough that you can probably count them on one hand over a lifetime.
What about you, Marcus?
Although his friendship thing does sound a lot like cynicism, to be honest. He said brain. Wait, Astral? Or brain was warming up?
Yes. A true friend is someone who shares your commitment to virtue and reason. When I meet someone who genuinely pursues wisdom and justice, we're already connected. We're part of the same rational order. But here's where we differ. I don't test friendship by ruin or advantage. A true friend wants what's good for you, which means your virtue, not your success. If my friend corrects my errors or challenges my decisions, that's friendship. If they flatter me to gain favor, that's not. You're right that most people confuse advantage with friendship, but the solution isn't to count who stays when you fall. It's to seek friends who care about your character, not your position.
We're not so far apart here. You want friends who care about your character. I want friends proven through adversity. Perhaps these are the same people. Someone who corrects you when you're wrong, as you say, is doing what my rare friend does, telling you truth when flattery would be easier. The difference might be this. I assume most people will fail this test until proven otherwise. You seem to assume anyone pursuing wisdom qualifies, then discover later who was genuine. My way protects you from betrayal, but costs you potential friendships. Your way opens you to connection, but risks being deceived. Which wounds you more, missing a friendship or being betrayed by a false one?
Neither wounds me if I understand it correctly. Being deceived by a false friend is painful, yes, but the pain comes from my own judgment error, not their action. They controlled their choice. I controlled mine. I chose to trust based on what I observed. If I was wrong, I learn. The betrayal itself doesn't diminish me, unless I let bitterness or suspicion corrupt how I treat the next person. Your question assumes I must choose between protection and connection. I'd rather risk the pain of occasional betrayal than live in permanent suspicion. The closed heart is already wounded. It's just a wound you inflicted on yourself before anyone else could.
When someone close to you betrays you, how do you respond?
First, I assess my position. Can I afford to punish them now, or are they too powerful? Do they have allies who'd turn against me? A betrayer will betray again. You cannot reform them. If I'm strong enough, I act swiftly and decisively. Strike once, strike hard, then it's finished. Others are watching, deciding whether betrayal is worth the risk. The punishment must be public and complete, though I frame it as justified necessity, not cruelty. But if timing is wrong or they're too powerful, I might forgive them publicly while quietly ensuring they can never harm me again. Minor betrayals I sometimes forgive openly. Strategic mercy builds a useful reputation. What I don't do is forget their capacity for disloyalty. Not from spite, but because past behavior reveals character. The error people make is thinking this is about justice or revenge. It's about maintaining your position through whatever means circumstances require.
I examine why I feel betrayed. Usually it's because I expected something they never promised, or I'm hurt they acted from weakness rather than malice. People betray because they're confused about what's truly good for them. They think advantage or safety lies in betrayal, when it actually corrupts their character. So I feel something closer to pity than anger. That said, if my role requires action, removing them from a position where they can harm others, I do it without hesitation or cruelty, not as punishment, but as practical necessity, the way you'd remove a broken tool. What I don't do is let their action change me. I don't become suspicious of everyone else. Don't rehearse the betrayal mentally. Don't fantasize about revenge. Their choice was theirs. My response is mine. The real betrayal would be letting their weakness make me bitter.
I noticed something about your entire approach, Marcus. It's fundamentally passive. Every answer you give focuses inward. Your control, your character, your reactions. You pity the betrayer, examine your own expectations, ensure their weakness doesn't make you bitter. But you never actually shape the situation. You respond, you endure, you maintain your inner state while things happen around you. This works if you're a private philosopher, but you ruled an empire for 19 years. Armies needed moving, governors needed appointing, enemies needed confronting. You couldn't just examine your reactions, you had to act in the world. How did you actually make decisions? Because your philosophy seems designed to help you accept outcomes, not create them.
Niccolo, you're wrong about passivity. I also adapted to circumstances, changed tactics, moved resources, responded to threats. That's wisdom, not weakness. The difference is this. You need circumstances to go your way to maintain your position. Your entire approach depends on correctly reading situations, on fortune favoring your timing, on others responding as you predict. When things don't go your way, you're vulnerable. I'm not. Whether my actions succeed or fail, whether people respond as hoped or betray me, my inner state remains stable. And I notice something. You live in constant anxiety, always calculating, always watching for shifts, always worried about timing. That's not freedom. That's imprisonment. Who's really dependent? The man whose security rests on controlling unpredictable external events, or the man who remains free regardless of what happens?
Marcus, you faced plague, constant war, betrayal, loss. I know this. Your fortune wasn't kind, but I suspect you never faced the specific choice I'm describing. You never had to choose between committing a clear injustice and watching the empire collapse. Your wars were defensive and just. Your decisions, however difficult, likely aligned with your principles. You were tested by suffering, yes, but not by impossible moral choices. And look at your fellow Stoics. Cato chose suicide over compromise. Seneca accepted execution rather than resist Nero. Noble? Perhaps. But this proves my point. When Stoicism is truly tested, when it's your principles or survival, you choose principles and die. That's admirable for a private person. But for a ruler responsible for thousands, it's abandonment dressed as virtue.
You assume an injustice can save people. But when you execute an innocent person to prevent collapse, you've guaranteed one evil while only hoping to prevent another. You don't know the future. Maybe the empire survives without that murder. Maybe it collapses despite it. Yes, I faced impossible choices. There were moments I had to decide whether to trust a general whose loyalty was questionable, whether to negotiate with tribes or crush them, whether to execute conspirators whose guilt wasn't entirely clear. In each case, I chose what seemed just and accepted the risk. The empire didn't collapse. Perhaps I was fortunate. Or perhaps acting justly creates better outcomes than you think, not because the gods reward it, but because injustice truly does breed more injustice. Your responsible ruler, who murders the innocent, hasn't saved anyone. He's added his own crime to the world's total.
Again with the ads here. Read chat here a bit. Hey, Lucid, welcome. Try before JT, welcome. Good to see ya. You might not even put pants on. Yeah, keep them off, bro. Just chill. How's it going, Sebastian? You said, is ruthless action evil? What do you mean by ruthless, I guess? Like, is it ruthless to, like, something, or go on.
Ashel, you're muted for me in the Discord.
Oh, shit. Oh. Sorry, guys. I'm just reading chats, getting through chats here. You said, is ruthless action evil? But what do you mean by ruthless, Quantum? Like destroying something that poses a threat? What do you do when kindness is abused? Appreciate you, Sebastian. Good to see you too.
Restorative justice would be my answer, which would be justice for both the victim and the perpetrator.
But I guess I'm trying to figure out, how do you know if something's ruthless?
How do I know if something's ruthless, or what do you mean?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Because his question is ruthless action evil? You know what I mean? So it's like, well,
you would be defining, like, whoever is calling the action ruthless would be the one defining it at the time. And I mean, and again, as a society, that you'd have to come together and sort of determine those kinds of things.
Well, I mean, just the definition was having or showing no pity or compassion for others. So it's like you're acting in a way that shows no pity or compassion. So is that evil? Is not pitying somebody evil? Is not showing compassion? Yeah, I would say no, right? I don't think it's necessarily evil. Quantum said yes, exactly. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it is. At least I don't feel like it is. It all depends on the time and place and circumstances. Okay.
But just to expand on the restorative justice thing, like what that would look like is at a base level, like other countries have their prison system sort of set up like this, where like prisoners aren't like they have keys to their own cells, like, and they're allowed freedom to a certain extent. They can have access to kitchens and things like this, to like maintain and like video game systems and televisions. The freedom that they lose is the ability to be free with like society. They can't re-enter society until they've served their time or made amends for what it is they've done. Like, and that's where the justice for the victim would be the closure of knowing that this person who did harm or did injustice has changed their mindset and wants to be and apologize, genuinely apologize, and reintegrate back into society is the goal that you would want to have happen.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you don't want to. I mean, yeah, generally, I guess it that gets tested when it's somebody that is like a mass murderer or something along those lines. Like, yeah, you want to not necessarily just punish them and make them feel pain necessarily, because I think some people look at it as, you know, like punitive, right? Where we're putting them there to punish them rather than to, you know, restore them. But I think that some people commit acts that, by and large, the population will not accept them back. You know what I mean? Like if you went and, you know, shot up a school or something, not you, just in general, but no matter how long you sit in a cell, no matter how many books they make you read, no matter how you answer the questions and how you seem to change, I think that people would, you know, can you restore a person that has done like a heinous crime, I guess.
I think you can, yeah.
Interesting. Restore probably, but I guess can that person be accepted by?
Not by everybody in society, but I think that under the right circumstances, that you could be able to integrate somebody who's a mass murderer to a certain extent back into society in a way where people felt, you know, where they might disagree with it, but they at the very least felt comfortable and safe as time moved forward. In the situation where it worked out the way that I was describing.
Sure. Okay.
Was able to integrate back into society. Like, I think that again there would be disagreements and people would be upset about it, and you would have to sort of be like, well, okay, look, let's give it a bit of time and see how things go. And that person would say, you know, oh, like, I'm never going to trust this person, and maybe they won't till the day that they die. But the goal would be to hope that you have a society where that individual is actually capable of getting integrated back into society.
Ideally. So you think there's I mean, for example, I guess we were to go to the most extreme circumstance, right? Hitler doesn't kill himself. You put him in a cell. Could you restore Hitler and let him back out in society?
Probably not Hitler. Yeah, that would be the exception to this rule that I'm laying out right now. Yeah, like there are definitely some people, and like the bar isn't as high as Hitler, but he definitely hits it. And so yeah, Frank Vrooman, you can watch Michael Moore's movie Where to Invade Next. He goes to I believe Iceland. He goes to Denmark. He goes to I want to say Sweden or Switzerland, one of the two. And he looks at their prison systems there. And as well, I would give the example of every native society that existed before colonization. They were functioning pretty well with the ideologies of restorative justice. Those would be my examples. So I guess I could specifically here. I'll look up I'll go get the video and I'll timestamp it. I'll link it for you. You could go watch the prison systems of the ones that I'm talking about.
While you're here to dig into this a little bit more, because it seems as though in the beginning you made it seem as though, or at least the way I took it was, you know, everybody, you know, could benefit from this restorative justice and, you know, go through the system, come out, and, you know, whether they're accepted by and large, you know, they won't commit again or, you know, what have you, right? They'll be able to come back into society. But when I said something like Hitler, right, you were like, I don't know about that guy. So what is the, I said, you know, what, because I said a murderer and you said, sure. It seemed like you said, yeah, they could do it. But when I said Hitler, you said no. So I'm trying to figure out where this line is. Like, where is this line?
Yeah, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, and again, I feel like the line would be found by society as we begin to figure out and discover these sorts of things. So the timestamp of the video that I'm going to send, I think, would be, I guess, hopefully a little bit of a good example of the line. Michael Moore is talking to an individual in a prison who is a murderer, and they're standing in a kitchen around a bunch of knives and stuff, and he jokes with the murderer about how he could just kill him right then and there, and they're laughing, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm not going to kill anymore. I've learned in prison that killing's wrong. And it's just like, yeah, I feel like this is something that clearly can function. It's been shown to function. That's my one bit of evidence right there, that small clip of Michael Moore. But if I could look into the prison systems and how they function, have more information about that in the future. But yeah, like the line would be, like putting a hard, like, there's this term, this phrase that I like to use. It applies to a lot of things. Like, and it's not. So the phrase is, I can't define pornography, but I know it when I see it.
Sure.
So yeah, I couldn't necessarily define a exact quantification for where this line is at. It's going to be a case by case basis. And so again, the suggestion would be that as a society, we can find that line and have an understanding of, like, where, not find it very specifically, but like have come to an agreement as a society where that line sort of is at, and then still case by case determine what's going on. Like, just because somebody did pass the line, like, that's a new circumstance that we now have to address and adjust to. And it's like, oh, here's somebody that crossed what is this quantified line that we're describing, but yet now further into the future, they're saying that they are reformed, right? Like, how do you deal with something like that? You would kind of have to deal with it at the time, in the moment. Again, probably somebody like Hitler, most likely, I in this societal structure that I'm suggesting, if Hitler was like, I'm reformed, and like, or like, people felt like they weren't, and then time went on moving forward, and they said later in the future they felt like they were reformed. I would probably still say, like, yeah, this would be, again, the exception to the rule, where it's sort of like, we can't help everybody, like, because I get that a lot too. People always tell me that all the time, and I'm like, I don't know, I feel like if we lived in a world that was like educating people the way that I'm describing, we actually would exist in a society where there are evil people, sure, but nobody would ever have been as evil as Hitler did, because they wouldn't have the access, power, ability, or sort of upbringing that would push or drive some sort of individual to develop that sort of psychology.
I don't know if I believe that per se. I think we could probably make everything. I mean, we won't know this, but we could probably make everything perfect, and you still have evil people. I mean, that might not be the case though. But I guess I was just trying to laser in here because it seemed like it was sort of an absolute that you were speaking on. But then you're like obviously walking it back with Hitler, and I'm trying to identify what it is that Hitler, like, what would make, this guy goes out and murders a bunch of people, but he says he's reformed, and you want to accept him back or whatever. Hitler goes out and murders more people, and he says he's reformed, and you're like, no. So I was just trying to figure out the distinction between the two.
I just wanted to add some food for thought. A lot, at least in the U.S. justice system, a lot of people find reform through religion. Do we know the statistics on possibly, is that like most people that are reformed, they do it through religion, or?
I'm not sure.
Because I wonder if that gives them the ability in their mind to think, oh, I can be redeemed because I am forgiven in the eyes of God.
I mean,
I get answer this. I don't like religion that much. I'm sorry.
Right.
Well, I know we're talking about reforming, and people that do get reformed often do find that in religion to help push them to reform. So it is kind of hand in hand, at least in the U.S. I don't know about other countries, but
like being born again and whatnot.
Yeah.
That probably helps. I'm sure religion could help people, come to accept their, what they've done and, try to be better. I don't know if most people are reformed through that. Plus, we would have to come up with what's reformed. Does reform just mean you're not going to do it again?
Well, I'm thinking of somebody like Jelly Roll or JD Delay.
I've seen them, but I don't know anything about them. Jelly Roll. What did he do? Jelly Roll.
He was in prison. He found God. He got out, and obviously he's, huge now.
Sure.
Music, and he does still go to prisons and talks to people and tries to help people. He seems like a genuine good person, like tries to do the right thing kind of person.
Yeah, it says, okay, Jelly Roll's convictions include robbery and drug felonies. He has said a pardon would make it easier for him to travel. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I mean, drug stuff I don't care so much about. Robbery, it's like, that's kind of shitty. But those things, yeah, I feel like that's easy for people to accept. And, you know, okay, he's not doing it again. And of course, now he's in a position, you said he's super famous, and I imagine he's rich and whatnot, to where I imagine he's not going to have to rob anybody. And I imagine he's insulated enough that if he wants to do drugs, he's not going to get caught for it. So I can't even necessarily say, is he reformed? Because, I mean, how do you know that somebody's truly reformed? It's, if you get caught doing something and you go to prison, and you come out and you say you're not going to do it again, are you not going to do it again because of the punishment and you're afraid of the punishment, or are you not going to do it again because you actually think it's a bad thing? And you can't really ever know what's in somebody's head. But you said he comes off as a nice person and everything. I think that's why I was going to the more extreme examples of like murder and heinous crimes, because I mean, yeah, something like robbery or drug felonies, it's, yeah, you shouldn't be sitting in a cell for, 50 years because you sold some weed or some shit like that. But when you take somebody's life, that's something that you can't undo, and it's pretty permanent. So it's much more curious to see, can you reform somebody that murders people, is more what I was, trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what testimonies.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you could reform a murderer. Yeah, and I mean, to answer the question you asked a minute ago, like, you would never really know. You wouldn't really never ever know. You just kind of are putting a lot of blind trust in that situation.
But I guess you agree that there's some people you would not be able to put that blind trust in.
Sorry, what'd you say? I'm looking at Frank. Can I address Frank's comments here?
Sure.
Okay, so no, I'm not talking about modern day life on the res. Yeah, if you want to come on the mic, it'd be a lot easier if you wanted to push back against this. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. No. And then you ask, am I kidding you? I'm not. I feel like you're kidding me, but I mean, you said you've been to every part of the world and studied their prison system, so I feel like you're joking or pulling my leg a little bit there. So yeah, if you want to come on and debate this, I'm more than happy to. And so your comment here is very odd. You say that's like asking modern day black people what slavery was like. I don't understand like what you're talking about. Like, obviously Native Americans have passed their history and education and systems down for generations, and so yeah, it'd sort of be the same as asking a modern day black person to hear stories about their grandpa or grandpa that was in slavery. And so when you say things like that, it just doesn't really make sense. Yes, that would be an actual source of information for situations like that.
Okay.
Again, I would. Go ahead.
He says he's okay. What's going on, Frank? He said he's being disingenuous reading half of my comments. So I'm going to scroll up here and try to work through your comments. You said restorative justice. Wow, seriously? Can you please point out when this has worked? And then you had pointed out the Michael Moore thing. You said, I'm sorry, he doesn't live in the real world to even bring up these strange things. I've seen all the world's prisons. It doesn't work. Indians, natives, whatever you want to call them, either killed you or expelled you. That was their justice. Just pushing back on this guy's idea that Indians practice restorative justice with no proof on his point as well. Oh, is that you talking? You know everything from Michael Moore documentary. Is that what you're saying? His feelings are
I would call him disingenuous. I don't feel like I'm being disingenuous, and to throw it back and be like, you're the one being disingenuous. Comments like that are my reasoning for saying that you would be. I wasn't suggesting that. You were assuming that I was suggesting that.
Mm-hmm. His feeling.
I answered those things in text.
Oh, shit.
All their comments.
Gotcha. I didn't see the text. His feelings are the distinction, just like his thought. His feelings are the distinction, just like his thought process. Are you kidding me? That's like asking modern day black people what slavery. That one just confuses me a bit too. What slavery was like. Are you talking about modern day life on the res? He's being disingenuous. If you read half my comments, I push back on his idea that he knows what restorative justice is from watching a Michael Moore documentary. Again, he's reading half of my comments. It would literally be there. Great Grandparents, what are you talking about?
Sorry, I said grandparent instead of great grandparent. You got I've lost the audience, and the audience goes wild. I've awarded no points and made.
I need a button for that. So it seems like what you're saying is just pushing back on the guy's idea that Indians practice restorative justice with no proof on his point as well. So do you have any sources for Native?
I have 1,000,001 sources. You could come. I told them. I answered that comment. They said I'm reading all of your comments, and I answered that. I posted a link already in chat about that. I would like to say that as well, and so people could scroll back up and fucking find that if they would like to. But then furthermore, I said you're welcome to come on the show and speak with actual Native American individuals who will talk about restorative justice with you. That's where my sources are actual living people that have lived through this and gone through it.
Yeah, the thing with the text is sometimes it just makes it difficult. But go on.
Yeah, yeah, I don't mean to. I do get a little. Let me smoke some weed here. Slavery ended in 1865, but that really, just because it didn't immediately just like all slavery didn't just stop in 1865. Like a lot of trauma and generational trauma as well is extended through the years of that. So yes, I would, if somebody told me that their great grandparents or their great great grandparents were a slave and they were telling me a story about them, I would credit that as a source of information for my understanding and interpretation about slavery. And so I feel like you're the one being just disingenuous when you suggest that that's not something that's a valuable source of information.
Quantum says, I'm lost in the argument they're having. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the argument is. It seems as though
Frank Ruman just wants to argue about, they're disagreeing with the idea that Native Americans practice restorative justice.
That seems to be the main point of contention. Well, one point of contention is that restorative justice works, if I understand correctly. Two is that Native Americans practiced it. Those are like the 2 points of contention I think I'm seeing here. What is he talking about? They lived during the Indian American War.
If you came on the mic, this would clear up a lot of this a lot quicker, but I will stop suggesting that. I like people getting on the mic. I think, like you said a minute ago, like through the chat, it can be difficult sometimes when we're trying to talk about these big ideas, and so it's really nice to get on and like be able to express your thoughts and then ask questions. That's
okay, I see. Understand each other. You said he's literally saying he's talked to Indians that went through this. I don't think he's necessarily.
Yeah.
Or wait.
I'm saying that, yes, in Canada, yes, one of the individuals that I have on my stream she was kidnapped by Child Protective Services and swept up in the genocide that I'm talking about and forced into a boarding school. There's a word for it. It'll come back to me in a minute. Forced into a boarding school where she was attempted to be forced into white assimilation culture and then was given up for adoption to a white family. And so, yeah, dog, like I'm not saying lived through slavery. I never suggested that. You heard me say grandparents and tried to correct me on that. So I'm not 100% what you're talking about. You don't think restorative justice works. Okay, why? Do you have examples of a time where restorative justice was put in place and didn't function? Because I do, and we could talk about it if you'd like, but I'd be curious to know if you had any examples of that.
I mean, it's probably not going to work for all people. I mean, you try, and then if it works, it works. You said, when was this genocide?
It's an ongoing genocide to this day through the United Nations classifications of what a genocide is. They have 5 bullet points of what a genocide is. I'll pull them up. I can read them verbatim. And what's going on with Native Americans and Native society, all 5 of those things are still happening to this day. So, I mean, essentially since the Intra Carta by the Discovery Doctrine, a decree by the Pope, one of the popes in the 1400s that allowed colonizers to just go seize land that wasn't owned by them. It's been an ongoing genocide since then. So 1400 to now.
You said one. Okay. So.
Oh boy, as if these aren't like historical facts. Y'all don't really. I don't mean to be rude here, but I don't know if y'all have the historical facts to be discrediting what I'm talking about here. I'm legitimately talking about actual historical events and situations.
He literally said he had Native Americans on his show that went through this, question mark.
Yes, I am saying that. Yes, they're going through. Well, what are you defining as this? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so yeah, what exactly? So yeah, we got to figure out what that is. Oh, there we go. That's what we really need on the screen, Christopher. I see you. But yeah, what are you speaking to? What are you saying that he said he had Native Americans on his stream that went through something? What is this something that you're having a contention with? Full stop.
Yeah, I'll go get a link of theirs as well.
Oh, the snow looks gorgeous out there.
I do love the snow.
Yeah. Nobody cares about Canadians. I care about Canadians. I see Indian culture being Oro. Now you're gonna catch a cold out there.
Yeah, it is. It's like 7 degrees right now.
Jeez, bro.
It's 3 degrees. We out here fucking. Oh, look at the deer. I don't know if you can see them.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. They come right up to you. You can feed them. All the animals here are like that. Hold on, let me get back to where's my Discord. Can I zoom in? Where is he?
Yeah, Canadians are part of North America. Like that's part of they're like the Native American society, or the native societies that existed up there are also integrated with Native Americans because it's the continent. It's Turtle Island. It's the continent of North America. I also do care about Canadians. And it's really rude to, I got to be honest, it's a little, I mean, we're talking about serious subjects here. Like this person was literally kidnapped by Child Protection Services. And this is what I'm talking about, the genocide and what American culture does and attempted to, they were abused by religious figures and nuns. And so I linked to their YouTube video there. You can go listen to their story. Police picked them up and dropped them in the wilderness completely naked. It's called the Starlight Tour. You could go look it up. And so these are the kinds of things that are going on with the American government attacking native societies.
All right.
They are Americans. They're North Americans. This is North America.
I mean, this is like cement. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Restorative, or go on.
The U.S. as Americans. You know, there is like a. I get what you're saying. Yes, they are North Americans.
Like
named for their natives in Canada. I feel like they do, but I can't remember what it is.
Inuits.
You say Inuits?
Yeah. There's other, but that's the general term associated with Native Canadians. They have separate cultures and other things and communities and stuff, but that's the general term associated with the.
Boy Eats World. Restorative justice, welcome. Restorative justice doesn't work because it taps people who are not involved in the crime to pay people who are not victims of the crime. I think now when we talk about restorative justice, are we talking about things like reparations?
Not yet. No, I was about to. Yeah, sorry. I don't see their comment on my.
Go to your settings on YouTube.
The top comments.
Yeah, go to your settings like on the stream. Like click the button, scroll down. It'll say something like chat. It'll be set to top messages by default. Click on live chat. It's really stupid.
Okay. It's damn. So click the 3 dots in the. You said in my YouTube settings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like if you're looking at the stream.
Stream itself. There's 3 dots and drop down menu, and it should say. You scroll down a little bit. It should say like top comments, and you switch it to all messages.
On the stream itself.
Let me see if I can pull up YouTube itself.
Yeah, I'm clicking the 3 dots. I don't have that. I have participants, timestamps, reactions, pop out chat, send feedback.
No. You're looking at the wrong thing. So go to the live stream itself, right?
Yeah.
And then at the very top right, next to Asper's name, there's the drop down menu, 3 dots. Like there's 3 dots by the chat with a poll. That's not it. It's 3 dots at the very top right next to Astra's name. And it should say more. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see live chat and then chat filter. And chat filter is what you got to click.
It's so weird. Let me go to the. Let me
Are
go.
you on? Let me ask you. Let me ask you this: Are you
Firefox.
on a desktop or a computer, or are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Firefox. I do not have
Yeah,
that. I'm on
because
Linux though, so that could be
yeah, but I'm just
affecting the
saying I'm on a
situation.
phone, so it's probably totally different. I don't know how the computer version works. But either way, somewhere, maybe if you go to the chat itself, there's like a menu option on there. I don't know.
Yeah, generally it's something that's in the chat itself, and it's defaulted to top chat, which I don't know why it filters out people, and you have to switch it to live chat or all messages or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep looking for this. Thank you. Let's. Could you read the comment one more time?
No, for sure.
You wanted to move on. Thank
You said. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Restorative justice. Well, okay, yeah. Restorative justice doesn't work because it taps people who are not involved in the crime to pay people who are not victims of the crime. And then I asked you, when you say restorative justice, are you talking about something like reparations?
So that's the thing. Like, reparations is part of the restorative justice ideology, as Frank said there. And so that's the thing. Like, with what this comment said, it's not. I don't know why you're suggesting that the system would tap into people who aren't part of the crime to have to pay for it. That's not necessarily true. I guess in modern society, we can't really have a system that functions without that, because tax dollars are essentially always going to go to the justice system that attempts to do these sorts of things. Like that would be an easier thing to do, like if you were in a smaller community of just like 100 people, then to a certain extent you wouldn't need to involve others to pay for this. But yeah, I mean, but that's like the price you pay for being part of a society, right? Like you pay taxes in knowing, with the knowledge that they're going to function in these good sorts of systems that are performing restorative justice. So that's a very interesting comment.
I think his point is, I mean, because I'm thinking of reparations with this one, because this is generally the argument. It's like pay reparations to because of slavery. It's like, well, nobody's been a slave in current time, like in America, like chattel slavery. And the people that are alive now, there weren't slaves, and the people that are alive now did not own slaves. So how are you going to tax people that are alive now that didn't own slaves and give it to people that were never slaves? It seems unfair.
Because it's because of generational wealth. Like, I mean, the generations of slave owners who now have a bunch of wealth because of owning slaves are like way up at the top, and there's individuals who came from slave owners or from slaves themselves, and who don't have any sort of generational wealth to participate in. And so I get where people might think that that's some sort of unfair, unjust system, but it's definitely completely unfair that some of the people up at the top have as much money as they do.
That's beside the point, but yeah. Well,
no, it's not. It's exactly the point. That's the whole point. They made their money off of slavery, and now they're at the top actively saying, yes, why would we help you? Why would we help you the way your generation not helped us, but were forced to do manual labor as slaves to get us to where we're at? Why would we give you money back for that? That doesn't make sense. It does. I feel like it makes a lot of logical sense.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different facets to this. So if we were, if we were to do the black-white thing, for example, you would have to identify. You couldn't just go by race. You couldn't say, well, white people have to pay black people, because there's plenty of black people that are not descendants of slaves. And there's plenty of white people that have nothing, their lineage has nothing to do with slavery. There's plenty, then they don't benefit from a generational wealth, right, from slavery. So if you were to just try to do a blanket thing, that I think would be unfair. If you could identify, okay, this family benefited from slavery directly, and these people are direct descendants of slaves, then I could maybe like see what you're saying more. It really depends, I guess, in the conversation, whether which one we're talking about here. I think people's contention with it is there's plenty of, we can go back to Native Americans. We could do that too. But like, who pays for Native Americans in the United States, for example, right? Like, whose fault is it? Like, who can you trace back the lineage of to say, okay, you benefited from the annihilation of Native Americans or whatever? Like, who would you point the finger at? Or for slaves, who would you point the finger at?
Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. We'd have to trace like the families that own these sorts of individuals and the businesses that have propped up, like coming from that, and where that money's come from. And I mean, to a certain extent, like, this is a bigger talk, like, there, where if we had an African American individual in here to talk about it, like, I feel like they'd say something akin to what I'm about to say here, where it's just like, you said that there aren't slaves today, but that's not like necessarily true. A lot of individuals who aren't white, and even people who are poor and white, like, it's this sort of form of wage slavery where people are held at the bottom because they're forced to work, enter this work culture. What? They're forced to enter this sort of like war culture where if they don't work for somebody who's in charge or up at the top and spend their entire life doing manual labor for this other individual, then
sure,
die hungry in the street.
I'm not really trying to get into like the capitalism conversation, because when I say slavery, I'm speaking specifically to a certain kind of slavery. We could talk about wage slavery. I'm not really talking about that, because that's, like, again, a whole nother conversation. Yeah, I'm talking specifically because we're not trying to right the injustices of, when we're having this conversation, we're not trying to right the injustices of modern day wage slavery. We're trying to right the injustices of chattel slavery.
Well, no, it's still what we're trying to do both, because that's still what's happening in modern times today. Individuals who were and part of this system are still essentially slaves to this day, as well from like individuals. I'm trying to avoid looking at the comments right now, but again, from individuals who harass and assess these sorts of things, look at restorative justice, look at reparations, and say, oh, this is evil, it's not even worth our time, the logistics of this is just too difficult for us to even bother to have to deal with. And it's like, yeah, that's part of the racism, that's part of the problem that these communities have been talking about. It's like people want to just pretend this didn't happen and move on and move forward from it, and these people are like, well, can we please have a conversation about it and try to, get some sort of understanding of what's going on or some sort of history? And people are sort of just being like, no, we're not going to talk about it or deal with it.
All right, I'm going to work through some of these chats, and then we'll try to see where we fall here and how to address this.
Look, Frank Vrooman, again, come get on the fucking microphone and talk to me about this shit. You're the one feeling white guilt. That's why you believe the things that you believe. You're unwilling to recognize the history of what actually happened and acknowledge these sorts of things. I don't feel guilty about anything. I didn't participate in any of these systems. I don't feel guilty or bad or blamed for any of these sorts of things. And your capability to understand what's going on is just astonishingly low.
All right, I'm gonna work through the chat real quick here. And then we'll address everything. Hey, what's going on, user? Good to see you again. You have a weird name, but I recognize your profile picture. I don't believe there is an Indian genocide happening. To be honest, at the very least, nothing like has happened from the 70 to current date, or 1970 to current date.
It is, if you want me to.
You can drop something in chat if you want, or we could address it here in a sec. It all goes with the knowledge being taken away. Ideas are great, beliefs dangerous. Do we need IT support? Probably. Reparations is part of restorative justice ideology, says Frank Bruman. And yes, that's what he's pushing, an ideology. Okay, put a pin in that for a second. Indian culture is propped up here in Florida, says Gator. I've been to several powwows, and we have things named honoring all the tribes around here. I want reparations for all my money being stolen. User, I don't know if you're memeing or not, but if you could get more context. No reparations. Are you kidding me? Quantum. I'm from Florida too. Most Indians I know don't like anybody but their tribe, including other Indian tribes. Interesting. Cool philosophy. Yeah, we're doing like a whole philosophy thing today, Tony. Oh, Tony, you could drop in the... we're in the voice channel right now of Discord if you want to drop in. Why do you need reparations? I just want my 40 acres and a mule. I wouldn't mind that as well. The casinos were reparations. The Seminoles, if I'm saying that right, are living good here in Florida. Gator nice. You said I'm a slave. Well, in a way, I guess we all are, right? I mean, if we're defining it a certain way. First off, America is the only contingent in the world that ended country in the world that ended slavery that started in the East, a philosophy we have stopped. You work for Nightbot. You are a slave to Nightbot. You're saying that the tribes that own casinos are gold. You are a slave to your mind, generational wealth. Yep, my wealth is working my ass off for 44 years. I'm a slave to physical labor. Yep, I feel you, bro. Many of those people have been subsidized. But then you have to provide compelling proof to identify those specifically who benefited from slavery and those held back by slavery. Otherwise, it's unfair and evil. Yeah, that's kind of the point I was trying to get at earlier. Gator say, can we start over? What is the argument? We're trying to identify that a little bit. I mean, it's getting everywhere here. Many prominent African American scholars end up having the DNA of the first descendants of the Mayflower, Thomas Jefferson, et cetera, et cetera. Interesting. Not subsidized in the way that's helped effectively, since spell every human through art history has done manual labor, don't feel left out. Yeah, right. Reparations. Well, if you miss the opportunity, it's on you. Da, da, da. Misguided, not evil. Dude, free school. Yeah, maybe not evil. Well, I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean. Some people use the word evil like that. Generational wealth. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Damn, Frank, man, I really wish you would drop in the Discord. That'd make this a lot easier.
It sucks. I can't figure out how to watch YouTube and do Discord at the same time.
Oh, it's fine, bro. I appreciate you though. Oh well, shit. We won't be able to see the chat.
Streaming the YouTube thing in the Discord, aren't you?
Oh well, yeah. I'm streaming the YouTube thing, but not the chat. I'll have to figure out how to get the live chat in the Discord if that's a possibility.
Yeah,
I'm on my
by the way,
tablet.
guys, I fucking I dropped out for a minute. I just got back, so I don't know what I've missed like the past 25 minutes.
Reparations.
Reparations, basically.
Gotcha.
What'd you say, B?
I have mine in a smaller box, like picture in a picture.
Oh, right.
So I have the chat on.
Yeah, mine doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I'm just technologically stupid.
No.
Possible.
This is something I'll have to try to think out moving forward. I'll try to find something.
It happens.
Okay, so you said that's a philosophical point and not related to restorative justice. Okay. Why don't we just move on, blame an Arabian for slavery, thank a white American for ending it here? Ooh, you said reparations. Yeah, don't get set off, guys. That's where.
Make a white America. Oh,
yeah.
Real quick. I caught a couple things. Somebody said something about getting a black person's opinion. Asher's got half of one of those.
I got half of one of those. Yeah, I don't like the whole the racial thing or we need a gay person to talk about this or a black person to talk about that.
I feel like regardless, even if you're not of a specific group, you can still weigh in with your opinion. You may not have had a certain experience, but no.
But I'll speak halfway on it regardless.
Yeah, let's hear it.
No. Reparations, what's going on, not? What's going on, not? I'm going to call you not for now. Reparations simply aren't realistic. You have to let it go. It's like trying to solve a grape crime from 200 years ago. My ancestors were Vikings. My last name is Boswell. It's an endangered species. Most of them are in Valhalla.
That's true.
Yes, I don't. Canadians live in communism. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're here. I'm over here reading your chat. You're here. Canadians live in communism. Abstract point not related. The white guilt dripping off of the beta male's mouth is disgusting to me. I think he's just trying to bait you. Calm down. I have a genealogy book. My ancestors came over on the Mayflower. My ancestors never owned slaves. So you're saying you wouldn't want to have to pay reparations, essentially. Canada doesn't even have...
They're Amish.
Amish?
Yeah, Amish never use slaves.
That makes sense. Canada... Or are you going to push back on that, EB?
Yeah, well, so my main point is not every white person in the South owned slaves. That was the rich the upper class. There were a lot of poor white people in the South then and now. My ancestors, my fifth great grandfather was a settler in the Smoky Mountains, and they were poor. They
Hey,
had
I'm
the
from
whole
Knoxville.
they had the one
Yeah,
family in
people
a log cabin. You know what I mean? Like a one-room log cabin.
people
They
are
were
acting
actually
like
They were
sorry, go ahead.
mountaineers.
Sorry.
yeah, they were against slavery though. There's if you want to look into it, there was a divide in the church. They actually had to build another church because half of the people in the community supported slavery and the Confederacy, and the other half did not. And my family was from the half that did not, and they had to be very careful not to get caught. Otherwise, you know, they would
That's
have been
true.
killed.
It was like traitorous at the time in that area, right?
Yeah. So,
This is
yeah, there was a
true.
lot of poor
I'm
white
from
people.
Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm not meaning to interrupt you. I'm just saying this is true. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, and we were south
No
of the
way.
Mason-Dixon line, but we harbored all kinds of slaves and stuff throughout history. Like Tennessee was right there, you know, kind of in the middle, you know, of all that shit.
I'm from Maryville, so.
Well, so
Yo, not
Oh, that's cool.
so private playlist. If you want to hop in the Discord
From Maryville.
and join the conversation, let me know.
highway.
You could go to my page and join the Discord. There's a link there.
That I was telling Astral about on Airport Highway.
I didn't mean to interrupt the story though.
Oh no, you're good. I was just trying to make that point because everybody is like white people in the South reparations. It's like, come on. Just like we have the top 1% today, not every single white person owned slaves. That's
Yes,
just
they
I
did.
not.
mean,
Yes, they
Donald
did.
Trump's family
You
never
lie.
did,
All you
and a lot
Southerners
of
are
white people were
racist,
slaves.
redneck slave owners.
Oh God, yeah, we're shit bags. I know.
Every single one. It's a proven fact.
I just get so heated about that shit because I'm like, oh no, not my family.
Do it.
No, I don't believe it sucks to be generalized in any kind of way like that.
I think the reason there's only 3 people in the chat is half the damn people here are in the Discord call at this point, and they can't have both open on whatever system they're using.
They got wiped out. I mean,
that has no implication on you or your morals, you know?
oh yeah, I mean, I'm not racist.
Yeah.
I try to make black friends out of purpose and, you know, appropriation.
I would want to do that.
Now, Ash,
I want to do this idea. I feel like people are thinking that like, oh, this money is just going to be coming like straight out of like white people are thinking that this money is going to be coming straight out of their pockets and just going into members of the black community into their pockets. And you know, it's just that's not what's going to be happening. Like this would come from taxes, and I think we need to talk about the tax situation. On top of that, we need to be taxing businesses more and not the individual as much. And what would happen with these sort of reparations is
Gas
that stuff
prices
would
will
just
go
go
up.
straight back into the. I mean, there's a lot to talk about there. I mean, I don't necessarily gas prices would go up. You said if
Everything goes up. It always does. They just use that as an excuse.
Listen,
because
right
the
now, the way
businesses
that
are
the tax
they're
system is set up, and Republicans have this talking point a lot, where they're saying that they're going to reduce taxes and blah, 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 and look out for the middle class. They don't. We get fucked. Middle and lower class, and even the slightly low grade of upper class, we're the ones that get taxed on the highest fucking level. We get fucked on a regular basis, and all the tax cuts that they make benefit the ultra rich and large corporations, and it's fucked.
Yeah, Illuminati. I mean, it goes all the way back, dude. This shit's been going on since before Jesus. I mean, it goes on. It's in the Bible.
I wouldn't say
Corinthians.
it goes.
It's all about slavery.
I wouldn't say it goes as far back as before me, but
oh shit.
Frank's comment. No, Frank, you guys know exactly what you're doing. I know what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you refuse to come on the microphone and why you say things like this to an attempt to insult and trigger me. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're saying. And I say the same thing back to you. Come on the microphone and defend the position you have. You are incorrect. You are wrong. You're associating, both of you two, Gator as well, are associating what I'm saying with something that is your interpretation of the reality that is incorrect. This sort of white guilt attitude that I'm having, that I'm suggesting that white people that never owned a slave have to pay black people for no fucking reason. Nobody's suggesting that. You dingleberries just think that
Hey,
because you don't
bro,
listen.
real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but yo, people that are gonna be fucking talking mad shit that as like in a provocative way and refuse to come in and actually have a conversation, just don't even acknowledge them because you know that they don't
Yeah,
have
I
a
might
valid
block
point.
Frank.
They know that they don't
I'm
have
gonna
a
block
valid
Frank.
point. And if
Stupid Hippolyta.
they're unwilling to, have any kind of real conversation, then they're not even worth your time to acknowledge.
Yeah, sorry. I see it's one of your mods there, Astral. I refuse to acknowledge Frank's existence.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's just something I've gotten used to with the chat. You kind of have to know how to. You just roll with the. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Evie, what's going on?
Oh, I was just gonna say, in Frank's defense, maybe he had heard somebody say that, and that's what he's assuming. Spelt
That's what I'm
is
saying. Yeah, he's misguided in the information that he's heard.
because some people do say that. Some people, especially anti-white people, or like everybody that's not or that is white specifically should pay reparations. There are people
Yeah,
that do believe.
Yeah, that's the generational trauma that I'm talking about, and I would say that that is wrong, but that makes a lot of sense to me that an individual that was part of the system, constantly getting repressed and oppressed by white people around them, would probably react in a way where they go, "Oh, you know who I don't like? You know what upsets me a lot is white people," and it's because again, ongoing genocide of Native Americans to this day, and still a clear lacking of almost even a willingness to have the conversation about what reparations might look like from a large amount of individuals on the other side of this end.
Well, I think that's what we're kind of trying to get at. Gator, I know you're in the Discord, bro. I promise if you drop in the call, Spelt, he's a nice dude. I promise you, you guys can have a very, very cordial conversation. Okay. I would.
He's more sassy in the chat.
Yeah, he goes off in the chat a bit, but I promise.
Yeah, I'm working on my ability to communicate better in the chat. And again, this is why I get upset about things like this, because it's like, were you listening to me? What do you mean? What was my point? I'll reiterate everything that I said, but this is why I get frustrated. It's like, I feel like I'm making sense, and people are just like, I'm gonna take a breath.
Oh, you coming in, Gator?
Come on, Gator.
Come on, Gator.
I'm a Florida boy now. I mean, I grew up in Knoxville, Tennessee, but I'm down in Pensacola, Florida.
Oh God, boy, I would love for you to drop in here too, man, because you're just you're gonna set off Spelt, but what's going on?
How do you feel? Wait, I gotta ask. The guy from Knoxville.
Yeah, Frank knows how to set up any sort of city infrastructure or anything like that, but I'd be interested to get him on and hear their ideas about how society should function.
For sure. Yo, Evie go, and then we're gonna Frank, welcome.
I wanted to.
Or Gator, sorry.
Growing up a Vols fan, being in Florida.
Oh, it's fucking great, dude. I mean, like, because the Gators and the Vols are natural enemies. You know what I mean? So when I was in Florida, I'd walk around, in middle school with a Tennessee Vols shirt on, and everybody hated me, and I got bullied. And whenever I went up to Tennessee, I was like, "Fuck it!" Now I put on a Gators jersey just to piss them off. I don't know. It was fun.
It is fun, but we were not. My teacher was like every Friday she would play Rocky Top. We weren't allowed to do the Gator clap. We were like anti-Gator. We were not allowed to do any of that.
I got over that shit when Steve Spurrier got fired as head coach. I was like, okay, the Gators are cool now. It's okay. But anyways, yeah, back to we were talking about.
Back to no. Back to ripping each other's heads off.
Yeah, back to that.
Yo, Astro, you're a fucking pussy, and I'm sick of your shit.
There you go.
I love it. Fuck you. Gator's in the chat now or in the Discord. I don't know if you wanted to speak on some of this stuff. We should probably try to figure out what the actual disagreement here is, I think.
Well, I mean, like, should reparations be a thing? I mean, I think that's the base of the question.
That's the base of the question, but then also, what are reparations? How would you
for ancestral sin?
Sure, but how would you do that? Through taxes, and then who would you tax? And then how would you give it to the people?
I'm pretty sure they've already had their reparations, man. I mean, like, there's just so much shit that we've already done, you know?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Like what?
how much has gone out in food stamps and fucking, free housing and welfare and, I mean,
goes
like,
to
there's
white
a
people.
lot already. I
That's
mean,
not
if you
really
ask
reparations.
That's not reparations. That's
Lucid, jump in here, bro. Jump in here.
This reparations thing should go right between Spelt and Gator because they're the opposing sides that really have the opinion on this. So I want to hear you guys hash it out.
All right.
Fuck reparations.
I'm here. Yeah.
Good opening.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Strong opening.
Funny
You know when,
stuff. Yeah, hilarious mockery of the slavery and injustices that took place.
These things happen. All right, so
it's a fact that
chattel slavery. Yeah, it just happens sometimes.
it happens.
Every country had it. It wasn't
an
just
entire group of people.
It's absolutely horrible.
In every country, and yeah, we have to kind of address and talk about these things. But
Okay, so Gator, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's the fact that Abraham Lincoln actually had ships made to take all the slaves back to Africa after the slavery was abolished. You know that, right?
Yeah, they were like, no, you can keep them. They don't want them. Yeah, they fucking hate Americans.
Okay, so you don't go back to your motherland. So assimilate here, right? You want to be American. Assimilate. That's the reparations. You're an American.
Assimilate into speaking English and believing in God, or what exactly do they need to?
They already believed in God in Africa, dude.
Yeah. Christianity was already.
Don't be a piece of shit on this continent.
So what would you want them to assimilate to then?
Yeah.
They already believe in God. They already assimilated.
What do you mean? Live your life.
Oh,
They're still
as long as you live your life according to you and your ideologies of assimilation into American culture.
Like, I'm basically,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, basically, you're right. Like, I mean, yeah, if you're going to be American, assimilate to American life. Just like any Mexican that came over here legally and he's a roofer now or something, he assimilated to our culture. He had to learn how to speak English to go to the gas station.
Bro. When you say assimilate into American culture, when you look at I live in New England, right? Between here and down south in Louisiana, those are two entirely different cultures. They're both American, but we're such a vast, diverse place. It's a very generalized statement to say just assimilate.
Yeah, it's a crock pot for fucking racism.
I mean, a lot of different things.
Yo, Sebastian, I'll be getting it probably with the next check next week or two. I'll be picking up Arc Raiders. CC in chat, he plays Arc Raiders. You should jump in the Discord, bro. The Discord chat. He's in chat right now, but if you want to hop in this conversation, bro, voice call in Discord.
Well, it's just, I know white people that are racist towards other white people. You know what I mean? Like my mom, she hates the Irish. I don't understand why.
I hate those fucking crackers, dude.
That's messed up.
Dirty fuck.
I thought you said that you wanted slur, bro. Damn, now you hit the hard R and everything, man.
I know, dude. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to get your channel banned. I said the cracker with the.
That makes it better. That makes it no. Just leave the A on there. Quantum said we learned from it. All humans have done it. Stop being such a traumatized generation cycle of fucking weakness. Assimilate to having freedom and respecting it.
I believe that.
There was a constitution written when slavery was abolished. There was a constitution written. Either you follow those rules of the land, or you get the fuck out. Honestly, you assimilate. You're an American now.
Just like how the founding fathers followed the rules of the land.
Let me stop everybody for a second. Because wait. Everybody preaches freedom. We're supposed to have all the rights to freedom in any way, shape, or form that we choose. And yet at the same time, you're preaching, oh, you better fucking step in line and do this, and that.
Exactly.
Doesn't that kind of go counterintuitive to the whole freedom thing?
It's the opposite of what freedom means. Yes.
Yeah.
You can still be your African heritage, man. You can have your religion and everything here.
You can be free as long as you be free in the way that I think is correct.
Well, I guess the question is, what is assimilating? Okay. What does assimilating look like?
They have the same religion in Africa. People don't understand that.
Who gives a fuck about
So then
religion?
already now we do understand it and we get that. So let's move forward from it. What is this and since they already are assimilating, having the same religion, they don't even need to assimilate then. You're already the same person. So what is the need for them to move continually into whatever you're defining as American culture? Why is that necessary?
Because they want
Because
free
we don't
shit.
want America looking like Haiti. Haiti is a perfect example of what happens when that slave culture goes unchecked and we let them run it for themselves. It's not going to thrive here in America. I mean, it's not going to happen.
Most racist shit I've ever heard.
Haiti is it's a slave country.
I understand. This is you said it out loud, man.
What?
I think some of them are communists.
What happens when you let the slaves have their way? You know, look at Haiti. I mean, that's not really.
Honestly, dude, I think that the black people were happier when they were slaves. You know, it was simpler for them. They got free housing and free food, and
Jesus Christ.
In between, but
Jesus Christ.
Go back to that.
It's turned into a clan meeting.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, funny stuff.
Jeez.
Serious extremism like that.
You know what, dude?
Hilarious.
It's honestly, if you can't make
Lucid's like, what the fuck?
then
Right,
I think that's a big issue. Like, obviously, you guys know.
It's just
Listen, hold on. You guys know that I don't actually mean that. But like,
every country has.
Listen, it's something that happened in nobody's lifetime that's alive now. And my point being by making that comment was essentially to show the not the hypocrisy, but like the absolute fuck, I'm looking for the right word.
Disconnection, or
no, just like the ridiculousness of the point that people make when it comes to I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm trying to phrase this.
Lucid, he's kidding.
I mean, you guys know that I was joking about it, but the dude that got real upset.
There's some new people here, so yeah.
Dude, I think one of the best ways to move forward as a society from any kind of like travesty or real horrific situation is to be able to have the ability to make light of it and make jokes, and it's part of the healing process, I think, to be totally honest with you.
Well, laughter's the best medicine.
Some people
be able to do that.
I
think there's a difference between like, you know, making a satirical joke and like kind of disregarding the situation. You know,
well, I wasn't disregarding the
situational,
situation in any way. I'm fully able to acknowledge the horrific nature of what it was.
I think you could pretty much make fun of anything. Sometimes the jokes are just not going to land. Sometimes it's time and place, okay? So that's how I'm looking at it here. I don't think that CC believes that.
I know, and we all know that.
You got to make fun of it, you know.
Yo, Quantum.
It's gonna lay stale and just, you know, it's gonna suck for, you know what I mean. It's gonna continue to suck. Why don't you just make fun of it and you know,
get over it and move on, right?
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, you know, like I've got black friends and I make fucking racist black jokes right to their face, and they're like, "Dude, that's fucked up," but they're laughing, you know.
Right. These things happen.
I mean, it can be hard though to bring up to somebody. Have you ever asked them how they feel about things like that, or it's gonna be hard?
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, I do. Anytime I make light of all kinds of serious things. I had a buddy of mine that went through cancer for a long time, and I used to make fucking jokes at his expense because of that. And the first time that I did it, I spoke to him. I was like, "Yo, listen, I hope you know that I don't mean anything by it," and like whatever. And I ran it by him, and he's like, "Dude, listen, it's all good. Da 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 da. We're boys. I know how it is." And there's been plenty of other situations where it's the exact same thing, where I do run it by people, and it's almost I've never. Anybody that I have done that kind of thing to, regardless of what the actual subject matter was, I've gotten the same response where they tell me that it doesn't offend them in any type of way. I've never found somebody that is part of a group that I've made light of with their situation that has actually gotten offended by it.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Typically,
mean,
the people that do get offended are outside of that group, and they get offended for that group.
they're only offended because they just are hung up on this whole thing about, oh, well, something bad happened a long time ago, and I need to be upset about it.
Right. But
You
yeah,
know?
I think that stands where most of the people
Sorry.
that get offended by the things like that, like I said, I think are typically from outside of the group that is being referred to. You know what I mean?
A piece of advice for a CC from Frank Bruman. He said that joke would have worked if you waited another 100 years. Okay, I'm sorry. That it did get me. That got me. Okay, guys. But anyway, okay. Oh my gosh. They didn't legalize weed, but
We need to be worried about these sorts of things from history, though. This is like where we came from. This is our actual historical situation going on, and it's something that I think we should be talking about, right? And so the reason people are worried about it is because it's still affecting them to this day. That's why I brought up the thing about the ongoing genocide. The classifications for genocide, there's 5 of them. I'll read them off really quick. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And there's one more, but it's a little wordy. I'm not going to read that one. And so all 5 of those things are happening within Native society still to this day. It's an ongoing genocide.
It sounds like
So it's
Chicago.
not something that's just long ago. That's still. It's not something that's just like something that's been happening in history. It's something, and again, even yes, you could make the comparison of Chicago. Like the system that we have in America is clearly not functioning well. Again, Quantum, y'all keep saying that you smell white guilt because that's what you've been taught and that's what you think and that's your understanding of the situation. I've not suggested that. I've not said anybody has to feel guilty because they're white. I've not blamed white people specifically. I've not said that white people specifically have to pay reparations. I've said nothing akin to any of that sort. And still, some of you are saying this sort of white guilt attitude, and that's not even close to what's happening. And I understand that. No, I don't understand what you're talking about. So here, the question would be, Quantum, I'll believe you if you're able to quote me and tell me back what it is that I said that believed you to lead to that conclusion. Otherwise, I'm going to definitively say without a doubt, you are incorrect and wrong in that situation. And so, end of statement.
And the touch on this genocide thing. So obviously, let's agree on definitions and whatnot. You've given the definition, the way of defining genocide. I do think a lot of people, when they think of genocide, they think of just straight collecting and murdering a select group of people. They don't think about all of these other nuances to it. So when you use that word, I think a lot of people generally think of systematically killing people, just to point that out.
Yeah, I would recommend people who want to talk about or learn about genocide go read over the Geneva Convention. That's one of the links that that's a gloss over of it, but you can read the actual Geneva Convention and what took place in the
but America shits on the
conversations that they
Geneva
had.
Convention.
The definition for genocide should suffice.
So but yeah, the international law, like it's hard to. I don't know what the point I was making. I digress on that. I'm end of statement.
America shits on the Geneva Convention.
The last time I heard of any Indian genocide was the boarding school that they had up in the northern United States and Canada. And that was like in the night.
We took all their shit and they're like, here's some casinos out in the desert, like that.
There's Indian genocide, and I need references if you're going to keep on stating that, because I've seen it in my lifetime.
The genocide? You need the references? Yeah, it's in the chat. What? How would you like me to get you the? Again, this is the United Nations classifications of genocide.
I've only heard you repeat someone got taken away by child services a couple times.
Yes.
Which
yeah,
that
I also
posted. That can happen to anyone.
Well, that's true, but this specifically is something that's been studied and talked about, and Canada is also talking about paying reparations for and doing that they actually used child protection services to kidnap Native American children and assimilate them into white culture. This is like a documented phenomenon, and so yes, that
Yeah,
could
but I mean, we
happen
all
to
know
anybody, but
Canada's fucked.
it just so happened to happen to Native Americans very specifically for the attempt to assimilate them into white culture. That's actually why Child Protective Services started. That was the starting of Child Protective Services in America, was to
What year was
kidnap
that?
and assimilate.
That's
I'll look it up.
interesting. No, that's interesting. I never heard that before.
It was like 1905 or some shit. 1910 maybe. Like
Wait.
115 years ago probably.
It was officially founded in 1974, but I've read up on it, and there were unofficial government agencies doing things prior to that. But modern Child Protective Services (CPS) was started in 1974. 1875. There we go. Here's a little. The first organization focused solely on child protective services, the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, was founded. And so, yeah, one of the original intentions that they claimed to have was that they were attempting to. There was a lot of abandoned children during Depression era style stuff, and children were getting abandoned and just left on the streets. And there was an attempt to buy individuals to help solve this situation. Go ahead.
The Trail of Tears shit, basically.
No, he's talking like 100 years after that.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, no, and Trail of Tears was more of like a forced migration to like reservations and stuff.
Yeah, you put them all out in the desert, building casinos. There you go. You know, like you know, it's pretty fucked up how we did them. You know, I agree, but I mean, it's in the past. I wasn't there. You know, I could. There's nothing I could
I've
have done
seen
to
the
stop
pictures,
it.
bro. You were definitely,
Yeah,
you were
again, this
definitely
is
right.
the point that I'm
You were leading
making.
the pack.
She lived through it. This woman that I'm talking about lived through it. I understand that it was in the past and you weren't there. This is her story of her life, actually living through it, and you can listen to it if you would like to. And so I don't understand the point you're trying to make when you say this is history. What's the use of talking about it? I'm confused about what you're saying.
Well, I think this is to get into like really speaking more to reparations.
Yeah, it's not
Also,
about
elaborating, just elaborating on the point of the history thing, like you said, it's very important to be aware and to learn the history of anything, because it's a common phrase: history repeats itself. If you don't learn from it, and it's a fact. If you look back at history, atrocities and the like happen again and again and again in the same fashion throughout different civilizations. But what's the personal account from the person that lived through it? Why don't we pop that up on stream and listen to it?
We could pull it up.
That lady that fucking escaped from fucking North Korea. You know, I mean, hear her story. You know,
I can send you a link of individuals that have escaped North Korea as well. Yes. What would you like to talk about regarding that? And how do you believe that it's relevant to this conversation now?
Because they have similar tyranny, you know, and you know,
yeah, huge
when she
with North Korea.
escapes,
I talk about it all the time.
she just took a shit, you know, and she's like, man, you know, it really fucking sucks over there. We have to eat grasshoppers through the winter to stay alive. You know, all these horrors.
Yeonmi Park, and this isn't to make light of any of that situation, but I've heard accusations that she was actually from like a more upper class family. I mean, I know her father got put into like a labor camp or something he said or did, but I've heard that a lot of her stories were actually exaggerated and pulled from other people's accounts.
Yeah, I think that she's like a CIA fucking. You know,
well, I don't know about any of that, but
I've heard some conspiracy on that bitch. But
she got some nice titties.
Okay, well, to circle back to the reparations thing, and to the genocide thing, what we were talking about. What did Quantum? I think it was Quantum, or somebody had said that your definition for genocide, or the definition, or whatever, is too broad. It applies to basically everybody or too many people. I'm just trying to find comments that stuck out to me here. Native Americans were also known for raiding other native groups, including colonists, for their children in order to abduct them into their ranks. This was common practice. They always assumed pre-colonial America was all a unified nation and never at war with each other, apparently. I mean, those ones stuck out to me.
Yeah, I wanted to address him a little bit. Like, I don't know exactly what Knott's talking about, but it's just like, yeah, nobody was suggesting that. I literally specifically said, you probably weren't here for it when I was talking about it earlier, but I did talk and discuss what and how they handled war. I've been talking about the Great Law of Peace this entire time, so you've not added the end of statement.
Sure. I mean, do you think you might be romanticizing it a little bit? Maybe some like rose-colored glasses, a little bit.
If you could give me examples of what I said or what I'm talking about that would imply or suggest that I was doing that, I guess I could agree with those examples. But yeah, not even close to anything of what anybody's been suggesting has it been what I've been saying or talking about.
Well, no, I mean
about the romanticization or the white guilt thing.
I think for romanticization in particular, everything was better. It seems like the Native American society was just hands down better. It seems to be what you're saying.
I definitely heavily implied that.
Well, I'm not saying you said it, but if you heavily imply something, you know what I mean. So I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm suggesting that they had a better like political and economic structure because you can see Quantum in the chat right here saying stuff about communism and not.
Well,
I'm still waiting to hear what they believe communism.
I really don't want to do a whole communism thing.
Yeah, tell me what we need.
Yeah, Rikami's sick actually. Unfortunately, I hope he feels better.
Yeah, I know. He texted me too.
Here's the thing about saying that they had like a better economic and political system and stuff. They were on a very small scale, like tribe situation. You know what I mean? And like the way that they existed was by the hunter gatherer lifestyle, where they did what they needed to do in order to feed themselves and to thrive in a small community, and it was absolutely a great system. However, on a broad spectrum of like the United States, the way it's set up now, that doesn't really work. You know what I mean? Like it's a totally different society where we can't.
No,
I it would be great if we.
It's not because
Okay.
Native Americans are still part of society. They're still part of American society. And so having a system that functions sort of similar to how theirs did so that the integration of both of our societies could work together would be a good thing.
Right.
People don't understand. I mean, Telos was what it was called back when the Native Americans, before all these Europeans showed up on their fucking boats. Okay, it was called Telos. Okay, and it's just as old as fucking Egypt. If you go to the Grand Canyon, you can see Egyptian hieroglyphics on the fucking walls. Okay, like there was a society here that was far more advanced than we're giving them credit. We call them hunter gatherers, dude. They had fucking Wi-Fi.
Did you know that the Mormons believe that Indians were actually white? Joseph Smith came out and said this, that Jesus came to America and the actual real Native Americans were white, and
yeah, and Jesus was black.
No. Everybody that was holy and a good person was white.
America was a war zone when colonies showed up.
Yeah, I know. I mean, white people showed up, and we just started,
everything.
It was a war zone before the white people showed up.
But yeah, I know the natives, they fought with themselves. I mean, like this was not the United States till we showed up. Like every tribe hated each other. The Apaches
that's not
were
entirely true.
Commandos. It was nonstop war over here.
Close to true.
Maybe not entirely true, but the fact that they warred with each other.
No, I know for a fact it's not true. Again, if you all go read the Great Law of Peace, you'd understand how their society functioned, and if you listen to native voices, you'd have an understanding of exactly what was going on.
They didn't have a society until white people showed up. We civilized them.
They fought and they had wars and they had skirmishes, and in the Great Law of Peace, it lays out the rules of what it is and how you go about engaging in situations like that. They had an understanding of.
So all those books I read about Geronimo are all wrong. Is that what you're saying?
The statement you just said was incorrect. Yes, you said where they were all warring and something along those lines. That I was saying was incorrect. Yes.
I don't think he means it as an absolute.
Geronimo, like I mean, there's a lot of fucking stories of Native American war, and they would chop each other's heads off and ride them around and drag their bodies with a horse.
there was hundreds of
and
tribes
so
in
that was
America.
when colonizers showed up, and so I do question if they were doing that prior to that sort of situation taking place and happening. So that it happened and took place when colonizers showed up, but a lot of the history and capability for us to look into information suggesting what they were doing before that has been a little bit lost.
I mean, that sounds convenient a little bit.
We're writing the
Yeah,
books,
so
you
do a
know
lot
what I
of
mean? They
the
could
arguments that are being made on the other end as well.
Well, sure.
Let's go with some archaeology
Just
then. You
yeah,
want
we
to do some
can.
archaeology? All right, all
Would
right.
you like to talk about? Yeah. Hey, let's look at
There was
David
hundreds.
Graeber. Go ahead. You first.
There was hundreds of tribes here in America, right? And like just by us in archaeology and going through like their fire pits and everything, we found out that 80% of Indian tribes have done cannibalism. They used to actually war against each other and eat each other. Yeah.
Okay, can you post some links to that in the chat so I can look that information
Are,
up?
are you trying to say that there's something wrong with eating people?
I'm just saying, man. they found filleted bones and stuff, you know, with the cut marks and everything, like they're skinning them and shit. So,
Yeah, they used to cremate their bodies after they died. You're saying no, but I mean we can look this information. We would like to cite sources for each other to look this information up. I'd be interested, and I'm gonna say no back to the thing that you're saying as well.
get around to that. I'm on Discord right now on my phone, so I'm not opening up several things at once, but I will send it.
Like people to understand,
Yeah, Hangout.
I'm talking about Telos, man. I'll post a link on Discord if I have to. Telos, you know that has been around since ancient Egypt. You know, like whenever they built the pyramids, and nobody knows how the fuck that happened. We have pyramids all the way up through South America into the states here. There's Egyptian hieroglyphics in the Grand Canyon. You know, like this shit went on. Like there were giants back then. It even says in the Bible, David and Goliath. You know.
Oh my God, dude's Bible. No. Don't cite the Bible as anything factual, please.
No, I mean there's some shit in there that might be right. You know.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey.
When it comes to fucking talking about like the I forget what they call it, the Nephilim or whatever, the giants. Like, come on now.
Yeah, the giants. Well, I mean the
Seraphim, Nephilim.
No, they haven't. That's no.
I mean, like
you show me real evidence of fucking giant skeletons, and then maybe I'll buy into it. But dude, I've seen what you're talking about. That shit ain't verified.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like we all agree on reparations. I think. I think so. It looks like, you're gonna drop into somebody that was in the chat just dropped into Discord. Boy Eats World, and he had some interesting comments. So I hope he's jumping in the voice chat here in a second because I think that'll be interesting. And I can't find his comments, but
Welcome to the mosh pit.
yes.
Quick comment about communism. I know you didn't want to talk about it, but they cured communism in Cuba, cured cancer, and Portugal has had legalized all drugs for the last 23 years, and Uganda has had them for legalized for 50 years. It has prevented a lot of ODs.
Portugal's decriminalization of drugs is one of the best things they did. It literally like almost solved their drug crisis entirely.
Communism is
look
helpful.
At Portland. Yeah, look at Portland.
Look at Portland. yeah, the capitalist structure of Portland.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's
what I want to hear about what is the issue in Portland?
Oh, they just completely legalized fucking homeless and drug use, and now you can't walk down the sidewalk. It's
Here's the thing about Portugal, the way that they handled their drug situation. They made everything decriminalized, and then they started treating it as a medical crisis, which is what it is. And they offered people real services to rehabilitate themselves. They stopped treating them like the way that we do here, where they're ostracized and locked up. And the recovery rates are higher than anywhere else in the world because they're treated like people and not criminals.
Exactly. And I will agree that Portland didn't handle the situation well, but that's not evidence to suggest that legalizing all drugs would. And what do you mean legalize homeless? I don't think it's illegal anywhere in America to be homeless. But I will, whatever, that doesn't matter. And so like the system of social structures in place to handle those sorts of things need to also be there. You can't just legalize all drugs and expect things to happen and function well in a system. You need the safety net to make sure that people have the space and capability and access to social programs that allow them to recover from drug use and these sorts of things. And again, Portugal does that, but that's what Portugal does. So there's evidence for, again, 23 years of evidence for an entire country and all other multiple countries around the world that have done this to suggest that if you create the correct social structures, you can legalize all drugs and it will have a positive impact on society.
Okay, but I mean, Italy survived in complete and total anarchy peacefully for over 30 years with no law enforcement, no government whatsoever. And, you know, they were like, okay, we did it. And they went back to the old ways of, you know, law and order. What, am I talking to myself? It's weird.
I don't know if anarchy would, I mean, personally, I don't know if anarchy would work. I'm not trying to avoid the communism conversation necessarily. We have a resident communist
About anarchism
in the Discord, and I get my fill from him, so. And then, but Boy Eats World just dropped in. Yo, you there?
Hello.
Hey. How you doing?
I'm day drinking. I just woke up.
I could use a beer after this.
Holy shit. Well, at Boy Eats World, I don't know if you're on the mic, but welcome. You had some interesting comments, so I just wanted to hear your 2 cents here.
Sorry,
there he goes.
It's taken me a minute to get on there. I'm sorry, I'm a little older than you guys, and it took me a little bit to figure out the Discord thing. I'm 51.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just
well,
37.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad you figured it out. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to join.
Yeah, but I missed like the last 10 minutes of conversation, so you'll have to catch me.
You didn't miss that much.
Well, yeah, we can go back to if you wanted to talk about whatever you were talking about in the chat when you were making comments. I have no problem going back to that unless Astral.
Yeah, what did you say? I haven't seen the chat. Really.
Yeah, let me scroll back in the chat here.
Joe, you said you were talking some brilliant shit, and I want to hear what you said.
Well, I was speaking to the reparations. It seems like most people want to move on from the reparations, but I don't understand how we can justify giving people who never suffered from it, payment from people who never participate. You have to make that argument, though. You have to prove that.
I am trying to.
If you're going to take real property from people to give it to other people, you have to really make that argument. Yeah, real property.
Are you calling money property? Are you calling money property? Okay.
Well, the labor that creates that money, yes. I own my labor. If you're going to take my labor and give it to somebody else, you're going to have to make a really good argument to do that.
You do that every day under capitalism.
I do that every day.
You've been doing that your whole life, every day.
But he volunteers.
No, I volunteer.
Do you? I mean, do you?
Yeah,
if you chose to quit your job, so you're telling me you could just quit your job right now and it'd be fine. You voluntarily just stop working and everything would be.
That's a little disingenuous.
I don't think that is. I think your question. I think your statement was disingenuous. I would say because that is what's happening. You are not voluntarily giving your time to the workplace that you go to. You have to work, or you will die. You will suffer. You'll be made fun of. You'll get ridiculed by other people.
All right, wait. That's not entirely.
They'll call you lazy. They'll call you a communist.
That's a very broad statement. I mean, I have to physically chew food to eat it and swallow it and to survive too. So I'm a slavery to chewing. I mean, the argument's so broad.
Yeah, if we define it that way, yes.
Okay, but that's how you're defining it, and that's
here's a counterpoint to being required to work to live. There are millions of people that are unemployed and live off of either social programs or just begging in general. It's not necessarily that somebody has to work and whatever. I mean, to live a decent life, most of the time that is the case, yes, and whatever. But to say that like you're required to do that in order to survive is not necessarily true. Now, the reason that
If I lived in the woods,
what
I'd have to
What
hunt,
counter, because like I said, I
find a
personally
deer.
know people that are homeless that all they do is beg, right?
But begging could be seen as work. It's like if you go out and beg 10 hours a day. Well, what I'm saying is you're giving your time in order to get something. So what Boy Eats World is saying is within the system that we exist in, you get to choose where you go and you could give your time to a business and they'll give you money for it. What I Spelt is saying is, well, you're forced to operate, or in the system, you're forced to have to work somewhere. Why? The reason I said that's disingenuous.
Your time.
Yeah, you have to exchange your time in some way. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with
what's
that.
the alternative? What's the alternative to not working?
Kill yourself.
Where, so the alternative to not working, and that's the thing. There's not necessarily an alternative to not working. What would
Okay, well then
happen
your
is
point's invalid.
Okay, if you just let me yeah, you're right. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Okay, come on. Finish the point.
I got other places I could really go be talking, man. I don't.
All right, I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, look, that's what. So, I'm. There's other things we can do, and what I see happening right now is sort of what just happened in that instance where people are seeing the system functioning under what is this American capitalist structure and essentially physically incapable of looking outside and seeing any other sort of alternative. And so the alternative to not working is not necessarily that. People want to work, people want to contribute to society, and they don't have the resources to do so in a way that they feel meaningful, in a way that they see as meaningful. And so they choose to not want to. They choose to not want to be part of this, and as well are taken advantage of in certain situations and certain demographics. And so if we create these sorts of social structures under socialism, under communism, under anarchism, still using capitalism as sort of as part of the economic structure of society, but taking it out of politics, we can have a system that functions where individuals are participating and actively helping society and aren't in ways that they deem as meaningful. Like people who are handicapped right now, like this is not this nobody was saying this about anybody else, but one of the things that can happen too with individuals who are homeless, where it seems like maybe they just want to be out on the street begging, they don't really care to try get a job or find a house or do these sorts of things. That's probably true. They probably want to live a more nomadic lifestyle of an individual that travels around and does different sorts of things. And that's that could be a contributing thing to society if that person chooses to travel around and do woodworking or building infrastructure or whatever it may be. Art, adding to literature, adding to the human experience. It's a valuable thing for society. And so if we had an infrastructure set up to have maybe a universal basic income that would prevent individuals from needing to work, and they could what would end up happening is, it's not that they, again, perhaps some people wouldn't deem art necessarily as work, but I guess I feel like if you're not going to an art museum, then you're not, like, you're really living your full life, right? So I'll say a lot more about it, but would anybody like to make comments about what I said?
Yeah, I do. I definitely do. I mean, like, I get what you're saying for real. I mean, everybody has value. You have a certain value when you're born, and it never decreases. But the issue is currency. Okay, money. That's it. You know what I mean? Like,
Money.
dollar bills, y'all.
No, what do you mean though? Like the issue being money in the sense that.
Well, because money leads to greed, and that's something that's spoke about in the Bible that everyone hates. I know. Fucking, there's a lot of truth in the Bible. Like.
Yeah, but that's not. The thing with the Bible is that none of it is unique to that book. It's all.
And you
I
become
want
a
to hone in on the
billionaire
money thing.
and you're mass murdering fucking everybody. You're Bill Gates. Fucking what the fuck did you do to those mosquitoes? Like.
Yeah, well, that's I don't
Crazy
want
shit happens whenever people get too much money and they want more.
Yes, yeah, that's why I look at capitalism and say this system clearly isn't functioning. It's both our political and economic structure right now. We need to get the capitalist mindset out of politics and start getting individuals to understand socialism and communism. Trump and Elon Musk are socialists. They received funding from the government to do things that they have done. They are socialists. And so
I
even
believe
what
that.
happens up at the top, yeah, it's just this structure of what's taking place right now and this sort of work culture that I see taking place where it's like you are to a certain extent forced to work. Even again, you're even looked down upon by society. People look at you if you're homeless and look down upon you, or look
I've
at
been
you as if
homeless.
you're
I'm
lazy.
a construction worker. I've been homeless. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I don't
So
understand
could
what
I?
you're saying. You're saying
Go ahead.
that we need to create a system in which people have the freedom to choose whatever they want to do in order to contribute, right?
Yes.
Okay. What if everybody chooses they just want to be nomads? And you brought up
I
universal
don't
basic
think that
income.
that would happen. I mean, it's
But the
certainly
system
possible.
has to be designed. The system has to be designed to work under that stressor.
Mother down.
Okay.
Well, we would all just be
So
hanging
if
out at the beach then, being nomads, right? Like I still think that would function then. Like if everybody chose to
That would not function. That would, dude, you would not feed, you would, it would be,
about that. That's
because we have, well, hear me out.
how do you feed
350 million people, or yeah, however many.
That's how there was giant.
But you're talking
The
about
whole
genocide
continent is
earlier. If you can't get people to organize their labor, then everybody's going to starve. I mean, you might have a couple thousand
not
people
true.
left.
Ah.
Absolutely.
When
The
you say
homeless
if
people
you
you talk
can't,
about.
you
The
do
hunter
you need one
gatherer.
person coming together and leading a group and saying that we have to grow corn and do this, or because it'd be the community. The community, it's we the people. We make up the government and the society.
But
And so
people suck. People are selfish, and people aren't going to band behind that.
I would disagree
They're
slightly.
well, I mean, we know this through history, though. We have thousands of years of history where we can prove that people won't band together unless they're compelled to. Right? There's got if you gave everybody universal income. First of all, I don't even know where that would come from. If more than half the people chose
Elon
not
Musk
to
is going.
work.
I mean, maybe the military budget.
That's not enough. It's actually not enough.
I mean, money's
You
not even
understand
an
that
actual
money
thing.
that
It's
that
fiat. It's
money
made up.
represents labor, though.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. And
Okay,
so the
but it
labor,
still
where
represents
would that
labor.
come from? The people who are nomads would just work for themselves. Yeah, that's the labor that would go. So that system would function. It would function quite
Okay,
well. It
and
functioned
I'm
better than the
saying
one that's functioning now.
under that system where people feed themselves, you would lose billions of people to starvation.
No, you could have.
If you can go to the grocery store at the end of the week and buy your groceries, what would you do?
So community gardens are what I've been suggesting to try to hit, because
Do you
we're
know how to
really gonna
garden?
hit. Yes. Do you?
You know how to garden well enough to feed yourself and say one other person.
I don't
Here's the
have
thing,
the
I just want to
land
jump
to
in
do
real
that.
quick.
Is the main issue there.
Grass lawns, grass lawns are the biggest fucking waste of space in the world. It was a sign of being well off enough where you didn't have to produce your own crops and shit. If people just replaced even a fraction of their lawns with food producing garden, it would.
So it's interesting that you say that, because
would
my
make
wife and I
such a
actually do
massive
have
difference.
we have an 800 square foot garden in our yard, and we can our food and we grow it and can our vegetables, and that's still not enough to feed our family.
Maybe
we still
not.
have to go to the
However,
grocery store.
are you cool, dude? I just want to get out of here. I'm not sorry. I'm playing a game. But yeah, it may not be enough to feed you. However, it still takes off some of the burden of having to buy food or whatever. Like I said, it may
But
not
it's not enough of a burden to feed everybody on the planet. So if we're going to go to a socialistic, communistic system, you're going to lose millions of people, because you can't organize labor that way unless you use force. And right now, we're using volunteer labor.
Follow Rome is upon us.
I have a question.
Come on,
What's up?
What would happen if you replaced society with
Voyage
food
World.
and
So you said we're using volunteer labor
I'll just
right
wait. I'll
now.
wait till the time
Yeah,
runs
I'm
out.
voluntarily giving my labor so I can get revenue so that I can buy food from somebody else who makes it, grows it, and produces it in mass. Right now, we have a system that's organized that where we can feed everybody, right?
Yeah, but it's
If we were to
corrupt.
go to okay, but so will communism. We know that communism gets corrupt, though. We
Yeah,
know
so that's
that.
why I suggest a circle system where all these
Alright, cool.
ideas are working together. You don't want one to be at the top of the list, and you don't want one to take over the entirety of the system. You would want yes, communism by itself would become corrupt. Anarchism by itself would become corrupt. Capitalism by itself would become corrupt. We all have examples of those things happening in history and society, and so what we need is a society that understands all of those and agrees between these different sorts of ideologies to come together and function and understand what's going on. And what we could do is in these situations have large food gardens for entire communities, right? And it's like if you're not necessarily working or going the extra mile to get luxury items that are imported like pineapples, if you don't live in that region, you can still have a little bit of universal basic income to, because that money's just going to go straight back into the economy. That's the other best part about that. If we have this sort of food garden, you're eating apples off the tree once in a while, and people might want to live that sort of nomadic lifestyle while others are still doing other sorts of work in bigger ways contributing to society. So that person that gets that universal basic income is probably they have time to maintain their house, they have time to maintain other sorts of things
their
around
house.
them.
Their house.
Yeah. Well, housing and food would be all free in this situation too, because it's just like we have. So just real quick before we get into this, we have 17 million empty houses right now. There are enough houses for every single immigrant and homeless homeless person in America to get a house, and we would still have 7 million empty houses in America. Go ahead.
What are you gonna flash? Wanna go outside?
That needs a little fact check, man.
Yeah, Freya, did you want to say something?
You go ahead, fact check it. Go ahead, go look up how many homeless people live in America. Add that
But
to the number
those
of
houses
illegal immigrants in America,
were all
and look
built.
up
Just
The
real
homeless
quick,
empty houses.
I just
And do
want to
those
throw
numbers
this out
again.
there that the dude calling out, just saying that he wants to fact check. People should do that more often. When people make claims, and I'm not refuting what you just said about those numbers, but like too often people take what other people say at face value, and if people just took the time to look up, most stated claims, rather than either, like I said, just accept it or just argue flat out without actually knowing the numbers, it would solve a lot of problems with like people getting into bullshit over I'm sorry, this is kind of irrelevant to things, but like you know what I'm saying.
Well, I'll try to keep track of it.
There's no effort to look things up, but
I just looked up the claim. 15 million.
AV talk. She was trying to talk earlier. We ran her over.
Me?
Never mind.
Yeah, you were trying to ask a question?
Oh, well, I was just gonna ask, what about all the people that are just barely getting by living in a crappy apartment that don't have houses? Do we have enough houses for them too?
They already
I would
have a house.
to know the number of if it's more than 7 million, then no. But if it's less than 7 million, then yes. And that's how many would be left. And I guess actually I take that back because I don't know if the number I looked up. I wanted to later after I looked this number up, I was like, wait, do they mean actually like empty individual houses? Or are they also counting like a giant New York City skyscraper that has nobody living in it because of whatever reason, and it's just got like like 100,000 like empty apartments in there that was adding that number. I was curious about that. But I never really looked into it that much. I mean,
Why do those houses
you look up
exist?
why do those, because of, I would say that I mean, there's a lot to go into that. I mean, with the housing bubble market
Because you're
and
talking
situations
about
like that, but
giving
about land
houses
development.
away. But the reason that we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
that surplus of houses is because of capitalism. There was an incentive
People
to build
lied
those
and
houses.
said that
Tax
there
breaks.
was
I mean,
there was
you
an
can
incentive on paper. There was an
skyscrapers.
incentive
Nobody
on
lives in
paper
them.
to build those houses, and now there's
Right,
too many
but
of them.
but
And so
Okay,
Trump's
but
a
those
prime
houses
example.
only exist because of a capitalistic system where there was an incentive, agreed, a selfish incentive, but an incentive
Well,
nonetheless.
I think those houses
Yeah, and
would
I'm saying that
exist
that's bad.
regardless, but I
That's
do
how we
agree
I'm
with
wound up
saying
you.
with
that.
Trump. No, I mean they built all these skyscrapers in New York, and rich people, all they do is they buy, a penthouse or something, and they fucking don't stay there. They don't live there. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. They just do it for like, weird tax reasons.
So we're
Exactly.
going to
That's
take
what.
those houses and give them to the homeless people.
Well,
But what my
And
point
immigrants.
is that and immigrants and everybody who needs a house. But the only
But
reason
plus
those
all the
houses
citizens
exist in the
living in
first
a shitty
place
apartment,
is
right?
because of capitalism.
Yes, you get what. Yeah, you get one as well. Evie. Yes.
All
Sorry.
right.
We're all included. I'm a woke leftist DEIA advocate. Obviously, inclusion is part of the process. Please continue there. Boy eats
Sure,
world.
but those houses wouldn't exist without the capitalistic system. If you gave the
That's
choice to
yeah. And I'm
everybody
not saying
not to
abolish
work,
capitalism entirely.
then we
I still
wouldn't
think it
have we
could be
wouldn't
part
have
of
that
the economic
surplus.
system.
But
Well, the
what you're
surplus isn't
describing,
the best right
your
now.
mixture
That's I'm saying
of
the surplus.
socialism and capitalism, that's basically America right now. I mean, you said it yourself.
Kind of. Yeah, Trump's a socialist
Yeah, I
economy,
agree with
and you
that.
deserve more of that. You down at the bottom all deserve more of this. That's what I'm saying.
Where's the top? Where's the bottom, dude? I mean,
Well, I would say Trump and a lot of the other. I mean, obviously Biden and stuff like that too. Even Kamala Harris, like she talks about her stories of like facing racism, and far be it from me as a white man to criticize that. But yeah, none of her stories really were anything close to some of the life experience I've watched other people live through and had to experience myself as well. And so it's just like, yeah, like when we're talking about who's at the top and who's at the bottom, I don't believe that any of the Democrats really are have any grasp of what's fully truly happening down at the bottom either. And I went farther, harsher pushing for individuals like billionaires like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Bill Gates, all to be paying significantly higher taxes for all of us down here at the bottom, to be able to go to their fucking factories and work for them in a way that's convenient for us, so we can still spend time with our families, still get off for Christmas, still buy our kids nice things. End of
yeah, well, other
end of
people
theory.
are in the cobalt mine.
I
Yeah.
already have all that. I don't make a lot of money, but I already have all that. I have a house. Like I don't deserve more than what I've earned.
I
There's a
think that
lot of
you're
demographics that don't
thinking.
have that, is what I'm saying. There's a large demographic of people in America that don't have that are suffering very badly, that barely are able to. They're not even deciding between gifts and food. They're deciding between like food for themselves and food for their kid on Christmas, right? Like
The fact that the
So
minimum wage in
that's
certain
my
parts of the
problem.
country is less than $10 an hour
kind
is
of,
fucking
yes.
sick.
Yeah, Peter
Yeah,
Singer's Affluence, Famine, and Morality talks about that. Yes, to a certain extent, individuals who are privileged, which is, for lack of a better term, we can talk about what that word means in a minute, have a duty to live below their means until everybody is living at a state that's
Well,
comfortable,
I
and then you can
absolutely
go
disagree
up
with
to
that though.
luxury.
as a
That's
society, we
okay.
have a responsibility to take care of the weakest and like least privileged people. That's how a society
No,
functions. Yes, we do.
I, I,
That's how
I,
that's how it's always been.
who
I want
And
to
when
hear
we
the.
were in,
who's
Go ahead, Chris.
assigning
I'll
the
let you finish. Sorry.
responsibility?
well, I'm sorry, what was that? Who's deciding what?
Who's assigning that responsibility?
It's as a society, we should come together and agree that that's the right thing to do. When
But
throughout human
the fact that
history,
I don't
Yeah,
before,
us, we the people. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah,
but I'm part of the
as
we the people, and I disagree. So that
Exactly.
means that
We're talking about it right now.
I think you're just morally incorrect. I mean, as a people, like throughout human
I
history,
wouldn't.
prior to the civilizations being this massive scale that it is now, that's the way it's always been, and we thrived because of it. If we hadn't lived in that way where we took care of everyone, we wouldn't have survived as a species.
We've fallen for that for same reason. You know how many times civilizations collapse due to these political and religious
Civilizations
dogma
hang
collapse
on,
because of
happening?
there's never
greed
been a
and over.
civilization where they gave everybody exactly the same
follow
thing.
Rome.
They
Here's
took
an
All right, you know what?
example.
There's a country.
No,
Hold
there
on. There's a
has.
country in Asia where literally they will not allow you to be homeless. If you fall in hard times where you lose your property and you don't have a job or whatever, they will make sure they give you land and they give you a job and like
It's illegal in some other
It's a
parts of the
different
world.
it's
culture.
a perfect society.
Americans think differently, you know, like a
No, I
capitalistic.
don't know who said it earlier, but somebody
Thinking
said that you will live below your
Asian,
means until I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to
Somebody
hear your
said earlier.
disagreements there about the Peter Signer. I'll link it. I can link it somewhere if you wanted to look at it. But yeah, it's Affluence,
Well,
Famine, and Morality by Peter Singer. Go ahead.
So you're saying that people need to live below their means so that other people can catch up to them, people who aren't living up to that standard. There's
Yes,
never been a society where that's been successful.
that's
That,
not true.
that in
I
practice,
disagree
that's never
very
happened.
strongly. It has happened.
So
well, yeah, I
like
mean,
that.
Native societies all over the
Where?
world. Polynesian islands, the Amazon rainforest, North America, South America, India, China.
Any at the scale?
All native societies.
Any at this scale?
Yeah. North America, yeah, they had huge scales. Yeah, the whole of the entire. My main knowledge is North America. I can't speak for the entirety of the world, but Polynesian islands as well, huge scale. They were island hopping quite a bit, and you needed, again, this is what I talk about. They needed quite a deep understanding of physics and mathematics to be creating canoes that were large enough to be sailing across these vast distances. And so yes, these communities would also then sail to the coastlines and then sail up and down the coastlines, picking up travelers, trading information, trading goods and services, all these sorts of things. And yes, the native North America would be
Communism works in a family unit where people care about each other, right? A small unit.
yes.
When somebody mentioned earlier, does that work at scale? It does not work at scale. What
Exactly.
you're
And that's what
describing
I'm
would
saying
not work
with the
for 8
circle.
billion people. So we just have to
No,
remove a couple billion people for that system to work.
no, so that's what I'm saying about this circle. So the communism you're saying would only work at a small family scale level, and so we should implement communism in that sort of aspect. When we're talking about global economics and trade, we probably should talk about more ideologies of capitalism when we discuss those sorts of things. So, there still should be
Again,
an
I don't see
avenue.
the difference between what you're talking about and current America.
communism is
We have
outlasted
families.
Because that's
capitalism.
not, we're taking advantage, like everybody's like essentially like overworked and underpaid, and like you can't buy a single thing in America without it contributing to some sort of slave labor. There's essentially nothing. Even the water I get is just like I'm concerned about exactly what's taking place with what's going on in that sort of situation. And so it's I would
Yo, let me
disagree
come
that
in.
that's
But
not.
even in a communistic or I'm using
I'm
the
hitting the
term
button, right?
broadly, but even in a system that you're describing, people still going to have to trade labor in mass to supply those things for everybody. There's just not enough resources to feed everybody and house everybody without organizing labor. And so you're
Yes,
either
there
going to have
is.
to force people. No, there is not. There is not.
Yeah,
We tried this
did anybody look up the numbers and fact check me on the numbers? If
on the
not, my point
houses.
stands. There are. Yeah, in the houses. Yes. Yeah. At
If
the very
those,
least, I
if
feel like
we
I've
were,
proven that is the. Until somebody fact checks me on that, I'm saying that that's correct.
I don't need to fact check it. I can just tell you that if we were under the system that you're advocating for, those houses wouldn't exist in order to give them away right now.
Well, yeah, and
The only
if
reason
we
those
were living
houses
under the
exist
system,
is
if we
because
were
they're
living under the system that I'm suggesting, every person would probably be a little more in able to care for themselves in the sense that with this nomadic lifestyle, they'd be able to put up and take down a teepee wherever it was that they were trying to sleep at night and continue on and carry on to
I
the
don't
next
want
day.
to live in a teepee.
Yeah, nobody's telling you have to. I'm just saying that there are some people that
Like I
might
said,
want
I
to do
built
that, and having
houses,
a
But
man,
society
and
that
earlier
cares
you
about
said I
I've
both
would
lived
have
in
to
a
live
fucking
below
is
my
what's
means
important.
until everybody caught up. So if
It's
the
not. Wait, how
standard
did
is
you
a
phrase it?
teepee for every,
Get on your
you said
hands and
you said
knees
earlier,
until everybody catches up?
no,
That's not what I said.
no. You
Okay, I
said I
misheard
would
you.
have to
Sorry.
live below my means
Okay,
in
okay.
order
Yeah,
for
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
else to catch up.
I was like,
So
well,
if the
that's not. I didn't
standard,
say you have
uh,
to.
No,
Yeah.
dude, you need to get on your knees.
No,
That's the
so
thing.
yeah, like to the extent of living
down on my
below your
knees.
means, I mean, it's like, yeah, like when we look at America and the American culture to a certain extent, the attitude of capitalism has sort of taken over the world, and other, you know, sorts of
No, I think
you
you're
don't
missing
have
my
to.
point. You're saying that like we can build teepees for the homeless. Well, do
No,
I have
that's
to
not what I
lower
said.
my standard? Well, how far do I have to lower my standard of living in order to make sure
I
everybody
mean,
else is living to that same standard?
that's the thing. Like to a certain extent, I can't give you a quantifiable number. Like I'd prefer the businesses be paying higher taxes versus the individual. So I wouldn't necessarily, in what I'm describing, wish to draw on any one single individual because that would be too difficult. But I mean, at the very least, I would suggest that you go out when you go outside, bring a trash bag with you and start picking up trash, right?
But
If that's what at the very smallest amount of living below your means that I can ask of you, spending money and time and gas, whatever it may be
But that's not going to
on
house a
grocery
homeless
basis,
person.
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
If all we
I'm
did
going to
was
house the
walk around
homeless
and pick up
people. If you're picking
trash,
up the trash, that solves a lot of other problems.
well, Spell.
I think what
Trash
he's
picked up
saying
in
is
the
just
areas that we're
in any
trying
little
to
way
put the
that you
homeless
can
people.
contribute to a society as a whole, you should do.
But if you're calling an individual privileged,
Actually,
you got to be able to quantify. If you're saying, well, okay, he needs to live below his means, it's like, okay, you're saying he's privileged.
I didn't want to quantify it because we're gonna have to get in. I mean, if we want to look at numbers and talk about how much people are making, we could discuss it a little bit.
But no. I think what the problem is it's like, who are you or anybody else to tell somebody else how much they can have if what they have is based on what they put in?
That's the whole point of society, and why we came together to have this conversation right now. We all believe in the beliefs that we have, and we're coming to each other not to tell each other what to do, but to try to.
No, well, sure. No, sure. That's not what I'm saying.
Brainstorm.
What I'm saying is, if you're saying this person's privileged, they could live below their means. They could live at a lower rate. Well, the question is, well, what is that? How do you identify that for anybody? If this person was like, okay,
I don't. There's no identification for it. There's the quantification is whatever they feel. If they don't feel like it, they don't have to. Whatever they feel comfortable enough doing, living below their means as we attempt to do these sorts of things, that is enough for, I believe, society to get to the point that I'm describing. So there is no specific
being
number.
alive
It
for
doesn't
50
matter.
years, I can guarantee you the vast majority of people are just going to choose to do nothing. And
Yeah,
they're
I've
going to
heard
soak
that's
up
Peter
whatever
Steiner
charity.
said that. I'll quote him. In my
I don't believe
older
that
years,
because
I've become more realistic in the things I can say
living
and expect.
living with no ambitions and making no like effort to do anything to survive is not a fulfilling way to live. And I don't think most people would choose to do that just because the opportunity is there to get by on the basic necessities for free, just because it's offered.
but it depends what the basic necessities are. Some people think internet is basic necessity.
Wait, some
It's
people
not
think
a
what's
theory.
basic necessity?
Literally,
internet.
Living
It can be for
totally.
certain jobs. That's what about the work culture. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, no, but my point is
You're good. You guys keep going.
if you think that internet is, you're saying, oh, well, nobody would just live off of the government or whatever, getting by. Well, it depends what is like reasonable. Some people think it's a right to have internet. That's a conversation being had. If a person had food, they had shelter, they had internet, they had everything provided to them, they might choose not to do anything. I mean, that is possible.
Yeah,
well,
so I would
about
argue internet should probably be, to a certain extent, a luxury in the system that I'm describing. That might be something you should probably, and that's what I'm saying about where the universal basic income would still, when somebody's doing nothing, if you give them money and they just use that money to pay for their internet bill and just stay at home and do nothing, that still kind of helps society because that money still stays and functions within
But
society.
where does that money come from? If most people, or even if
the
a
money
vast majority of
isn't-
people choose to just go camping and paint and pick up trash, like where's the money the revenue generated?
So the society has so America has a certain amount of physical bills and coins that they have minted, right? And so the
More
money
pennies.
itself already exists to a certain extent, and what we need to talk
I'm
about
not
is
talking about the
the
physical
labor.
or the labor. That's where does
So
that
you're worried
labor?
about
That money
working
isn't
and
physical
giving your
anymore.
money to a bum smoking weed, scrolling the internet, and jerking off all day is what you're saying. You don't want
That
that
sounds
to
like the
happen.
life, dude. That's what I want.
Well, I'm not talking. I mean, no, I would not agree with giving anybody not working any type
For
of
what it
revenue.
is.
I would, and I think actually that's probably the majority of people. They would, I think you're the outlier. Most people would see that and go, well, why the hell am I working then? I'm just going to be that guy jacking off and getting paid.
Well,
I would disagree, and I would point to what I would point to for an
I agree
example
with
is
boys.
medical workers. Sorry, go, do you want to? I don't want to. Can I make this point really quick?
No, I'm just saying I agree with Boy Eats World. I mean,
Oh.
he's right. I mean, like, seriously, man. I mean, if everything's handed to you on a silver platter, you know, I mean, what was my grandpa always said? He said, hard times make hard men. Hard men make soft times. Soft times make soft men. Soft men make
it's a
hard
very,
times.
I
very,
want to push
very,
back on that
very
so
common,
much. I
fucking,
disagree.
You know,
sentiment.
I still when I was a kid.
Like that's so being loved and helped is actually what's going to make you a stronger person. If you're hurt, if somebody's hurt, or if you yourself are hurt and your parents don't come to help you, what's that's going to teach you is that you're alone in the world, and that's not true. That's not true at all whatsoever. You can find solitude and be by yourself, but to a certain extent, especially in the modern era, it's very difficult to go be anywhere truly by yourself and on your own. And so this idea where if you aren't living under, like, being stepped on, then you're going to grow up as some sort of softy, is I very strongly disagree with. When people come to love you, when your parents come to help you out and take care of you and pick you up and teach you how to take care of a wound and how to care for yourself and how to maintain these things, you then have the knowledge to do that for yourself, and that gives you the strength to be able to do it in those moments and for others. And the point I wanted to make earlier
I'm
is
going
when
to tell
we
you
talk
the
about
same
this.
thing I tell my kids. If you're lucky, you'll find like maybe 5 people in life that truly care about your feelings, but the rest of the society, the rest of humanity, they don't care.
And so
If
we
you're
were talking
lucky.
about, I would disagree, and I would say that, like, if you are a good person yourself, you will find those people who are good around you. And this, I agree with you to a certain extent. In the modern era, we have this issue where we meet and see so many people every day that it's hard to care for and connect with a single individual that we meet for the first time. And like even just out in public, it's like you imagine you're never going to see this person probably ever again. And so it does seem like there's this sort of disconnect where other people are going to be sort of evil or out to get you or something like that. But I would
It's not
argue that for
evil.
the
It's just they have their own problems. They have their own
because people are
concerns.
overworked
We
and
don't have
underpaid
no, it's
right
not
now.
just
And
that. I just don't have the time to care
concerns
about
and bills,
everybody else.
exactly, they're
Some people think
overworked.
they're the center of the universe is what it is. Okay, some people think that they're the only person with human consciousness. Okay, like every fucking one of us. How many millions of people there are? I mean, like we all are individual and have no respect for each other.
And that's human nature. And so
That's
having
the
this
human condition.
kumbaya
I mean,
moment where we're all feeding each other, that's just not going to happen at scale.
Read The Human Condition, man. I mean, like we're talking about books all the time, man. Read that book.
What is it?
The Human Condition.
Check it out.
It's a philosophy book. I mean, but I mean it has every. It's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, the shared human experience. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, so I
think
do
that we're
think
the
that this
center of
stuff
the
could
universe.
happen
All
at
of us
scale.
do. I mean, we all
I
think
agree
we're there.
and
you can't prove that everyone else is real. I mean, like. You look around at society, you're walking around in Walmart and you're like, oh, well, these are a bunch of NPCs. That's what you think, No, they all have the same fucking level of consciousness you do.
Yeah.
And that's where you get into society issues.
Yeah, I think you're talking about solipsism, which is like we can't really know if anybody else is having a conscious experience. It's a very interesting thought. But I think
or we're like we all live our own simulation or something.
Yeah, I think we're talking more about cynicism, which is the fact that people are really out for themselves and their own self-interests. And you have a small group of people that you care about. You could only care about so many people, not because you're overworked, that could be a part of it, but because you can only care about so many people at a certain point in time. You can only have so many relationships. There's only 24 hours in the day. So your chances are you're going to care about those people and the rest are going to fall to the wayside.
Yeah, it's like the old saying, family before friends, but Your friends won't betray you.
Right, but
As
that
quick as your
incentive
family
to
can.
take care of that small group of people that you care about, that creates revenue. That's I have to work in order to feed my family and make sure that they're all taken care of and buy them luxury items. So
I
I
don't
have to
mind
trade my
working.
labor in order to do that. So that organization where you care about the people and you're trying to provide for that small group of people collectively, that has created an enormous amount of wealth and fed an enormous amount of people throughout the world. You can't
Right, but
organize labor
certain
any other
people are
way other
collecting all
than
that
through.
wealth. They're taking all that wealth and they're adding it up and giving it down to their offspring for generations. That's where capitalism fails, because I
That's
didn't
my
really have to
goal
do much
is
in
to
that.
give
My
Massive
grandpa was a
generation. Listen, there's nothing
billionaire,
wrong.
and
There's nothing wrong with giving some wealth down to your offspring, but massive generational wealth that's like in hundreds of millions of dollars and shit like that creates a serious problem in our economy.
It
That
really does,
fucking that
yeah,
wealth
because
does not get
there's so
distributed.
many dollars. Now we're starting to print more dollars. The economy's going down. The value of the dollar goes down. I mean, you're like, oh, great, minimum wage went up. It's $14.
to
I'm
me
like,
that seems
dude,
like a
that's
different
bad.
conversation than this
No, it's
kumbaya, like
it's
take care of everything. That's a different problem. You're talking about a very select group of people that are ultra wealthy.
Yes, I
I'm
understand
talking
that, but
about the average guy.
that very small.
That's what they're
I'm
doing up
talking.
at the top. They're having a kumbaya party way up at the top, and you know the kind of fucking dirty fucking ass parties that they're having up there way at the top. And that's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
We
P
gotta
Diddy.
kind of
Yeah,
come together
Epstein shit.
and get that better understanding, way better ethics and morals for sure, definitely, especially in our fucking politicians. But then that's where we could get to and come to as a society where, again, you can
So
make light
those
of it,
rich people,
calling it kumbaya, but
other than the revenue that they've generated that you want to take from them,
they haven't
and that's fine. That's
generated
fine.
any revenue. They haven't generated.
They,
You
they
knew that.
haven't.
You're the
Let's
worker
take.
down at the bottom. No,
Interest
Elon
from the
Musk,
bank.
Trump
Okay,
has
but
not worked a
if you
fucking day
didn't
in their
Like
life.
they're
They've
really,
never
if you
worked a
their
day
didn't
in their
revenue.
create
life.
that job, I
They didn't
wouldn't be
create
able to make
anything.
that
Trump
revenue.
came into money, create a
Bro,
job. The idea of
listen,
hotels and casinos have always been
I got
around.
to get in here,
Trump didn't
man.
let's
create
look at
Like,
anything.
wait. Yo, let's look at
that
the
give them
differentiation of the CEOs
and
and
they
their
put it in
average
the
worker
bank.
from 50 years ago and today. If you
The
look at
bank.
like
They gain off the interest more than any of us make in 1 year. It's the banks.
And
Okay.
it's not just the banks.
Well, I mean, most of it, yeah.
let's pick
I mean,
one of
the banking
your
industry is
enemies.
definitely a massive issue. I'm not
Jeff
arguing that it
Bezos.
is. Jeff Bezos is scum. But no, actually, no, that's
Jeff
not true. Jeff
Bezos.
Bezos is
Yeah,
Jeff
man.
Bezos is the savior, bro. We should honestly be thanking him for allowing us to work for him for fucking minimum wage and having
Yeah.
to work so
Thank you,
hard
Jeff
that
Bezos. I'm happy to be
you're
a
not able to
contractor
pass members. You
pissing
have
into
to
a bottle as I deliver
you
around
have to
Okay, but
Mars.
piss
if
Thank
he
into a
you.
didn't
bottle.
do
Yeah.
that, you wouldn't be working at all.
Okay.
If he
No,
didn't do
but
that,
it's not.
No, if he
wouldn't be
didn't do
working.
that,
We got to try to talk one at a time here.
Listen, this is the point that I want to make. If you look at the numbers, look at the numbers of CEOs from like 50, 60 years ago, as opposed like what they made as opposed to their average worker. I think the difference was like maybe 50 times they made it. And now it's like 8,000 times what their average employee makes. That is fucking ridiculous. They should be paying their workers a living wage as opposed to giving themselves such a high salary that they're able to buy fucking 16 mansions, a private jet, fucking an island to have fucking child sex parties and this and that. That's not acceptable.
I'll give Bezos Amazon, but yeah, I have issues with what you were saying there, Chris. Like I'm fine to concede that an individual who is a CEO can be the one in charge of the situation, but with what Chris said, that's what I'm talking about too. We got to have regulations and cuts on their paychecks and their salaries and their ability to do things and influence society. Sorry to interrupt you, Chris.
No, I was finished
I was
anyway.
agreeing with what you're saying. Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, that was good. That was yeah.
Wow, somebody agrees on this channel. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Bro,
me and
here's the
Chris
thing.
did seem to agree on quite a bit.
Regardless of whether or not we agree on things, it's good that we're able to have this discourse and have these conversations because a lot of people aren't willing to do that. They're just going to talk shit, they're going to surround themselves in an echo chamber where everybody that they talk to agrees. And then when they find somebody that they don't agree with, it's just they instantly jump to insults and
Yeah, those people watch the
they
news.
they don't look for trying to find common ground, or even if they can't, to just try and discuss their viewpoints. It's very rare in our society for people to be able to have a fucking conversation, which is really sad and a big problem.
That's what we're all about here at Australia's page, man. I mean,
yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, one of my best friends on here is a fucking communist, you know.
Oh yeah, commie, yeah.
Because you can respectfully debate, you know.
Yeah. It's honestly, like, I think a lot of our problems as a society would be, I don't know, necessarily solved, but they would be lessened and dealt with in a much better way if people were able to just fucking sit down and speak to each other like people. But at this point, it's gotten to where it's like, if you're on opposing sides of, you know, an ideology or whatever it may be, you're looking at that person, not you, but, you know, a lot of people look at that as their fucking mortal enemy, and they don't see them as, it's almost like they don't see them as human. You know what I mean? They just, we have, regardless of what you disagree on, at the end of the day, we have more in common than we don't. And that's something that people are failing to see.
Yes.
Yeah, I get
that's part
that,
of
for sure.
one of the practices of like restorative justice and like the native societies that I've been talking about as well, like community gatherings, even for political purposes as well, and economic, to have a vote and say on what was going on. Everybody had a turn to speak, and that's easier. Again, this is what we talk about, this to scale situation, which I have a lot of thoughts on. But point is, this idea where all the community members are able to speak and given the time to speak for the amount of time that they're speaking, and then you know, allowing them to have to listen to everybody else as well as they go over what it is that they're talking about and thinking. And that's,
what we have
I
right
feel
now.
like what we're missing.
No,
Why do you
we
think that?
absolutely have that. We have, because, well, first of all, you can't, the system, what you just described, again, you can't have that at scale. So what we've done is we organize it around representatives. So we
can
all
have
get
it
a
at scale
say,
with the
we all
internet.
vote.
It's certainly possible, but I don't want to argue that too much right now.
I don't think
You know,
you can. Somebody's got to
the
go
thing
through
about-
and listen to everything that was said. And if you got 350 million people
I got a
saying
Pikachu
something,
bomb.
nothing going to get done.
The problem is
AI
with our
might be able to
representatives
help us with
is that
that,
they're owned by lobbyists and corporations and shit, where those representatives, they're supposed to represent the people, but 90% of them do fucking
Absolutely
not.
agree with
They
you.
don't
Absolutely agree
represent
with
the people and their fucking their will. They
But
represent
that's
fucking the elite.
that's a
I
human
agree with
flaw.
Carol.
We can regulate that out if we had the willpower, but the system
We don't have
is
the willpower.
designed
Dollar
where we
bills will
get to.
change your mind.
What's that?
A few dollar bills will change your mind. I mean, I agree with Chris, or I mean, not Chris, Carol here.
Yeah, Chris, it is Chris, yes.
Yeah, I agree with him. I mean, like, you know, I mean, if it was a perfect society, you know, what if, you know, I mean, and then you give them a few dollars and then they change their mind.
Yeah,
Well, that's another thing.
You know what I
We
mean?
need to we need to try to get money out of politics. Like the representatives, honestly, like I think it should be criminal for them to be taking fucking the money that they do to sway their fucking opinions and the way that they lead. I think that, and another thing, this is just kind of off topic, but I think that as a society, we need to focus more on political literacy. So many people that, especially the people that are the most vocal, have no fucking idea what's going on. They're uneducated and they're just fucking overly opinionated on things they know nothing about. And that's what really fucks us up.
Well, welcome to democracy.
The black community, because they were undereducated, they weren't introduced to society the same as everyone else, you know, like, you know,
What now?
it's a problem in our country.
I know that 99% of black people are illiterate and ignorant, but like,
well, it sucks, you know. I mean,
that was the joke. Yo, Tony, that was the joke from C. Carroll, actually. He was being a little over the top.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, that was entirely a joke. I throw, for those of you that don't know me, I will throw some offensive little fucking.
He likes to pretend to be racist.
Yes, no, I love I love everybody on an equal level. Astros knows that, and he knows that I say some things that I
don't try to don't use me to defend your racism.
Yes, I kind of say it because there are people that have these opinions that I say, and I like to say it as a joke because it will start a conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I totally get it. I mean, like, I'm kind of a comedian myself. I mean, I'm thinking about doing like open mic nights or something. Like, I've got my own
Do it.
material wrote up.
Do it up, dude.
I think I should. I'll post it on Discord if I ever get the
Please.
get on stage. I've never even done karaoke, dude. I've never held a microphone. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, this is the closest thing to a microphone I've ever had.
And you're doing great.
Yeah, well, you know what? Start out small, dude. Find a local club near you that's got like it's a small scene where it's, fucking 50 seats, whatever it may be, and you work from there. If it's something you want to do, dude, go for it.
Missing
believe in you.
teeth, I watch Kill Tony every Monday. I can figure this shit out.
Yeah. All you have to do to get on Kill Tony is be crippled.
Oh, yeah, no,
True.
Be like,
yeah, exactly. They'll bring you right on stage, cerebral palsy or fucking
just roll
Tourette's
up in
or
a
whatever,
window, right in. I totally changed the subject. What the fuck were we talking about?
I'm talking about a lot of stuff.
Basically, I think we all finally agree on reparations, so that's good to hear. But really quick,
Our government is turning communist, and we're giving reparations, housing, and free drugs to all of the homeless people.
There we go.
Drugs.
I talked to a communist myself.
You get a free house.
He's a friend of
You
mine,
get a free
and
house.
I don't need a house, dude. I just want to get high.
What drugs you want?
I'm already getting high, dude.
Jesus.
Here's my Pikachu bong. Look, yeah.
Guys, remember?
YouTube DOS. It's we're talking about prescribed.
Yes, I was gonna say we are on YouTube. We are on stream, so no slurs. Don't get naked.
Don't tell me I can't get naked because the pants are gonna come off in a second, dude.
You could be naked. Just keep the no. Actually, don't get naked. No, because you're gonna fuck up. You're gonna drop the camera.
Well, I don't have a shirt either. Whatever.
Male nipples are okay, apparently.
No, dude, we're getting
Don't do it.
What's going on?
Yeah, I was gonna take my pants off, but a couple of these guys got a little too excited.
Freya.
He was like, nah.
I seen the dude up. I seen Tony B's eyes light up. He's like, oh, nice.
Or not.
Let me see that.
Let me see that dick.
Enhance.
Let me see all 7 centimeters.
I saw this really cute fucking dude in a white dress. It was one of those trans folks, And I was like,
you're into that?
Yes, and he was like, well, thank you, in a super gay voice.
Hey, don't say he. If you said it's trans, it's...
I don't know, but it's hard to say. I'm scared to say it. And
hey, if you like it, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I said, hey, let me she them titties. And he just fucking flashed me. It was fucking hilarious. Nice. That was at a gas station.
Was it hilarious or was it hot?
Fucking with people, and I don't know. I fuck with people. That's what I do.
That's pretty fine.
Well, I mean, she them titties. Like he got the joke immediately, or she, or I don't know what to call it. But
just say it. That's what they prefer is it.
Stop.
Yeah, let me she them titties. He thought it was funny. He flashed me.
Were they nice?
Stop.
No, they look like dudes. They look like a dude. There was hair on his nipples. I mean,
some people are into that.
I'm not into that. I just, it's a social experiment.
You say that, but
convenience store line. I don't know. I just mess with people.
Dude,
you don't want to be stuck at home behind me.
Channel. I'm digging this new format. Now we just got to get this is the kind of shit that you need at peak hours, dude. Like
I know
you did the whole like other aspect where you were watching like whatever you were watching at the time. If you were doing this at like 10, 11 o'clock, dude, your shit would have been popping.
Well, it's also the titles of the streams and stuff. Like if I were to restart the stream with a certain title right now, it'd probably go off and at least get a few hundred in here, or a couple hundred.
Saturday morning right now.
So
I don't know what the audiences are like at this time.
Right now it's 7:52 in Florida.
Yeah, no, it's 8:52.
Dude, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
There's 2 times.
Well, I'm in
Florida, right?
I'm on the other side. Yeah.
Well, what I'll have to do is I'll have to have some sort of a prompt or something for people to come in because it's generally YouTube pushes things out at the beginning of my stream. That's how the algorithm works. That's how I've noticed. So we would just have to do it somewhere at the beginning.
I just got this notification when I jumped in from YouTube is what gave it to me. I don't know. It's like, oh, hey, cool. Astro's like live chatting with people. Cool. And then jumped in here. It was like over an hour ago.
Yeah.
I'll try to figure it out though. It would be very lively if we could get it during peak though.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is too that my concern with it would be like, how are you gonna filter? Like, I'm sure that there'd be a lot of people that want to jump in. Like, are you gonna limit it to a certain number of people or?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out.
They're allowed in here, but he's got a
Is
fuck
that the
ton of.
case?
Oh no! Right now, this is more than just mods. This is, I mean, this one's supposed to be. Yeah, this is open. Yeah, this is open for everybody.
Mod only.
No, I have a mod only one.
Yesterday.
I've been fucking with Astro for like, I don't know, a year or so.
About a year, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And you know, I thought it was mods only were allowed in this shit, but
Eventually, yeah, well, we have one, but now we have one just for everybody because I want to be able to get people in from the chat. Just it's much easier to have conversations over voice than
it's a good way to get more
500 characters.
I have enough already.
Right. During peak, you guys are never there. There's like 1 or 2 mods during peak, and then after peak, every mod's in there where the whole chat is fucking blue. And I'm like, geez.
Dude, I got a day job.
Why, dude? Quit your job, okay? Be a nomad and watch my stream.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Advocate for universal basic income. Yes, yes.
Everybody just quits their job and just streams online.
Exactly. Yes. There's so much information out there. We need everybody to be educating themselves on it, reading it, and talking about it. And educating others on it. That's the more important part.
This is best. I mean, like, I don't know about y'all, but I went to public schools and they didn't teach me a goddamn thing.
I went to public school too, and I learned a lot.
Well, I mean, like basic math, and you know, half of the science they taught was wrong, and like go to history class. Oh yeah, there was one lone gunman that killed JFK. I mean, like the shit they teach you in school is bullshit. Education, you know, is just horrible over here.
You're Southern, right? You went to school in the South?
Yeah. Huh?
I asked if you went to school in the South.
Well, I went to a magnet school.
Quantum, eventually we're taking the show on the road, for sure. I've mentioned that before.
Actually,
I'm going to do a road trip or something, and yeah, I'm going to take the stream on the road and travel. I don't know when, though, but I will let you guys know. It's going to be super sick.
On a roll kind of school. But yeah, I went there and I got expelled for fist fighting and went to juvenile school. And then I moved to Tennessee and lived there for 20 years. And here I am. I'm back in Florida.
Here I am, fucking loud, proud, and looking at tranny's tits.
Yeah, man, I don't give a fuck. Let me see them titties.
Right there with you, dog.
Appreciate you, bro.
Fucking weird old fucking fake titties.
We're taking this on the road for sure.
Weird, man. It's like she unrolled them. You know what I mean? She's like, and then rolled them back up. You know, licked it like a joint and stuffed them back in there. You know.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, old biker tits. You know. What are we talking about? Tits? Again?
I mean, that's a pretty good topic of conversation, I would say.
Well, I'm sorry, Chris. We weren't able to find her tonight, but I promise you, man. I promise you, we're gonna.
She's gonna get me a fucking girl.
Yes, we're gonna do this during peak, and we're gonna get you a girl. I promise.
Give me one too, man. I ain't had a girl
one of these days.
2? All right, 2. Got it.
I take precedence, though. I called dibs.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got dibs, but I guess I get sloppy second.
I knew you were gonna say that shit. Get the fuck out of here. Jeez, dude. Not so private. You got to drop in here when we're having one of those conversations, man. We've gone down the DMT psychedelic route.
Everybody muted out. Look at this. Mute. looking at the
Well,
screen.
I'm playing video games right now. I didn't think you guys would want to listen to fucking Arc Raiders.
Yeah, I try to mute because my microphone picks up everything.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy? I know Astral might.
Dude, Aster needs to get on Arc Raiders. Do any of you play video games? Do any of you have Arc Raiders? Yo, you cool, buddy?
No, I'm not that cool, dude. I mean, I play chess and like Pokemon ROM hacks with the emulator.
Nah, Doug, you gotta get on Arc. It's fucking sick.
The last video game console I had was the 360. I remember standing in line at GameStop and getting a fucking to get Black Ops 2. That's the last time I had a video game.
How old
That
are
was
you?
37.
37, yeah. I miss my 360. I'm gonna be 32 in March. The 360 was one of my favorite consoles.
Black Ops 2 is the best Black Ops. I mean, like I haven't played all the ones, but they all suck.
In terms of Call of Duty 4 was my favorite by far. Modern Warfare 2 was fucking great.
Modern Warfare 2 was great, yeah.
Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare is just fucking has like a special place in my heart.
I don't know. Black Ops 2 was the one for me. That was my favorite. I played a lot of them, and
Black Ops 2 was really good too, though.
It was just the bomb, dude, and it had the best zombies with all the cool updates. You know, I got the season pass. I was a prestige master in online. I would just run around with knives and hatchets, just fucking people up.
Classic.
Like, you dumbass, you brought a gun to a knife fight and killed
My
him,
boy,
you know?
when I played Call of Duty 4, my boy, he lived in the same town as me. I grew up with him. He was a little bit older, but he was number 6 in the world for
Jesus,
for score. All he did all day, he wasn't even that good, but like I said, it was for score. So all he did was fucking play Call of Duty 4 all day, every day, and literally he was 6th in the world.
Wow, that's crazy. The best I got was in Black Ops 2. As far as like multiplayer, you know, team deathmatch. I played on hardcore though.
I used to play hardcore search. That was my shit.
Jeez.
But I played hardcore team deathmatch, and you know, I had my own crew. But yeah, the hardest I ever got was like I think 1400 something.
That's still really high.
That's really fucking high.
There was there were different ranking systems. 1400 in terms of what, like kills, score.
I always set up my perks to where I had just double hatchets and a ballistic knife and every perk you could think of. You know, that was my class. Yeah, I mean, if you kill one guy, you can pick up his pistol or his, you know, his fucking machine gun. Whatever, you know, I mean, like there's guns laying around everywhere. So I would set my whole shit up with just ballistic knives and hatchets and a fuck ton of perks. And yeah, I was badass at that game, dude. I mean, in the top 10%.
I'd go for a fuck ton of perks right now.
I need. Oh Lord.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. That was a good one.
Not those kind of perks.
Yeah.
Not so private says, I don't have Discord anymore. I'm sorry. I was in some toxic places. I'd have to create a whole new account just to get in right now. You should do that. I promise this place is like not. It's not that toxic. Is there like
space?
It's I don't want to call it a safe space necessarily. I mean,
safe space. God damn it.
Okay, it's a safe space. There might be sprinkles of this. Like people get heated, but like for the most part, it's cool. Yeah, you can say what you want within. I mean, within reason, obviously. But we all get along, even when we don't.
In the chat, there's some fucking trolls and shit, but
like the people in here all seem to enjoy not getting along, you know, but we enjoy it, so it works.
Okay, you played Helldivers too. Good shit. You swear you're playing a combination game.
Helldivers, that's the next game I want to get.
I played it a little bit. I need to get back into it.
I figure the next video game console I'm gonna buy is whichever one fucking Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out on.
It'll be on this generation and next generation.
I mean, it's gonna be another year, is what they said. What?
I think 2040.
Yeah, man, that
That's
game's
what
like
they say.
15...
But yo, how many times has shit gotten delayed in the past? You know.
Yeah, they're like, okay, well, we made it so good that the current systems can't even handle it. We're gonna have to wait another year. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, right.
Release the fucking game, man. You could have made Grand Theft Auto 7 for the next thing, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's Rockstar. They know what they're doing. They spent
Of course.
so much money on this.
It's honestly better. It's honestly better that they take their time to release this shit than giving us a half-finished game. You know.
I don't know. At the rate they're taking, I'd rather take 2 half-finished games at this point. You know, I mean, goddamn, man, it's been 15 years. That's a long fucking time.
Has it been 15 years since GTA 5?
Yeah,
It's been a long time, man.
15 years. I mean, that's just too long. I mean, like, come on, dude, just release the shit. You know, I mean, like, you want it to be perfect. Perfect don't exist.
I'm right here, dude. What are you talking about?
For a month. It was like it was a while ago now. It was like 7 years after it had come out. It was free you could download it for free off of like Epic Games website or something for like a month. And so I keep joking. I'm like, whenever I'm just gonna wait for GTA 6 to like several years for it to go free to play. Because they do that shit with games all the time, and I'm just like, what the? I paid fucking money. I paid for this on Xbox 360 and PC. How are they gonna? You're telling me I could have downloaded it for free? I could have just waited 7 years, downloaded it for free, and it's still just as popular as it was, if not more so, now because it was free. Rant
Well, I mean, all
over.
the fan made shit. You know, like I watched this one guy on YouTube. He does the role playing Grand Theft Auto. Have you seen that?
GTRP, yeah, I think that shit's so gay. I mean,
I
some
don't know.
of the lobbies look kind of cool, but
like this one dude. I mean, like he's in his 20s. He's younger than me, you know, and he plays this old fucking 83-year-old man, James Randall. I'm 83 years
Oh, that
old.
dude's so fucking
And the
funny.
dude's
I know
so
Space
fucking
Boy.
funny,
Space Boy's his YouTube. Yeah, dude, that dude is fucking hilarious.
Space Boy, yeah, that's his name.
Yeah.
Fucking, that nigga's hilarious, man. I mean, he's just fucking cracking me up. I mean, he's just like this, you know, fucking senile old man running around with a chainsaw. I'm just doing landscaping, and he's, you know, attacking.
Yeah, he's got that big fucking blower thing. Dude,
But
yeah,
what's
he's
cool
fucking
about it is
hilarious.
it's rolled
That's
through the
awesome. I'm
server.
glad you know that is.
Like, you know, the police officers in that car are actual people, you know, and they're like, dude, you can't do this.
Yo, the dudes that role play the fucking cops and the gang members, because I've seen like a lot of like that dude's funny, but so many of those people that do the role play shit are they're such fucking losers. Like they get so into it, and then like, if I don't know.
Bad too, yeah, but I mean, you know, it's just like society. I mean, there's good people and bad people. I mean,
Right.
Astro's playing video games now. Like he's able to mute on.
Oh no!
Me and him were supposed to play.
I know we're supposed to. I'm not gaming right now. My microphone is just picks up everything, so I try to mute it so you guys don't hear me like breathing.
Yeah, I got a bacon, egg, and cheese croissant with my fucking name on it right now. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll get on some Apex though. Yeah, I need to actually warm up a plate.
Bagels. Yeah, I don't have to go anywhere. I can just make me a bagel. I'm kind of hungry too, man. I'm sitting here smoking weed and fucking talking to you fools, and I've been day drinking a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Anybody on the East Coast getting that storm?
Over here in Florida?
Well, I know you wouldn't be getting a storm, would you?
Nah, I'm over by Alabama. I'm on the.
Yeah, no, you're out of it.
If I spit in a hurricane, it hit Alabama. You know, if I spit in a hurricane, it would hit Alabama.
Yeah, Alabama, sister fucker.
It's
Nah,
negative 16 Celsius.
But you know that sister's only 20 minutes away.
Wait, you said it's how cold there, spelt?
2 degrees Fahrenheit, negative 16 for our Celsius.
Gotcha.
In chat.
Gotcha.
Let's see, what is it here?
When you said Celsius, I was just like, wait, are you not American?
No, it's just with the stream. I was like, oh shit, you know, there's so many people that use Celsius that end up showing up. So I just, I have this app that tracks the wind. I mainly use it in the summertime when I go kayaking, but it also has the temperature on it. So I was like, oh, perfect. I'll set that one to Celsius, and then also have the Fahrenheit one on my regular weather app. And then when I'm ever on stream and we talk about weather, I don't have to do math in my head.
I don't know. It's 54 here in Pensacola.
Damn, that's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty warm, nice outside. But it's about to get fucking cold, like down to like 20 something. and Monday. It's
Not
pretty warm right now because it's about to rain for like 2 days, and it's gonna get wicked cold.
okay. Yeah, so you're like probably like behind or ahead of us. Not so private. You said you're not seeing any storm. They told me it was gonna be an apocalypse. This is a ripoff. Where are you coming from, if you don't mind?
It's the cold too. It's not just like it's gonna be like a bunch of snow and stuff. It's like the cold. It can affect power infrastructures and stuff. That's what people are worried about. Especially with elderly people, it could be a big issue if your heater goes out and people they'll
Yeah,
just
the
freeze
air
to death.
machine quits working, or
Yeah.
your oxygen machine quits working.
Yeah,
Fuck,
that's a huge gigantic one. Yes. That yeah. Not everybody's on oxygen, but yeah, that's a very, very, very serious issue for some people. Yes.
I like oxygen.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, imagine
I like
that would
weed,
suck.
but
The power goes out, and you're like, I can't breathe.
yeah, I think I imagine most of those would probably come with some sort of. I don't really know too much about it, but I imagine that
Like some double A's or something.
yeah, yeah, I was gonna say battery backup. Yeah, double A's.
Weird slash.
Or like a power generator, or something.
Something. Maybe something a little bit. Maybe what are the big ones called? D batteries.
D are the big round ones, the largest round ones.
Yeah, the donut batteries. Yeah.
Like the what?
You heard me.
Oh, that's a pretty big bat. Never mind. Forget it.
I thought dildos. I thought dildos just kind of had like rechargeable fucking built-in batteries these days.
I thought they used those little ones that go in your watch.
Something fucking hilarious. So my oldest brother is gay, right?
Sure.
And he was living. He was living with like this. Hold on. Hang on. Let me run this story by you guys.
I got excited about dildos. I'm sorry, I got a little excited.
Right.
Sorry.
Dildos are involved in this story. So yeah, my oldest brother's gay, right? And he was living with like this 70-year-old gay man at the time. He was like renting a room there, and they needed some work done around the yard. And I'm there, I'm working, whatever. Part of what I had to do was like flatten out an area of the property. Like there was like a big slope or something, and I had to fucking level it. So I'm digging, and all of a sudden this wire pops up out of the ground. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I pull the wire, and it was a fucking big bright orange dildo that was like a plug-in dildo. It must have been from like the fucking 70s or the 80s. It wasn't battery powered. It was a fucking plug into the wall. It was just buried. It was just buried out in this old gay man's yard. I have no idea.
You found an artifact. It's
why.
Jeez. It's like an arrowhead, but
my phone's at 1%. Hold on, I gotta get it plugged in. I have a I thought it was so funny because I was probably in like high school at the time. I have a picture of it I put on Instagram. Let me see if it's still on there. If I can put it in the chat. Hold on. Oh, I gotta say, here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this plug-in dildo. I didn't even know that was a thing. I can
I'm glad you're
plug
on
your
Discord.
plug your dildo into the wall. Check my email to confirm my account. I don't have access to that email anymore. They tell me I'm not gonna be able to get into Instagram now. Get a new phone. Enter password. Continue.
I can't tell if somebody dropped out.
See this, yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I
Go
can.
reset your password. Yeah. All right, let's get back to talking about how the communist utopian society will pay reparations to solve all of humanity's problems.
I don't think that's gonna work, dude.
Dude, I don't know if I can get into my Instagram anymore.
I'm sorry, busting your ass and working for a living is,
the dream.
Makes you a man.
Yeah, Trump's never done
giving
that.
giving
Elon's
him a
never done
fucking.
that.
Yo, stop it, Trump.
I've been a laborer
Trump does
since I
not
was.
seriously say that. I'm not gonna. I actually think that.
No, deadass. Trump worked at McDonald's and then became president.
Teenager.
Yeah, me too.
Being busting your ass does not make you a man, bro. It makes you a fucking broken person. Like I'm 32, about to be 32, and I feel like a fucking 60-year-old because my back's all fucked up.
Yeah, like I don't think people.
Yeah, I'm 37, going on 50. I hear you.
But we have to have this infrastructure, especially when people get older. That's why I think DEIA is especially important. The A stands for accessibility. Everybody is going to eventually get old and stop being able to work, essentially. And so we should plan for that, and we don't right now currently. It's like
if you listen to Billy Joel, if you never stop working, you never get old.
It's interesting. My grandpa didn't. He didn't quote Billy Joel, but he would say something similar to that. Huh?
There's a
I would be
philosophy
like,
to
no,
it,
you're
and
working
it's
too
true. I
hard.
mean,
Take
like
a
I'm
break, man.
37, going on 50. I'm in great shape, dude. I'm 6'3", or well, maybe 4 with my shoes on. And I'm
Yeah, you're like
180.
5'3", dude. Shut up.
I mean, I am what I am, but
Yeah, I was just kidding.
And I'm only 180 pounds, man. I'm just lean, nothing but muscle.
Fucking
Know what I mean? I've been working my entire life. You know what I mean? Like,
6 inches.
Wait, what?
Our height,
6
right?
centimeters, dog. That's what you got. You got to measure in
Yes,
centimeters. That's
I'm 5'10".
Oh, cunt, dude. I can't get into my Instagram, bro.
Well, it's like not even 7, so
That's why, yo, I always say I say my shit
6'7". 6'7".
and then right at the end you just kind of like mumble centimeters.
That's the funniest time I've ever heard somebody say 6'7".
Celsius.
I don't know. That just was appropriate. I like that. That was like normally people say that and it's stupid, but
I'm pretty sure the average is like, last time I checked, it was like, I think a 1/4 inch. So I think we're all winning.
Dude, listen, anything over 1.5 inches is a very respectable number.
yeah, as long as it's big enough to get in there, it's successful.
Yo, this is my game.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Let's get off of this.
Well, we were talking about booze earlier. So
I got one. Hold on. I got one last comment on that.
We should talk about
No, I got one more comment on this, and this has always worked for me. My game for with girls is I will tell them straight up, like, yo, I got a tiny dick, and like I say it with confidence and whatever, and like when you get them in bed and you fucking, they're like, oh, it's not that small, and they're like pleasantly surprised that it's only like fucking 3 inches, and they're thinking it's like a little fucking mushroom cap. Then you take their expectations and you bring them to the floor, so that way when it's just off the ground, there's nowhere you can go but up.
Just be your authentic self. Exactly. Yep. And then you don't put on a fake persona that you gotta maintain.
Oh, I'm not talking about it being fake. I'm like, you tell them it's smaller than it is.
I mean, they do make fake ones you could put over it.
Yeah, low expectations, you know.
Yes, exactly.
There's other devices.
Yeah,
I try.
And then after you bang them, just be like, oh, I told you that I have fucking hepatitis, right?
No, don't do that.
But then when they find out that you don't, then they're happy.
You really like to play with people's emotions.
That one's a little much, yeah. Like again, there's a difference between like a satire and like kind of
sounds like a stand-up
too
bit.
harsh.
Sounds like a stand-up bit. Yeah.
I made that last one up, but I do go with the small dick thing, and it works.
Yeah, if you
Cuban communism cured cancer. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
I mean, like, you could just take normal fucking shit from the Tractor Supply and cure cancer. Like, why the fuck is this like new information?
What?
Because I believe this is the first sort of cancer cure around the
That's been announced, but I mean, seriously, you can just go to Tractor Supply and get some ivermectin. You know, cancer is a parasite. Just get some parasite killers.
I don't think that ivermectin is going to be able to.
Well, funny enough,
just drink insecticide.
There's a lot of study on this,
it'll cure most things.
You can look at ivermectin is apparently being tested or something. Somebody came into chat and their mother is going through it, and they were throwing a bunch of different stuff at it.
And I told him to take some ivermectin. I mean, imagine being on your deathbed in some fucking hospital, and you're thinking, well, damn, why didn't I try that?
Yeah.
Throw everything at it. I mean, but I've heard they're working to see if it works, you know?
Fuck, I don't want to die.
Right, at that point, what do you got to lose?
A little bit of meth, a little bit, or whatever.
And ivermectin's only like $30. You know, I mean, ask your insurance provider how much your cancer fucking, what do they call it? chemotherapy fucking shit, you know, payments are.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
we
I
had
mean,
communism, we would have a better healthcare system that would allow for it to cost a little bit less.
But I heard that the lines
proper medicine instead of letting the FDA fucking run away with all of our goddamn money.
Oh yeah, and I think
Have you
it's
heard
even
of-
worse now. RFK removed the restrictions on peer-reviewed studied papers going through these sorts of
I really thought he was
organizations
going
over
to
the
get
top. And
assassinated for that.
I don't trust the FDA either, but like at a certain point,
No,
we do
fuck
have
the
to look at
FDA.
the information being. Well, we do have to right at a certain time. We do have to look at the information presented. That's either a peer-reviewed study, some sort of scientific paper, or some sort of even if it's in literature or
Or
these
it's
other sorts of
propaganda,
schools of
dude,
field
so we
and
can
study.
have
Like,
pills.
Well,
I'm
that's what
sorry.
I was just gonna say. When it comes to peer-reviewed data, like on a broad spectrum, regardless of not whether you trust the FDA as an organization or like specific doctors, when it's peer-reviewed across the board from a ton of fucking qualified doctors and scientists, you kind of have to like accept.
Yeah, that would be
the
where.
result.
Yeah. I would say that.
But what do you say to some people say in Canada the waiting list is really long to get some surgeries and whatnot, and that under basically communism or like social health care or whatever, the waiting lists would be longer for people and they might not get care or they might get denied care.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
problem in Canada.
Brought
for
some
sure.
people from Canada onto. Oh, go ahead.
I know that's that. Yeah, it's a Canada issue. You know, Canada just sucks. I mean, they're getting surrounded by fucking. I posted a meme about it on Discord. You know, I mean, like United
Yo,
States.
I was living in
Canada.
Canada for a little while with a chick.
And Canadians are with it.
And,
They're like, fuck Canada. I'd rather be part of America at this point. Like,
Bro, it was a shit. Where I was at, I was in St. John, New Brunswick. And I said I moved out there with a chick for a little while. And bro, while I was there, somebody got murdered right outside of her apartment door, like 3 doors down. I took a walk the first week that I was there, and I went to a public park, and it was noon, bright sunny day, and there was this big beaver fountain. There was 6 junkies shooting up, but like kids were running around, this and that. Yo, there's dead ass like out in the open, not even trying to hide it, dude. These dudes are just laying around, fucking sticking needles in their arms.
Yeah,
there was a big
like
homeless.
Alaska or fucking Portland, California.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
There was a big homeless encampment, right? Yo, somebody rolled up, and this was I think right when I left. Somebody rolled up. There was 4 tents that were like all in a big circle. Somebody rolled up in their car, hopped out with a can of gas, dumped it all over the tents, and lit them on fire.
yeah, that
Like,
happened to me when I
all
was
this
homeless.
shit happened like within like a 4-month period.
Yeah, so
happened to
this
me
is,
when I was
this is why I
homeless.
think we need, like
I've been
communism and
homeless.
socialism, because people are so distraught by the idea of homeless people that they'll go physically assault homeless people themselves, but then also their places where they live, and it's just like this is somebody's house, this is somebody's entire life right now, and you're gonna go and
Yeah,
act
burn
like
it
this
down.
is,
Yeah.
No, that's fucked
but
up.
with the
Well, I mean, street justice. I mean, that's what anarchy leads to.
well, that
And I'm
that
kind of
I
an
have a lot to
anarchist
say about
myself,
anarchy.
but
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I wanted to answer Astral's question about like so I've talked to a lot of Canadians about this, and the individual that I mentioned before who was one of the native individuals that I speak with, she went through a surgery to she's two-spirit, and so she was born both male and female. And two-spirit's the term that it's more used in Canada to describe a individual who's intersex that's also Native American, and so she had to go through surgery to
sounds like a cousin fucker to me.
What?
Sounds like a cousin fucker.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. maybe their cousin's hot.
I have my cousins try me once.
But continuing down the story though, Spell.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we got time for hot cousins in here.
So I got a lot of hot cousins up in Illinois.
Yeah, you hit it.
No, I refused.
We can talk about your cousin. We can talk about your cousins in a bit here. Just to finish your point, Spell.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, it's just like, dude, like that's like a really good friend of mine. I'm very upset right now. I'm not gonna take it too personal, but I think I might.
Okay, Tony B. I think you broke. I think Tony B broke spelt.
Yeah.
What did he say? Because I
I'll
kind
maybe
of
back
forgot.
another time.
Because you brought up somebody and he said sounds like a cousin fucker. Yeah, don't take that personally. Like it was a little uncalled for because it's your friend and whatever. But did he leave? He left.
I piss him off that much?
Ah, damn, spell.
Talking about like
He was
He was talking about somebody that was like going through like medical problems or something, and they were like, "What's a hermaphrodite?" And then you're like, "Yeah, it sounds like they fucked their cousin." I mean, me personally, I wouldn't give a shit. He said something like that, but yeah, that got him upset apparently.
Yeah, I crossed the line there. My bad.
You should just message him and just be like, "Sorry, dude."
I'll DM him and be like, "Yeah, sorry, man."
Yeah, don't. Yeah, you're gonna go crazy, but just throw a little apology out there. It'd be nice.
Yeah, probably something along those lines.
I don't know. He's gone. What was the guy's name?
I spelt this wrong.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, hopefully, I don't spell it wrong.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll send him a formal apology. I didn't mean to upset somebody.
No, yeah. I mean, like I said, me personally, like that wouldn't have upset me. Most people it wouldn't, but
yeah,
certain things. And like he said, it was like his good friend or whatever, and they're going through something.
I would have just shut up if I heard that part. I missed that.
Listen, it's okay. We've all been, especially me, I've been throwing out a lot of insensitive things, like just off the cuff, and nobody's been taking any of it seriously. So you didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to push past it and like be like, let's leave the cousins to like in 10 minutes we could do the cousins.
You know what? I kind of harped on it too. Like I didn't bring it up that person specifically, but I started to like roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just I'm gonna have to. Hopefully he stops back in.
Yeah, I'll just take it. I'll be like, "What fuck, man? You know, yeah. I deserve every word of your swearing, you know."
He didn't even. He just like you could just tell it like made him real sad. I don't know what because we don't even know what he was about to say.
He was joking,
and
I
think he was about to get on about them like having health problems and.
Well, I mean. That kind of
stop, Tony. Stop before you fucking stop. just like.
What did you do? What did I miss?
No, he was about to make another fucking joke. I can sense it in the air.
Just bite my tongue, man. God damn it.
You bite your cousin's tongue.
Okay, guys. For the love of God.
I mean, that's what she did. Fuck, God damn it. I kissed her.
You guys are cool.
Well, this has been fantastic for our second call-in show situation. This has been amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of devolved into just like a hangout at this point, but still.
Yeah, I mean that's why I ended up just titling it as Hangout. I need to find some way to. I don't know.
It sucks that I made somebody leave. I feel bad about that.
Again, you didn't do it intentionally.
Yeah, you're the first person to make somebody leave on here, so there you go.
Dude, yeah, I know. Like I feel bad about it.
You should.
You'll get over it. It's fine.
I hope so.
I can cuss me out, and I'll just take it. You know, I'll be like, yeah, I deserve this. You know, curse me out. I deserve this. I know what I did.
This is an unstructured chat. I will have to figure out how to do like a structured Discord call for the streams, I think, as well. For when we're trying to move through topics. I need to figure that out, how to format this.
I didn't even know how this shit worked. You had to explain it to me. Like, oh, okay, I went to Discord and jumped in this way. Now I can't see the YouTube unless I open my phone, but it's on the charger.
But I feel like, I mean, I don't know if I could say we found any common ground here today, but it was a really good conversation so far.
Well, I mean, we're on the common ground that reparations bullshit. Right? I don't know. I can speak for everyone, but...
You said what's bullshit?
Reparations.
That is where this started. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's where it started, yeah. I've been here for about 2 hours, so... Yeah, that's where it started, but like every conversation, it spirals off into everything else people disagree about.
Yeah. Surprisingly,
Spelled his name. I got to figure out how to apologize to him. I didn't mean to upset him.
I'm assuming 10 lashes or something might work.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Might like do 2 just for fun, but that's for me. That's not for him.
Well, I take it CC Carroll just left. I think you sent him off too. Man, it's interesting. Yeah, 42% of people thinks that Candace Owen is serious and that it's real. That's an interesting poll. Might have to circle back to that at some point.
I voted no.
Just straight no? That she's not being serious?
Yeah. I mean, nobody in politics is serious. You think Trump is serious about all the shit he says? I mean,
No, I think it's kind of a show, but
nobody in politics is serious about a goddamn thing. All they tell you is what they want you to know. I mean, the only thing you know is what you've been taught, right?
Right. And what they tell you and everything, so.
Yeah. Well, no, it looks like chat died.
Yeah, it's that that time where chat is basically dead at this point. I'll have to probably restart stream to get
kill chat, dude.
Oh no, I don't no. Are you talking about this chat or the YouTube chat?
Well, I don't know. I haven't even looked at the YouTube.
Oh yeah, no, I was talking about the YouTube chat. This chat, I don't know. I think everybody just fell asleep. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it looks like it's time to wrap her up. I'm gonna hop off here. I gotta check out another page. I'm a moderator in that one. It's been going on. So
the ROM hack.
That Pokemon Dave channel. I was telling you, he got the little.
No, I know. I've been working on some stuff for the stream. I actually figured it out. Somebody put me on to some software to use. I just haven't had time to really get it all set up. So.
But yeah, he's got a really cool community, just like this one, where everybody's like, cool. I mean, we can disagree, but we're still friends,
Exactly.
Yeah. He's my second favorite chat. Yours my favorite, really, but
it's okay, man. You could say his is your favorite. It's okay.
No, I mean, like all he does is Pokemon stuff. I mean, we talk on all kinds of shit, so yours is better. But like I said, it's the same kind of tight knit community of we don't like each other, and that's okay.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I might hop off here and go check on that stream real quick. Make sure I'm not needed. I have to moderate that shit.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Well, take care. I'm gonna call it here so I can eat some food, gas up, and then I might jump on for an afternoon stream. So I'll message or I'll post in the Discord if I go live. If you guys want to stop back in.
Yeah, I might jump in. I mean, I'm off for 2 days. I don't work till Monday.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, appreciate you guys. It's been a fantastic conversation. I don't know who's still here or who's awake, but applause to you guys. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Tony B.
Sorry for whoever I may leave.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we could maybe on the next stream or like the next time you two drop in here. I'm sure you'll hash it out before then, but we could, hash that out and everything.
I was having a great conversation with the guy, and then all of a sudden, something I hit a nerve or something. Yeah.
But these things happen. It's getting to know other people and figuring it all out. So.
Is that the one?
My phone died.
I thought you just said fuck it.
Sorry if I upset you.
Yeah, I was saying that Tony's.
It wasn't me, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got the name wrong.
Wrong guy.
No. Fuck, man. I don't know. I pissed somebody off and they left.
I was here. It was spelt. I spelt this wrong, remember?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I spelt this wrong. I gotta give him an apology. I didn't mean to upset him.
I know, dude. It was unintentional. And he even the way he handled it, come on, get the fuck off me. The way he handled it, he was like, you could tell that he was upset, but he was like trying to not let it get to him or get upset with you. And then I kind of take a little responsibility too, because I didn't really recognize it at first, and I started to harp on the whole cousin thing, and then like it was a perfect setup for a punchline, I didn't
Yeah.
No, listen, it's fine.
You
Like,
did kind of set me
like,
up. I'm surprised you recognized that.
I didn't set it up, dude. I rode the fucking coattails of you.
Yeah, Tony. He said something, then Tony said something, and then Cece said something, and then y'all were going back and forth.
What happened was he said something about his friend who's like a intersex person, you know what I mean, like a hermaphrodite or whatever. And then I think he was talking about their health problems, and then you're like, yeah, it sounds like they fucked their cousin. So like nobody set that up. You just kind of fucking went for it.
I don't know. I felt a setup, but maybe not. I'm an asshole, and I apologize properly.
Listen, bro, we're all assholes, or at least I am. But it's all. It's all.
Feeling enough to leave chat, then I got to apologize.
Oh shit! Come on.
Yeah, trying to make things right. That would be a nice thing to do, I think.
No, I'm a nice guy, man. I mean, I didn't.
Are you though?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Nah, you seem like a decent dude.
No, I don't know. I mean, I do the best I can. I mean, I do fucked up shit sometimes. But...
Listen, it's all you can do is try.
Listen, we'll have a time to do like stand-up comedy in the Discord. I think that would be fun, right? Where it's no holds barred, and we just go off. You said what?
Kill Australia.
Well, okay.
Fucking dirty, upside down, fucking bogans.
I mean, well, fuck, my name's Tony.
But of course, but even with the jokes, I mean, if we're live on YouTube, we gotta be careful with the whole calling to violence thing. But we could do like a whole comedy thing, you know what I mean? I think sometimes it gets complicated when we're taking serious conversations and then we're intermixing comedy and people don't really know each other's waves.
People aren't able to like handle certain serious things being made light of. Which is
like an N-word joke, that all of a sudden, I've pissed off half the fucking audience.
Either way, coming back to like everything to bring it full circle, it's cool, dude. Like, fucking people need to be a little less sensitive. I mean, who knows? The thing is, like, he didn't finish what he was talking about, so who knows, like, whatever his friend is going through, like.
Whatever, he's going through some pain, and I took light of it, and I hurt his feelings. I didn't mean to do that.
Is that him?
No, I think that was Freya dropping out.
Yeah. Oh, regardless, I think we can move on from the situation. Like you said, if you just shoot him a simple little, my bad, I think that'll remedy the situation.
Yeah, I'll own it. I didn't know how, serious he was being.
Yeah. No, how could you,
Yeah, if he was like chilling him out and
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I didn't understand the situation when I made the joke.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Like I said, it's fine.
But hey, we're figuring out the flow in here, so we'll figure it out. That's for sure.
Yeah, look out, man. Tell him I'm sorry. He'll be fine. He'll come back.
Yo, Astra.
Huh?
How many slurs do I get per stream?
Considering everything that's already happened, I feel like none today.
What do you mean it's already happened? Who dropped it?
No, I'm just saying everything that's happened up to this point.
Someone off in the main wave.
Yeah, we were doing so good.
I dropped a hard R to you, Astra, when we were talking about other stuff in our private conversation, but I didn't do it in your stream yet.
You mean the one in Nigeria?
God, I almost just said it by accident. Like,
bro, dude, come on.
Nigerian. I almost just spit it out. And I'll wait. No, I shouldn't do that.
I'm race baiting this guy. I should get off here probably. I'm gonna get you in trouble, Ash.
Yeah, you might.
Trouble. I'm pissing people off left and right, apparently.
Yeah, you're straight. Where did I drop that ammo? I need that.
Okay.
I need that fucking light ammo.
But yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. I've got a couple other fucking people I gotta communicate with.
I need to hop off and get a break in, and then I might be back for an afternoon one, and I might get out some Apex here. That'll be fun.
Yo, just text me. Let me know.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just look on Discord. He always notifies the shit. I don't know. I get a notification. I don't know He's like, hey, Astro's on, and I jump in here and start talking shit.
Ew.
All right, well, listen, I'll catch you guys later, all right?
Later.
Yeah, peace.
And then Boyd's World later. Guys, I appreciate you. This was a unveil things. Hey, thanks for coming through, man. You're always welcome. Evie, you fell asleep. Oh my gosh, you missed a lot. But I'll be back after a nap. Yeah, get your sleep. I appreciate you guys for coming through. This was freaking awesome, and we're doing it again. I try to be live every night. I'll have an official schedule posted soon. Just need to get my work schedule worked out this week. Once they give me that, it's gonna get real organized on stream. But anyway, remember. All right, hold up. Where's my stuff? If you get too close to the black hole, you will be